Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the player launcher and tactical camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, player launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, tactical camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next playzone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan diri. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the player launcher and tactical camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, player launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, tactical camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next Playzone and Airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up.
Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Out of all 16 teams competing today, only one will be crowned as champion, and that one champion will represent the entire SEA Wildcard region to get into the PMSL. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are tuning into the PMPL SEA Wildcard 2022 Spring with me, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. We're down to the last day here, Cloud.
Oh man, this is it. This is where we will decide who becomes the champion and who will represent the wildcard category onto the PMSL later on. Wow. I can't wait to see, because right now, Chu, the points are just that close. It feels like there's like, what, up to 6, 7, maybe 11 teams who could still get it.
Yeah, that's kind of true. This is going to be the tightest, I have to say, grand finals we actually witnessed, with nobody actually dominating just yet. We're talking about the first, second, third place. We might even actually ended up with a tie here today. Have no clue who will be the champions, but the thing is, there's only one slot available for these guys to actually go into the next stage in the future, which is going to be very soon as well, so make sure you guys stay tuned. But before that, don't forget we have this remarkable set for you guys, which is going to be the ultimate set 2kV1. It's going to be the Nether Phantom set and the Solar Knight set available you guys in the PUBG Mobile. Just check it out, because it's going to be very limited amount of time for you guys to actually grab this up.
Oh yeah, and it's just so beautiful. And this poster kind of reminds me of one of those old school art. I forgot what's it called again. But what I'm reminded about is, of course, the new Royal Pass, and this is back. Of course, this is the latest version that's currently available inside the game. You guys know how Royal Passes work. You guys play the game more with this Royal Pass, the more goodies that you get. And these are some of the previews of the goodies that will be included in the current Royal Pass. We have the DBS, we have the buggy, we have the helicopter, so on and so forth.
And also don't forget to follow us and stay tuned for the latest update of PMSL and everything else, including the game. As long as you guys follow us on all social medias, it's going to be a Facebook fan page, TikToks, and also YouTube. If you guys happen to be in the Philippines, there's going to be dedicated Philippines Esports page for you guys, and PUBG Mobile Philippines, even the TikTok for the PUBG Mobile Philippines as well. If you guys happen to be in Malaysia, it's going to be PUBG Mobile MY, esports.sg, and everything else. But before that, in case you guys missed the entirety of the tournament down to the last day, here comes the format.
Yes, sir. So 20 teams started this campaign, and we found our top 16 that played the grand final starting from Friday, and today is obviously the last day, and we will find that one winner to be the champions of Wildcard. Of course, all these teams, they are eyeing a $40,000 prize pool, and this is also the season where we will be playing with a new point system whereby Chicken Dinner only gets 10 points.
Yep, so far we do know all the other representatives coming up from the other regions. Now, who will be coming up from the SEA Wildcard Spring Finals to actually get into PMSL, to join in other 4 regions who already got themselves the placement in the PMSL. There's another 15 teams that's kind of unknown right now, so make sure you guys stay tuned with that, because we still have no clue who are the 15 teams joining into the other teams that already qualified during the PMPL Spring.
Well, what we do know is this format that we've seen in previous PMPL seasons, whereby it's a bonus point format. The teams that enter the grand finals, they would already start off with a certain amount of points, I'd say, collected over 2 weeks. So as you can see here, this is something that has passed, that has been done, and now these are the teams that's currently in the top 16.
Yeah, but speaking of which, this is according to the arrangement in the league itself. West Pemomba previous got starting off really great with 38 points as a start, but right now feels like they are falling off the chart here, because we're talking about the other teams that didn't have a good start, initial points, start to push up their ranks, including Osja, who got themselves second in the league, now placed themselves at first. And what's more, we're gonna have the head-to-head between the top. Yesterday was remarkable for the top, and Marnet was incredible as well.
Yeah, Marnet and the top, both of these players, they are pretty much in the running for the FMVP. And the top, as of yesterday, he is currently at the #1 spot, but anything can still change. But looking at their stats here, it does seem that it does favor towards Marnet. Who knows? Marnet could come from behind and overtake the top. Just look at the average eliminations difference. It's like 2 versus 1.3, and then there's a small gap with the average damage of about 30. Average survival time, however, is given towards the top. Barnet is shown to be more more of a utility user with a lot more usage from him.
And we mentioned early on that Osja is actually, or Osja Esports, you can see his OJs there, is also 128 points right now, with GE following very closely 1 point shy. He's going to 127, but this is the gap, just a tiny big gap of it, with KE placing at with 116, just 1 point different with SKR. We have a tie between PB and FOD. Right now feels like a long stretch for Falcon Vipers and Burmese goal to actually catch up to the first page here, but if they can actually excel today and bring down all the teams to the top 5, it's still not impossible.
Yeah, and of course, whatever it is, it would be an honor if their poster can come up as the chicken dinner in one of the rounds, at least something to take home. But here's the highlights from day number 2, in case you missed it. Yesterday was a very interesting day. Not only that the circles are very interesting, but also fights are happening really, really fast. And that's probably also because of the circle.
Yesterday's cycle was really a unique day, one of the toughest days for all these guys to actually compete in. And today it's down to the circle and the flat path again. But in the meantime, we have to consider about what these guys have in mind. Do they prioritize over something called ranking and position, or do they go for the eliminations? Because right now the chicken dinner point will not compensate as much unless you actually focus on towards the side of eliminations.
Yeah, we can see that teams getting chicken dinner still on page number 2, and we can see those teams that put focus on to getting elimination points, they put themselves up there. So that's something about the new format that these teams are probably still adapting onto. But so far those teams that are on top, they managed to adapt, just like what we can see here on screen. Osja Esports, one of them. West Point Mamba, however, will be looking for their comeback today. I'm sure a lot of fans have a lot of hope for West Point Mamba to maybe come up with that Cinderella story.
But at the same time, loving how these guys have been playing. For now, we're going to have to focus on our first match of the day. It's going to be Sunhawk at first, and it's only going to be the last Sunhawk we're playing for the entirety of this tournament as we reach out to our final day number 3. And KE, FOD, Enigma, and West Point Mamba are the teams to be watched out for, especially KE at a very close to getting number 1 spot at 3rd place, 116 just now. But at the same time, we're talking about FOD here. FOD have been interchanging when it comes to top 5. Even got themselves placed at the first place in the last minute. But Enigma Gaming coming up, shooting up the chart last minute yesterday as well.
Well, today's matches same as the yesterday and the day before. We'll start off with the one and only Sandhawk, and we'll play 2 Erangels back to back, followed by 2 Miramas. We'll end the day in Erangel, and then we will crown our champions of the wildcard region. So can't wait to see what will happen inside the Sandhawk. Of course, this will be the last Sandhawk for the wildcard.
Yep, and it's going to be the one and only left since we're down to the last day. I'm super excited what the circle and the flat part will offer to us, but I'm more excited how the players are going to play today, because we do know for a fact whether they want to go for eliminations or they want to go for the ranking position. I think it's best to go for eliminations. I'm looking out for PBE due to the reason when it comes to Sunhawk and the entire day here today, PBE sometimes surprises us in the last minute. SKR, they are really good when it comes to second day. GE has been carrying out the momentum throughout the entirety of the grand finals as well.
Yeah, yesterday my prediction was more on supporting the page 2 teams, but today, because it's the grand finals, we gotta switch it up a bit. So our predictions are not only based on this round, but in general who might be the champions of wildcard. So my personal pick, PB, I've talked about it a lot yesterday, especially with Monboy being the MVP. KE, they have a specialization in long range, so I thought their specialty is a little bit different than the others. And Osja Esports, they have a level of consistency as well, hence they are up there. But of course, it is down to how they perform in this map, starting this map up until the final map.
And we're talking about there might be chances are the predicted teams will not actually take number 1s, but who knows? So drop yourself in the comment section based on your prediction. The prediction don't work if you try to predict it when it comes to the top 5 in the last minute. Okay, you have to predict it right now, then that's only it's fair. So you have to predict alongside with us, then you know that who's going to be in top 5 later on. It's sort of a gamble here and it's sort of a hit and miss moment.
Yeah, you don't predict when there's like what, the last two teams in the final map. No, that's no longer a prediction. Come on, by that time we might already know. So gotta put it in early, ladies and gentlemen. Hype up the comments because today's the grand finals. But let's begin our journey in Sandhawk.
Alright guys, ready for final Sandhawk and final day here of the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring 2023, and you can't wait to see what they have to offer when it comes to the flight paths more towards the left side of the map, all the way towards the west, coming up from Cam Alpha down to Bantaya towards Cam Charlie. But the thing is, yesterday's circle was kind of in the middle of all the three islands. So do they drop in between? Do they try to snatch boot camp in the last minute? Because we do know, I think KE is always taking boot camp around the area, or maybe even GE in between those teams. But I do want to see if there's any contest coming up from these guys from the initial drop spot, just to make it harder for the teams up there in the top 5, just to stunt down when it comes to their point ranking system or their elimination points.
Yeah, it may be this map, it may be the following maps, because in the grand finals, some teams may see it as we have nothing more to lose. Let's just have fun. Let's just try to get the chicken dinner. Let's play a little bit more aggressive. So teams who are eyeing that number 1 spot, they need to be a little bit more careful in the grand finals. That's something that commonly happens in PUBG Mobile tournament. Keeping my eye onto the areas of Paradise Resort, we can see G Lab and GE around the same area. But
Wow.
okay, this is a very hard circle. This is going to be Camp Alpha, very likely.
I mean, like, I'm not expecting something less today, since yesterday we had a really unique day for all of us, including players, our viewers, and our casters as well. And we're gonna have heart in circle all day long, so it's gonna be one direction only for these guys to move upwards. It's very limited amount of space to and land to actually play around there. But starting off, we do have a bit of exchange greeting coming up from Moy of Sin and Skynet coming up for Ozja. So they have to part ways here. I realize it's a bit too early for them to actually invest it too much in this fight.
Yeah, because these teams, they are also in the running to get the number 1 spot, so they gotta be extra careful here. Sin, well, if they can come out with a miraculous run, maybe they could be the surprise team. But speaking of surprises, looks like one team got caught out in surprise, and that's gonna be Enigma. YG will be happy to take that elimination point away, but Koopa, he's just behind the hill, so Loki can't get a good shot. Hopefully he'll be able to be picked up by his teammates.
Feels like it might be possible for them, since they are quite in a distance between these two teams here. More than 300 meters, if I presume that right. Back to the side of Enigma, Gimme having a bit of a tough start here. I'm not sure if they have the time to actually build up their loot just yet. Around Camp Charlie, we do have West Point Mamba, the team that used to be under the spotlight entirety of second week, suddenly falling off the grace here and slowly try to climb back up in the final day in the last minute to have that last push. KE taking on Falcon. Andrew on the ground already. What is happening for Falcon as well?
I guess it's because like teams like KE, they wanted to push really aggressive onto the Camp Alpha Island, considering that this kind of circle, it may end up on that. And we've seen it time and time again that if the circle is in Camp Alpha Island, you don't want to rotate late. It's very dangerous, especially if there are teams on top of the Camp Alpha mountain. That's where they can block teams from coming in from multiple directions.
If you're a bit too far, it's okay for you to take it a bit too late. Devon, the IGL for KE, taking down Andrew straight away, and it's going to be a first blood. And the first one to get out from this match is going to be one of Falcon members there. A bit too early if you compare it with how they waited in the lobby in the first place. But still, nevertheless, still more chances for them to actually do it in the next 5 maps. But Falcon D2Y down to chipping his last health here. KE with DBS, the top, got himself the head-to-head early on. Might actually squeeze into the FMVP. But end of today, now slowly pushing forward, try to get towards the side of Falcon, but Kai coming up from flank side and pushing it through. What a spray there, getting on D2Y, open up so much opening to the side of the top to push forward here. Cloud will be the next victim on the hands of KE. Kai chasing it out for the side of Falcon. Falcon separated right now as they keep the pressure on the side of KE.
And I like the fact that Kaya is opening up the flanks so they can cover anyone behind, especially the supports. You can see that Cloud is behind. Chen Long. Oh man, he's not going to get out of this. It's just too open for him behind. And he'll be taken out by Kaya. Only one left to go.
Yeah, seems like they're chasing down till the very last member of Falcon here, Chan Lone. Used to play a very long distance and long range fights. Falcon barely hanging on with the top, keep the pressure on the side of the front, but they are losing men as well for KE. PB start to hunting down the shots fired early on the first match, on the first brawl happening in Sunhawk here right now, attracting every single player, every single team around them to actually move towards them as a compass. Those gunfire, those gunshots, just gonna keep the magnet of all the other teams to go to it. So now they have to build this, don't want to extend the fight any more further, realizing there might be the losing team if they keep on investing in it.
Yeah, so and they need to be prepared as well, because they made the fast rotation, meaning that their utilities might not be as much as we can see at the top. No bandages, okay. Other utilities, they could be better. So that's why they need to loot a little bit faster after they land themselves onto that island. Most important, the first objective is to get there first, and then you think of the utilities later. That's okay as well, especially if you rotate in that fast like them.
I'm pretty surprised at KE leaving out Bootcamp too early on. It used to be their compound to take and play with. We saw how initial drop spots they were here in the first place. Now FOD taking a part of it, and they are taking this as a huge advantage. Just going to camp this one out, because why? It's in the center of the circle in the first place. So we do know for a fact that Bootcamp is not too far off from Hartin. That's going to be one of the many reasons. But the circle is still the first circle. If there happens to be a hard shift a bit down south in the way, it's going to be right on top of Bootcamp. It's going to be perfect for the teams that actually try to take Bootcamp as their fortress to defend on. But the rest of the other teams slowly trying to take away from the hands of a FOD right now, including GE. Just try to encircle every way possible to see what's happening in Bootcamp and try to check out their perimeters. But KE though, and also a Falcon, only leaving with only one member. It's going to be a really tough start for the final day. We do have like 5 teams try to take their sweet time into the blue zone while looting up. They know for a fact that they are furthest away from the circle in the first place. Just take their own time to build up their gears. Yeah,
I can understand why teams right at this point of time take their own time, because with this timing, by the time it's the second circle, all these teams would, if it's this kind of circle especially, all these teams would like expect that, okay, on top of the Camp Alpha Mountain is a key area, there'll be other teams there, and some of the key entry points, there could be other teams. So that's why it's okay to kind of take their time and try to plan out and try to slowly scout out to see like if any other key entry points that they could use. Like from our view, we can see that the key entry point, maybe the bridge on Hartin, or maybe just across Hartin itself, or maybe some of these teams, they might want to go for the boat ride. But looking at the current movement of the teams, maybe not. Only maybe G-Lab if they want to. But I would say that majority of them would just go through the non-boat roads.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 choke points getting into a Camp Alpha in the first place. We saw the fact that the southern part, there's also a south, east and eastern bridge all day long. But the south bridge will be heavily guarded by the bridge gatekeepers here coming up from Senbop. They might slip their toes in the water as well, as Holy Lanja and Moy finally finish off those job players, leaving only one player left. There might be a bit of a scuffle. They're accidentally jumping into the water in the first place, trying to just hike up and slowly just gonna swim over back towards the side of a bridge, as leave Sky Nin to hang on to his last breath here underneath that bridge. But we do have West Point Mamba hovering over there as well, so Sen cannot rest. This might be their day to actually farm all those eliminations.
Let's see if they can do that though, because if they want to chase that #1 spot, they gotta get all they can today with only 6 games remaining, and then that's it, no other opportunities. But of course, on top of elimination points, they have to consider placement points as well. You need a good mix at the other day if you really want to chase the top, especially in their current position.
That's true. Well, Sen is still holding on the chalk points coming up from the southern part of the bridge. West Mamba taking their own time to just reassess the current situation, just to be clear that they might actually get there safely. Michi managed to have an opening for the side of West Point Mamba taking on Go and finish it off straight away. What a clean execution coming up from the side of West Point Mamba, but Skyne is still underneath there. I'm not sure if anybody noted that one out for just yet. It's more in the next one. It's supposed to be Sin's match here. They already parked here quite early on, but they're letting this slip through their fingers as leaving only with Holy Lunge at the end of that bridge. And Vic is a bit too far to give extra hand. He got himself in the high grounds. Next is going to be Vipers versus G-Lab here.
Oh, DJ. Okay, he knows G-Lab is in front of him. He heard the footsteps. He heard a vehicle, meaning that there could be a full squad. That's why DJ is not making those moves. But, oh no. I mean, they're at number 2 spot with only a small gap with that number 1. Oh no, GE will be smiling all the way.
Yep, Skyne being discovered by the side of West Point Mamba players just now, just underneath that bridge when they're trying to hover around the crosshair on the side of a Sin team. But back to the side of G Lab, they might be leaving DJ behind. Vipers, DJ is just across them. Scotty, I'm not sure if they actually can see through this camouflage of bush coming out from DJ. But he definitely for DJ can see it clearly as a daylight shining through to the side of G-Lab, but he's not opening fire. There's going to be trigger discipline coming up from the DJ. But next circle will be hovering around on the side of right side Camp Alpha, which is going to be comprised of still a little bit of bootcamp area, tiny bits of ruins just on the southern part of it, and the rest is going to be majority of Camp Alpha Island. Now DJ will be going away unscathed, but I'm not sure he wants to open fire the moment they want to leave for G-Lab. Yep, he's going to go for it.
Well, okay, is he? Alright, he can, and I don't think they can challenge him, but I think he should focus on getting onto the other side because he needs to swim across. The good news is that his teammates are already there, so they're like kind of like a marker for him to come over, and they know they're safe inside Harton, but he still needs to move. You don't want to be in the blue when you don't want to be in the water when the blue's on top of him.
And that's leaving Sim player down to only Vic, if I'm not mistaken. Holy Lanju were caught in his process of migrating to different compound entirely, and now Vic is going to be a tough call for him. We have so many players starting off with only solo squad all day long here. It's going to be 2 of them. One of these 2 have to really play quietly, but KE Kaya will be hunted down, chased down, but he'll be retaliating to the sort of G-Lab here, opening the door for him to actually get a double point. Double down, Kaya, solo, no solo. He can actually do this by himself.
Wow. They jumped into the window at the wrong timing. Kaya was ready for it. No DBS, no problem. Just with an M4. And there he gets 4 elimination points by himself. 5 in total for KE. KE, they want to chase the top.
Yeah, the top with the DBS. Definitely will hold this fort strong enough, even though they just a duo set of players that's left on the side of KE. And YG are being forced to actually advance to the side of HKR if they want to get across here, as the Blues and will be punishing them quite hard. It's going to be burning them alive, while Loki tossing out the nade just to shoot out SKR players to make sure they slowly open up the path and carving slowly path with YG team caught. Yahiko first, Marcus and Micro Uzi want to go forward, but the Micro Uzi is really hard to clip from this kind of a distance. But Loki just kept the pressure on with a Molotov tossed it over on the side of Marcus. SKR, they are not in a great spot either. It's going to be Doty taking on 1 second on flank side.
Ooh, that jump shot! And SKR got eliminated. Unfortunately, that's also one of the teams at the top that could chase that number 1 spot. YG, on the other hand, resets. And now, within the circle, they still have time, but it's unlikely they'll get the next phase of the circle. Then, they need to plan how to get onto the Camp Alpha Island.
Yeah, back to the side of top 5. Teams are actually up there will be targeted by these teams, and they will hunt them down. And definitely today they'll be prioritizing of eliminations than the positions here for most of the team, realizing they need a lot of catching up to do. It's definitely their motivation to push forward here by getting more kills and more points in the bag. Back to the side of Enigma Cooper, they almost flunk it in early shots in the early stage in the first phase of it, but lucky enough they managed to get away unscathed and now getting themselves comfortable in this compound. But it's a bit of a crate haul here. Just have to wait for the other end. Those that are actually trying to cross over this river and take advantage of it. But West Point Mumbai is actually the run and gun team, taking on APG next.
Oh yeah, APG. Not landing a single elimination yet, but maybe eliminated by West Point Mamba. But it's going to be Caps. Wait a second. Did Caps steal that from afar? It looked like it.
You can. You can do whatever pleases you. In PUBG Mobile, QB is not pleased at all. No helmet, shredded almost his vest and knocked down straight away. Definitely have no armor to actually shield him enough. Joseph FOD keep tapping onto a side of Caps just to finish off QB. Try to spot and translate that one knockdown to elimination points, but it's quite difficult from this distance. More than 300 meters apart, but back to the side, BG. Spraying over Vipers is trying to climb down those hills to get into the blue zone. We stop entirely denying the entrance. Amura making sure, same case for Atwood, they cannot even move forward.
And Vipers is out as well. No points in this round, so they join G-Lab in the same scenario. Unfortunately for that. But however, BG, you can't think about it, BG, they started day one really slow. And then day 2 they were kind of okay. And now at least for game number 1 in day number 3, not bad, 4 elimination points.
But when it comes for today, the final day, I'm surprised at the momentum in the last match yesterday kind of bring forward to its today here. It's a bit too fast for us, like it's unusual. Coming up from the last song, everybody just want to wrap things over, just try to go for it, not thinking twice there. APG moving as BBE getting into compound of Kaya and the top. Now Kaya have to clutch and make another miracle by himself here. Feels impossible right now. He's down to his last health. He needs to get a bit of a reset, asking top to get his covers and support him while he trying to reset himself and recuperate at the back line.
Yeah, not only on the middle house, but all the way to the back house just to buy more time between them and PBE. And looks like Kaya may just be able to do it, but then again, PBE, a full squad versus 2, that is going to be the tough challenge. But look at the circle, it moved down to the lower ground. That means FVE is forced to go down now.
PBE actually being surprised by Ralph from the back. That one nade actually knocked down PBE. This is going to be a saving grace for KE at the same time. And PBE switch over their attention to the side of the high grounds behind them as well, because FVE is not going to let them pass by just as easy, because FVE need to go through and they have to take down so many teams including KE and PBE along that side. Monet taking on Molotov with Enigma in this mix as well. Happens to be a lot of crossfire at the same time, different places entirely, and power spotted at YG versus Enigma. Might as well make it his, right?
Yeah, might as well if he can steal it away. Okay, Power secures that elimination, and he has just eliminated one of the top MVP contenders. But Power will be punished. Oh, okay. So it's not going to be FV that gets that elimination point. It's going to be from the other side.
You reap what you sow, APG. They've been sticking their nose into everybody else's business and now have to pay for it. Last play of APG finally down, but YG can save Monet just now. A bit too late with the blue zone closing. It's burning them quite a bit here. And Loki is still not inside of a safe zone. They have to figure out how to actually get in. There's so many gatekeepers waiting on the other end, including West Point Mumbai. You mentioned about this earlier, Cloud. If you're late, it's going to be really difficult and really tough for them to actually get into the circle. And this is the moment that happens.
Oh yeah, plus there'll be pressure by the blue. And we all know that inside of Sanhao there's a lot more open area. West Point Mamba, they're feeling it right now as Rao takes down Federales. Joseph tries to steal one away but not able to land those shots. And now we move over to Yangon Galacticos versus GE. GE, the number 1 team now, going up against Yangon Galacticos with only 2 players.
They are on the dominating team as well. We have more than 5 eliminations, quite a number of teams there, including GE, KE, YG and West Point Mamba getting a lot of eliminations. FOD on there then tried to chase up and bring a lot to the tables, and West Point Mamba being eliminated on securing 7 eliminations there. FOD next to be on the board. Across it will be another 5 eliminations on that side as well. YG decided 1 second to swim down. A bit of a gamble, a bit too risky. I'm not sure if it's a death threat for himself, as GE really heavily guarding over that side, not even letting them pick, but at the same time they are away from the circle.
I think he was trying to get away from the team behind. That's why he chooses to just jump down, but of course there's pretty much no way out. Ichi ready with the DBS. FOD now that came from behind. Loki's the last man standing, but FOD is fully focused onto GE. Loki could be the kingmaker.
GE do have 2 support fires coming up from the back line as well. But FOD, Joseph have to mark their perimeters. But for the side of KE, things are going really dim on their end. Looking like they're being surrounded. The Molotov barbecue Kaya down to his knees as top being finished off by PBE. Mumboy did the work. He's going to rank kick finish off the top. They're placing themselves at 6. Not too shabby for a duo to last this long. But PBE just going to keep it going with the duo. Just going to revive one of their teammate. Going as a trio back on the feet. As YG on the other hand, the only team that have 1 player left.
PBE playing as a trio. Spraying onto FBE. FBE finding it difficult to come down. It's kind of open there. They only need to play with the slopes. Hopefully they'll be able to get into the circle. But right now they are tanking out the blue. At the same time now we're down to the top 40s. Raimon trying to steal the deal. And yes, he will.
Raimon trying to finish off. Roll. And there's one more player in the smoke. Ares make it in. He slipped by. But for how much longer? There's not much structures in between. There's only a couple of vegetations and rocks there. And those rocks were actually saving for this entire game. Down to 4 as VE, the last player, Ares trying to keep the boat float for the entire team. But Ares still secures one more. 1 player. No, he doesn't care. Still going to go for the eliminations there. Well, GE already got himself 9 in the bag as Master Ichi bleeding now. Leaving it to Zion 922, West 922 to clutch it for the entire team. Caught FOD for the side of Master Zai. But it's going to be tough for the side of FOD to get out from there.
It's not easy for Easy. He doesn't have much to play around with. There's Ares waiting at the side as well. So if he exposes him, Ares could gun him down. Or could it be PB or even GE from the other side? But looks like Ares is the one to go down. Ranky is going to secure the elimination point. Zai sees exactly where Easy is at. Easy just hanging on to that rock, hoping that Circle still favors him.
PB got the numbers. PB got the elevations. They got himself the terrain to play with as well if they just move forward here. But for West, it's burning off by the blue zone. And Easy barely make it in. He got only 1 rock to take covers with. Then when he step out from there's another rock. It's going to be like, what, 10 meters apart. He needs to stay alive. And to jump over another place unscathed is pretty difficult. He's got 2 teams swarming over. And that's going to be the last play of Easy coming up from FOD eliminated at 3rd place, but next is going to be PBE rushing over to the side of GE here.
Oh yeah, pressure on the PBE because they're on the outside the circle. But Zai takes 1 down. It's going to be the last man as usual. It's going to be Monboy. But Monboy, did he deny his to the zone? No, he was taken out, and that means the point is given to their opponent. And here we have a winner chicken dinner for round number 1. Congratulations to that number 1 team, GE.
GE solidify when it comes to their top 3 position. This definitely will shoot up their number 1 spot regardless of how the other team is trying to push up here. PBE, I have a feeling they might end up in the top 3 here right now, as Osha and also SK and KE got finished off early on. So there's going to be it for PBE. All they need to do is just go for the momentum. For GE though, they're having this bullseye behind their back. So they have to have a really tough challenge to just maintain that number 1 spot since the start of day number 3. They can do it. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a rough one.
Yep, it is definitely not going to be easy. Neither it is for all these teams as well. Even for Genesis, the fact that they got this chicken dinner doesn't mean that they are safe now, because other teams could still come back. PBE, if you gotta think about it, 2nd place finish is still not too bad.
They got quite a number of eliminations, including GE. I think they got themselves a double digit as well. Quite a number of teams. I say the average is going to be 5 eliminations overall. Possibly 5 to 6, 7 teams that might actually secure minimum 5 elimination points. But that also means a lot of teams who ended up with a 0 quite early on. Hopefully none of them actually ended up with a 0, go empty-handed. But I have a feeling there might be a couple of teams down there. But for Genesis Esports, they are the only team that got themselves a number of elimination plus a chicken. That's going to be a lot to actually solidify their placement here. But back to our board, we definitely have to see through about the other teams. But this is going to be Ichi getting the MVP, 800 over damage. We saw a lot of team being a 3rd party in the last minute just now, Cloud.
You know, when I was a kid, whenever there's a naughty boy, or if I become naughty, my mom would always say, "Oh, you have itchy hands, huh?" So this guy has definitely itchy hands to become naughty to other teams with 5 eliminations and 829 damage. And in overall, I'm pretty sure they rank up a good number of eliminations as well.
That's kind of true. If this one player managed to secure 5 eliminations, imagine the entire team how much they actually secured in the last minute as well. They definitely got themselves double digit. When it was like top 5 or top 3, they definitely got at least 9 eliminations already by then. But I want to know how much PBE secured in the last minute as well, as we're looking over for the teams to watch across the statistics. As FVE, surprisingly, they just ambush people from behind. I'm loving how they play it this time around. Really surprising, really something refreshing to watch on. When it comes to utilities, look at how much PBE have been invested in just to get through to that last circle.
Well, just looking at the statistics, the fact that PBE, they were the team that traveled the most out of all, meaning that logically, if you travel a little bit more, you might have opportunities to meet other teams, and you have opportunities to also get those elimination points at the back. But of course, we will revisit the amount of eliminations they got later on as we check out the highlights from round number 1.
But for KE, I have to give them a lot of respect just now. They're starting off really rough with only 2 players. Finally, almost actually clutched it down to a side of PBE, which rushed in as a full squad. Try to clutch it again against just 2 players. That was really a tough fight for KE. But so far, 12 eliminations for GE, 6 for PBE. Already got it 7. And West Point Mamba, even though they eliminated early on with only 1 rank point, but still secure 7. But look at how many teams ended up with a 0. Make it 5 here from 12 to 16.
Yeah, it's scary for Osja Esports and SKR because they are one of the teams that could contend for the number 1 spot. West Point Mamba, despite their fairly early elimination, they managed to still get 7 eliminations, giving them 8 points in total in this round. Not too bad, but because they're a team that a lot of viewers have high hopes on, they need to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, but it's not really easy, especially we do know for a fact for some teams there. This is scary for the other teams because GE is really balancing out when it comes to Myanmar, when it comes to Wrangel. So if they can dominate the Sunhawk this much already, imagine how they will actually fare when it comes to the map they're really comfortable with, which we're going to head into Wrangel next. So I'm really a bit worried for the side of West Point Mamba, especially they are not that stable when it comes to Wrangel. But for the other teams, Osja, they are pretty okay when it comes to Wrangel. So I have faith in them as well. But when it comes to the gap, here comes the dominating team GE right now, opening up the stretch between the 1st and 2nd place. I think Osja didn't gain any point just now, and that still maintains at 2nd place. But KE slowly pushing out, and look at how PBE just swapped over. They're starting off at 5th place, slowly climbing up. Again, a tie with FOD at 1-2-2.
Yeah, they start off with page number 2 in day number 1, and now they're number 4, and their gap is like 27 points from GE. Now, of course, taking into consideration that GE would also add points, but with a 27 point gap and 5 rounds more to go, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, but at least PBE, like you mentioned, like, they didn't start off as a as a 2nd page in day number 1. They actually secured themselves. Oh, was it? Yeah, it's actually a 2nd page. It actually is at 2nd page. Now, speaking of how the initial drag points coming up from the league itself giving advantage at first, in this case, West Point Mamba is the team that actually didn't get a good use of the initial drag point. They were number 1, and now being dragged down, possibly even at 2nd page if this keeps on going for their side. They really need 1 round to turn things around, and right now things are not doing great for them. The 2nd page teams start to getting up in the 1st page, even in the top 3 by the end of the day. If this going, I mean, like, this is really tough for the teams that actually really perform in the league itself.
Yep, and of course, if you want to know what's been happening or what's going to happen, make sure you follow us on our social media. We're on Facebook, we're on TikTok, we're on YouTube in multiple languages, whether it's in Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, or even the main page itself. Do follow, and don't forget to follow us as well. CloudMine as well as YouTube Gaming. We are also available on multiple social media, so say hi to us.
Yeah, we need some highs and we need some friends. We're so sad right now. we need extra friends. But back to as a Wrangel performance. Now, we did mention about Ozja. I did mention about G and Ozja will be performing quite okay when it comes to Wrangle. I'm not worried for these two teams though. PBE, there's going to be opportunity and FOD as well to actually really perform in this map, to take over towards the top 5. If we're talking they are already in top 5, they want the second and third place, they can actually do so. Ozja, I just hope they got in the right mindset here. It feels like they are hot and cold team sometimes. No, not much of consistency. But FOD SKR, they are the teams that are really aggressive. So I'm not surprised if they go really aggressive here.
Yeah, and you consider that GE is the top performing team inside of Erangel, so this is kind of scary for teams wanting to catch up to them at the number 1 spot, because we'll be playing not only 2 but 3 Erangels today. So this is going to be, oh man, super duper scary for the other teams if they look at those stats. But stats are just stats. It could still change. We didn't see PBE on that stat before, the top performing map stats, but now they're here. So they are catching up though. I think teams at the top really got to look behind and say, hey, they are a contender.
Yeah, PBE used to be in the map stat of only Sanhok back then, but when it comes to Wrangle and Myanmar, usually they're not there. But when it comes to grand finals, they're showing us a different exhibition entirely. They have what it takes to actually be up there, and they're willing to invest more of it. I have a feeling there's no caps or there's no ceiling to this team, and there's no limit for this guy's performance just yet. It's just the beginning for these teams as well, but I want to see how much they can take it further. But the other teams are actually trying to fight out for the number 1 spot, especially KE. I'm worried most about KE when it comes to Wrangle. Same goes for West Point Mamba, the team that's supposed to be up there, but where is Enigma? We need to focus on Enigma as well. They didn't perform that well when it comes to the previous map here.
Yeah, they've been missing a little bit on that map. They are, of course, a good entertainment, in my opinion, because of the third parties that they like to do, and it's always very effective. They're always the one waiting for, like, okay, if there's 2 teams fighting in the compound, and then they will just, once that fight is done, they will just crash in and they will just clean up. So they will get like what, 4 or 5 elimination points from there. I mean, this guy, they're probably the best in terms of timing the third party, and of course to me as a viewer as well, I think it's really entertaining.
Yeah, and a few teams that I want to highlight on again, it's going to be YG and BG, who used to be really good when it comes to first, second day here, when it comes to aggressiveness, their proactiveness in the game, but it seems like they're toning it down for a bit. So I'm surprised how they didn't actually bring forward their momentum early on. But for our predictions, again, you guys have to drop it now, not when it's only the top 5, only during the game. The predictions don't work that way. It means they're not predicting in the first place. But for me, it's still going to be a GE, SKR and PBE. We both hit it with PBE, but for you, it's going to be KE and Ozja, which Ozja and KE. Now, KE, how will they fare when it comes to Wrangle, honestly speaking?
Well, I'm looking forward to them inside of Miramar. I think they do really well there because of the high ground specialist, but Erangel, well, okay, to be fair, yesterday's Erangel, they weren't too bad because they had the high ground as well. But it's always the high ground specialist. So because of their different play style, they kind of attract me. So that's why they are still there. They could be that dark horse, you know.
I mean, like, the DBS is a thing now, right? So KE, if they want to go for long distance sort of engagement, it's pretty hard with a lot of teams try to force a fight by pushing into them. So I think you have to have at least one person that actually stand by in the front line. In this case, KE still can make it if they have prepared that one person that actually take the fight in the front line and take it over for the rest of the team, so they can shoot it from the back and from a distance, which they're best at for KE. But now we have to look over, will there be, I have a feeling there'll be some teams that purposely dropping into places that are unusual, and also maybe even have a rotation a bit faster. We saw today's game a bit faster than yesterday, right? For the start, Sunhawk.
Yeah, because of the Chem Alpha circle. Naturally, what I always observe is that if it's the Chem Alpha circle, it's always like that. But of course, back then, it's teams would just play the healing game all out where they see that circle, because it gets very difficult to get across, especially if your teams that drop like really far, like Sahmi or Lakawi or Kampong, those kind of corners. As fast as you can rotate, you can never beat teams who are closer there, like in Boot Camp or even in Paradise Resort. So teams resort to playing the healing game. But because the healing game is no longer an option, hence the game becomes faster.
Yeah, but actually it's a good news for us and all of you guys watching out there. But also speaking of yesterday's though, at Wrangle in the last map, when it comes to the 6th circle, we remember there's only 5 teams left, right? Are we looking over the same Wrangle when it comes to the first Wrangle of the day here?
What was yesterday's circle again? Yeah, it was the ferry pier, if I'm not mistaken, for the first one. That second one, it was
and SMB, and then the last one was SMB as well. Yeah, it's a lot of SMB, south the circle all day long. So if we're having that sort of a circle, yesterday the first few was a bit slower because due to the how crazy the circle can actually get, right? But when it comes to the last match, we saw the fact that a lot of teams don't give a care in the world anymore. So they just realized that, you know what, the best performance they can actually put up to is going to be get more eliminations. So in that case, you just want to go for elimination instead of caring too much about their positions, or just gonna, it's best to actually rotate and clash with people than waiting and just play it safe, because they know for a fact that no matter how much you wait, you can only get like 10 maximum points, and that's just it if you don't get any eliminations. That's going to be really a shame, because you might actually can get more if you try to push into those battlefields.
Yeah, like what we saw yesterday, right? So PBE, if inside of Erangel there was that one circle that they had the compound, and then that circle just shrinks on top of them for majority of the rounds, and because of that, they didn't manage to get as many elimination points. I think they got like a second place or a chicken dinner with only 4 elimination points, so that's not that much in overall. Even like there was another team that got more elimination points, it overtook them in terms of overall points collected. So at the end of the day, chicken dinners are great for motivation, it's great for tiebreakers, but in overall points, if you only depend on that with this current format, it's definitely not enough. So to really have the opportunity to get more elimination points, normally we would see like teams, they would like push from the outside to the inside, doing what like Enigma does, crash into other people's compound, being the third party, to just get as many elimination points as possible.
I mean, yeah, chicken dinner is also a great motivation for your pocket as well. We do know they have extra prize for that. But it doesn't mean that you can actually get into the next stage, which is going to be a bigger prize for a bigger challenge and a bigger experience that you can actually garner just to get there in the first place. There's only one slot available. Is it worth just to play it safe at this point, or do you have to really bring out all cylinders here? We're talking about them to have the one last push. It's going to be Erangels, triple Erangels and double Miramar, and this is the time for them to actually get themselves the recognition they've been waiting for. I mean, these guys have been invested their entire youth and been invested their entire day, blood, sweat and tears just to this point to get into the PMSL. And now the PMS is just one step away. Do they want to just stop there, or are they just going to bring it on with a lot of bulldozing today? But at the same time, too reckless and bad timing will actually caught them in an unfortunate situation where they got caught in the death threat in the first place, where there's going to be a triangle of wars. It's happened quite a number of times in the match as well, Cloud. Like especially the teams that try to rotate, like Sin, right? They always got caught in between.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for Sin, right? I guess that's why they're currently in the middle bracket, because they're always surrounded by other teams. Like wherever they go, there'll be like teams waiting for them at the high ground, and then you have specialists of high ground like KE who will always be waiting for these teams to like rotate in certain points. And these teams, they would have researched each other. They'll be like, okay, I kind of know your timing, I kind of know your checkpoint, so whatever circle it is, like these are pro teams, so they would kind of know like, okay, if this is where it goes, then they would take advantage of that. And unfortunately, Sin just have to fall in that bracket.
You know what, Cloud, just then when you were talking, I feel like you're fading away. I'm like, don't fade, Cloud, don't leave us. No, don't go to the other side of it, don't go to the light. But yeah, okay, sorry for that segue, I'm sorry guys. But back to it as a team. I know you guys can't wait to see the first rank of the day. We're still waiting for the teams to actually get into the lobby. And starting off, we have less than 30 seconds to hit into our first wrangle of the day. I'm super excited to see the circle. Please be kind today, or will it be really terrible for the players, but fun for us. I can't wait and see.
Yes, this will be it, the first wrangle. Very exciting, and of course it's exciting to know what kind of circle will pop up, but let's check out. It will be the wonky one in wrangle.
We're we're back here in the OG map. I swear to God, a lot of people got fingers crossed here just to see if this is going to be a good circle, because the flight path is not that great, I promise you that. Look at that. Hey, it's actually not too bad. I thought it's more towards the side of the west. I thought it's going to go up to Zalgi, but definitely going towards the side of shooting range from SMB. I have a feeling it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a great day in Wrangell.
Oh, okay. So that's what we're gonna say right now. Great day in Wrangell, yeah. Great day, nice circle somewhere in the middle, no water, yeah. Let's keep it that way. Let's not torture our players anymore, okay? We're nice today.
I couldn't even, like, imagine the faces of the players if yesterday's matches is gonna be just like today as well. I swear to God, they might be cursing behind the scenes there. Might just smash their tables. I just hope everyone's phones is actually still working right now.
Yep. I'm holding my breath right now. You know? I'm holding my breath too. Just as much as the players. They will curse if another circle is a wonky one. Because it's not only like from yesterday, it's like until Sandhawk and now another one, they'll be like, okay, I'm done. Okay, this is fine.
This is good. This is great. This is right on top of a flight path. This is super remarkable. Now, we do want to talk about more of the players, but at the same time, the circuit just making it really difficult for the players to actually showcasing their best potential on the field, right? So this time they get to do so. Due to the flight path, it's really generous. It's all within reach for their destinations of all the teams and players out there. But the circle is making it even easier because it's right on top of a flight path as well. And everybody kind of get a general idea about this circle, because we do know it's going to be the Gutcom Mountains, going to be best farming point from this POV of circle.
Yep, it will definitely be, maybe for like the first few circles, but it's still okay because normally around the areas of the Gutcom Mountain, it's rotation points, especially for teams like they like to rotate on top, from the top to wherever the middle of the circle is. So there's opportunity there to farm elimination points. Maybe KE would like to be on top of that. Let's see what happens.
Yep, we have a bit of a tricycle with Holy Langer Moy. Holy Langer has been the pivot for the team. He's been the pillar for the team as well when it comes to opening up matches and just call out for shots. And Vic always being the support for Holy Langer at the same time. It's so hard for them to keep it as a 4 to stay alive for Sin. Every single time they're at the middle of the match or almost at the end of it, they never had a 4. It's so hard to see a Sin have a 4.
Yeah, but okay. You know what? I kind of think like yesterday when we got all the wonky circles, right? We get like, not only wonky circles, we get a lot of first bloods very early on. Like you drop down, you get first blood. But this time it's very nice. It's very cool. And what I really like about these 2 rounds for West Point Mamba, at least, just giving something positive for the team, right, is that they didn't get eliminated like in the first moment of the game. So they kind of improved. Good job.
Yeah, I agree. And we saw the problem with West Point Mamba yesterday. I'm not sure what really happened with the team. Either they have something to do with their communication or something like that. Is it misunderstanding? But one by one, WPM players or West Point Mamba players been picked off angle entirely and just being picked off one by one from the back line. By the end of the day, it's only left with one player to survive to the end of it, and they couldn't make it because of how many teams are still having a full squad roster going on. And it happened multiple times the whole day yesterday for WPM. So this is going to be devastating for the fans actually cheering out for them. But instead of GE though, we have to take... I want to talk more about GE right now. They are getting really solid. The more they are in critical condition, the more they are, the stronger they get.
Yeah, it's like you poke them and they become stronger. It reminds me of an anime character, but I don't really remember. What's it?
It's all anime characters like that, bro.
All anime characters. They start off like really slow, but then again they lose a fight, they come back, they lose a fight, come back, lose a fight, come back, and their final form is the most powerful.
It's when they bit their thumb. When they bit their thumb, it's gonna be their final form.
Oh yeah. Be careful when they bite their thumb.
We watch too much anime.
I know, right?
Oh man. I'm still waiting for the Dragon Ball set coming in.
Oh yeah.
It's this year, but I have no clue when.
I know, right? I think every time we cast, as long as it's not out yet, we should remind not only ourselves but everyone out there that there will be a Dragon Ball event set. We don't know what it is, right? That's going to come out today. I think that is like the most anticipated one.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. If there's like, imagine if the parachute is the furry cloud that Goku actually sits on. Instead of gliding over, you just steps on the cloud and going over and hovering around, landing onto that drop spot. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, or at least like like when some of the characters in Dragon Ball they fly, and then there's like this animation behind, like a yellow strip. That'll be okay as well. But I'll go for the cloud anytime.
Because your name is Cloud.
Oh yeah, I can trademark that then. Like if any one of you purchase it, then I get a percentage, so that would be pretty nice too. But I have to share it with but I have to point out that I have to share it with Say Cloud here from Falcon, so it's okay. 50-50 is fine.
Oh my.
Oh, thank you, Observer.
I think that's the reason, because there's a Cloud in it, so they're placing themselves last. That's the main reason. They need to change your name next season.
Ooh, okay.
Cloud, you need to change your name, not Cloud, please. And Henry's another name.
I know, right? My goodness.
It's like Falcon's really very attached to you, with your real name, your IGN both in there. I mean, like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon. I mean, yep. Give me a call, Falcon. We need to talk.
Baosja will be ambushed by a sort of G-Lab the moment they step onto the other side of the bridge. Though it's going to be one of those choke points. Well, G-Lab will be gatekeeping this one around. Scotty and the rest of G-Lab have a bit of a trading to do against Osja. But Osja's the one losing it, only leaving out with 2 men here. Not doing great at all for both teams.
Nice counter fire there from G-Lab onto Skynin. And now with the smoke up vehicle, he's gonna go in. Dragon, let's go. Can he do it before they reset? Uses the high ground, but waiting for Scotty to come in as well. He's not gonna take that risk. DZ on the lower ground. Astro X still resetting. DZ buying time with the nade. Go toss it on onto the high ground. Scotty with a nade of his own. But that angle from Scotty is a little bit tough. But whoa! DZ!
There's an opening for Osja. They were losing at first, and I have to say, G-Lab was winning that big, but DZ make it happen. He made the miracle for the entirety of Osja. But they have to be extra careful. We have to wrap things up really fast because we have one more team eyeing out to them. I think that's going to be Enigma. Yup, Caps and Cube already plays himself in the most comfortable position to get on the flanks out of DZ and Astro Axe. But at the same time, Osja need to wrap things up. Tossing it down the day, hoping it's going to be no to Gobi. Astro Axe, the next one, double down. And down to Dragon here. G-Lab didn't see that one coming.
Oh no, that counter coming in from Osja Esports. I mean, that's why they're at the number 2 spot. They show that they can survive despite in the top position. But they need to get away because Enigma, they're just doing Enigma things. They're just waiting, just seeing when the fight ends. They would just go straight in. But looks like that's not going to be the case because the rest of team members from Osja, they got away.
You have to part ways. Realize it's standing there fights too long will actually gather a lot of unwanted attention. They want to negate that as much. Wait, what is this? It's gonna be a fairy pier? Is it gonna go that way again? Is today just like yesterday?
You know, this is what they call fake hope, you know. It's like they give you a, okay, nice circle, but then again the third one all of a sudden, or the second one, goes all the way down. It's insane, too.
This is tough for the players, not just yesterday. Today is gonna be a rumble again. Enigma just gonna scout out their perimeters, but they shot just now, attracting the players from the other side to chase their tails here. APG and another team, I think that's probably gonna be KE, possibly. Yeah, KE just going over their side, passing by them due to how they were opening up the warning shots before. And APG and K might exchange fires next, but Enigma, they're just gonna coop back towards where they're comfortable and just gonna stuck it up in the corner for a bit and waiting for the right time to pick over just to be sure and just to be safe. SKR have the next content. APG, look at how the net is being ready to cook up. Yeah, you go. We'll almost get mid up with that grenade. Here comes another one from Shroud, and this one will actually knock him down if it actually connects.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. They're sharing the same compound. Of course, this is one of the key areas at this point within the circle. APG, unwanted neighbors they call it. At SKR is not a team to be looked down upon as well, and it just so happened that SKR, APG, points wise, still able to catch up to each other.
APG trying to work around this warehouse right now. A thief trying to just toss it over that nade, but hopefully they don't toss to a different player entirely. It's going to be their own teammate if they mistakenly did that bit of a blunder. But Marcus getting on Shroud. That's going to be one of the star player coming up from APG. West Mumma waiting at the back line there just to be in the last minute to get in there. But APG exchanging a trait with SKR. Shroud will finish off with Marcus getting a grenade eliminator as well. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade for each team here. But Ked with a UMP straight over within that smoke. SKR down on their knees.
Nice spray by the kid, and this nade should eliminate them. But then again, the nade is just too far. Only one left by SKR. They're trying their luck. But how long are they going to survive there? But SKR looks like a trade there by Marcus. Marcus versus the kid. He's super duper low at this moment. He tries to pick up his teammate. The kid goes in, and the kid finishes Marcus. That is the end for SKR. SKR, a team that had hopes to get a number 1, but now again an early elimination.
Marcus almost clutched that one out, but he took his time at the corner just to heal himself. But Sin will be fighting against FOD next. They have been going on for quite a bit here for the longest time. Big trying to go for the side of Chandler. Chandler trying to reposition himself the furthest back away just to see the distance. But Big got caught from the rooftop, and Andrew will be the next one coming into his Holy Land 2 and trying to go for one. Falcon have to bow out early here as they're losing men. They couldn't afford to actually lose more of it.
Oh, but there's someone on the high ground though. FOD! Wait a second, is FOD coming as a third party? So FOD now is going to take advantage of this. Let's see how many elimination points they can get from this. But look at the minimap too. There's another team coming.
Oh, it's going to be a housekeeping team coming up, which is going to be none other than, I think that's going to be, I can't really, I think it's GE or FVE. Yeah, FVE possibly. FOD and Falcon on the other end. Chandler, who got himself repositioned, managed to get away unscathed, but FVE getting into BG in this one. So that's going to be GE maybe possibly in the last one. I'm not sure. But back to the side of FVE. Trying to flush out on BG. Feels like a failed attempt to do so. Azari is coming up from the back line, but that DBS worked wonderful for Roll. Going Edward on his knees. Ranger, it's going to be a lot of training to do. And Mura trying to save the rest of BG. Will it be a bit too late? As the last player, Mura and MH, tried to come in on both different angles entirely. Small taking on PBE, cool as GE start to move. But Roll trying to finish off all the eliminations at the same time.
Oh yeah, but looks like Amura. Wait a second. How another third party APG is coming in. It's going to be the kid. The kid wants to secure those elimination points. Waiting for the right moment, but his teammates are not around. He's all alone inside the compound. He is playing this. Wait a second. This kid is a monster. He's just going in all alone, securing those elimination points. Can he get more?
Power tried to give extra support from behind, spotted Amura from afar, but didn't connect those shots in the pixel shot as well. Roll kind of hovering around in this compound right now, scouting out Teve. But Amura, it's going to be a three-way war between APG, FE, and also BG here. Just in the outskirts of the blue zone and the rim as well. And the blue zone shrinks even further. It's only seconds away from to actually recover from this. And Roll tried to give the damage out. Almost got cleared entirely by those nades. Ranger barely make it in. Moxie bleeding out. The blue zone coming in. FVE have to build this one. They are indoors. They have to wrap things up. Ranger finish off another player of APG kit. But the circle shifted so far. Right on top of Fairy Pier.
Oh man, and not only is Fairy Pier, there are a good number of teams that need to cross the road, and we are talking about this. If it's the road, then it's going to be difficult to cross over. Plus that area within the circle, there are compounds that can overlook those roads. It's going to be hard for those teams. Hopefully they'll be able to get across and be prepared with lots of smokes to do so.
They have to swiftly reset themselves. They don't have enough time. They need to hop on their vehicle if they have one. Hopefully they do. Back to a side of Falcon, taking on GE. I'm not sure what is happening on GE side. They've been fighting so many teams, so many times. They were fighting against PBE, I think it was first, but Chan Lone out of nowhere. When it comes to long shot, this guy never fails.
Oh yeah,
FOD might be one of the people that actually be the bane for GE when it comes to Wrangle.
Something happened to Ranger though. I think he dropped out of his vehicle somehow. And now Falcon, where are they gonna go? They're being watched. And they're only down to the last 2 men. And looks like Chanlong, he's left behind. Saycloud going in for the scout, trying to find where the members of GE are at just to find an exit point. But time is not on their side as the zone is closing. We'll put pressure on the Chanlong.
It's Chanlong. Come on, guys. It's Chanlong. What do you mean, Cloud? Oh, I mean like this Cloud.
Oh, okay.
Back to his son of Falcon. He got himself a support, but West got caught red-handed there. Couldn't actually get himself out of the watchtower, and that's going to be FVE eliminated. And GE leaving only with one Master Ichi left. Now Master Ichi got himself FMVP, but that's going to be a GE bowing out early on. This giving away all giant FOD to take away the #1 spot anytime now.
Oh yeah, the #1 is now open for teams below them to overtake. And now we focus on the Enigma, the nade from Caps. Where did the nade come from? That was like from the next building, and it landed beautifully.
Caps trading a bit of nades on the flank side as well throughout that window. Spooky doing the same thing, and they're not going to even step in here. QB or only being knocked down. Cooper got himself in the level 2 grounds, but we do have another team swarming over this side. It's going to be YG hovering around the crosshair just to be in this party as well. But Amura is just too far to help the rest of BG. And Nickbar trying to wrap things up, but it's not possible. With how many teams on top of this compound? We're talking about 6, maybe 5 to 6 teams here.
Yeah, totally understand why, because that compound is a key area. Despite it might not be the next phase of the circle, but it's still a key entry area into the circle. Now YG is the only team in the beach. The beach is fairly open. Gotta be careful as FOD is just right beside them.
Bit quiet. Sky got chipped down quite a bit from that hand grenade, and QB tried to pressure more Kai to leave his post, so the rest of the team of Enigma can actually push in here. Devon got himself the last first aid, and they have nothing else to actually use with for their health utilities items. And QB have to get into that, and that's gonna be the opening. It's gonna be YG open up for the side of KE here on a different angle entirely, and the circle moves away from the hottest crossfire happening on the left side. And just Vipers be in the center. FOD coming in with an airdrop extra. Oja and PB have to duke it out to be on the northern side. But the one that actually fighting here so far of their journey to get into the circle.
And we still have like what, 40% of water within the circle. It's insane. That means about 60% of land to play with. It's similar if we talk about like it being the 6th circle, but now Spooky spraying on. Almost getting the top, super duper lucky with only 1% of health left, but the top, how can he survive this? But the top with the DBS, counters on the Koopa, the top, however he gets eliminated. Now it's going to be YG versus FOD as YG, they crash it, but YG, they are suffering casualties.
FOD, they thought they had to go, but YG being wiped out, decimated in the hands of Nang just now. And they are dominating at 7 eliminations. Still have 4-man squad, 1 knockdown, yes, sure. But no problem for them to pick up one of their teammates. Joseph will be helped by the side of John with the DBS in hand just in case somebody just happens to be in the corner. Now they are holding this heavily on the left side of Arabia, on the left side of the circle. FOD, they are in an open space, but the crates will help them when it comes to the terrain. West Point Mamba on the other hand slowly start to rise up. They were quiet at first, very calm, 0 eliminations by far. Now they start to move.
West Point Mamba, Federales with the nade onto Vipers. Vipers now seem to be in trouble. They have nowhere else to go. Where are they going to go from here? The moment they land themselves on the water, they'll get shot down. But at least the good news is that there's still the circle to play with. But meaning that they cannot fight back, they cannot collect elimination points. But Atif, look at that Chuchu. Atif for APG in the middle of the water.
Oh boy. Speaking of water, we have the one actually on land. It's going to be MH. Amura is just too far for him to give support for. It's a different shack entirely. Like 100 meters apart. Make it 150 meters here. Enigma on the other hand spotted an action from this far. Still couldn't clip it on. Enigma hop onto this data. They're gonna have to make a move and try to just open up the space. Cap's gonna be scouting the perimeters up front line just to be sure they got the space behind to recuperate themselves, the other two members. But FOD is chasing their tails, breathing down their necks. There's like 4 teams across of Enigma right now if they want to cut across on top of this ferry pier.
Oh yeah, because now that you can see here, there's so many teams so close to each other. And between FOD and the other teams, it's like so open. It's going to be tough for FOD. I wonder how they're going to move. But I guess for them to move, they need to hope the other teams get busy with each other and then they can try to sneak in or crash in from behind.
But Mura is the toughest one in this sort of situation, this crossfire battle right now. Mura is in the middle of the war zone, alone, afraid, and nothing else to help him, just he himself. Believe in yourself, as Bruce Lee said, he has to believe in himself right now. But Falcon spot out. Falcon was in a tough spot early on, but he got themselves their knees back. It's going to be Chandler shooting off from afar. They need the range for Falcon. They are so good at the long range. It's not that great when it comes to ambush and CQC, but when it comes to long distance fire, long distance engagement, they are the best. But they might walk straight into Momboy's lair here. PBE Momboy just next to him. Chandler with the Thompson cooking up the nade. He heard the footsteps, but has no clue where those sounds coming out from. The audio cue doesn't justify it. Where he's at?
Surprise? Not yet. Chill. Here we go, Momboy, but he's super duper low. But 2v1 is going to be tough for Momboy as PBE bows out at number 10. And they only managed to get 1 elimination point this round.
Oh, it's going to hurt them quite a bit when they try to get themselves at the top 5. But Osja and FOD feels like FOD can shoot up to number 1 if they can wrap things up at number 1 spot here. But the others, Osja is still not giving up. Enigma is chasing their tails as well. And still have a 4 for Whisper Mumbo who's been very relatively quiet for now. Very calm, very disciplined. Not try to over-exploit themselves when it comes to position. FOD just reposition themselves as a 2-2 formation here. Amura stuck in between. Amura, where do you want to go?
Bit spray onto Enigma. Enigma on the outside of the circle still, and the circle is closing. FOD putting pressure onto them. FOD taking advantage of teams being busy with each other to move into the circle. At the same time, we can see that Say Cloud is such a low this out, and Miss Falcon have been eliminated.
Joseph, rest of FOD keep on gunning all the people down. Got him to 7 eliminations already, and they try to get for more. Spotted out Cat spraying over in the smoke. Then Clip Spooky got 1. It's gonna be done. Take it off Spooky. And it's going to finish it off straight away. What a clean execution from a 5. Though that smoke, nothing can cover their eyesight from here. Oh, got 2 as well. It's just within the palm of FOD. Getting Enigma bit by bit. Enigma Caps left, the only last one to survive there. And that's going to be the nade pushing it in. Now making so much work for the team. 5 of danger. They are dangerous right now. But one of the players currently down needs to be picked up. Rain keeping eye onto them. At the same time, we can see that Vipers, they are right smack in the middle of the circle, but they only have 2 players left. They are going up against WPM. West Point Mamba right now, keeping Vipers at bay. But at the same time, they need to be careful because G-Lab is just behind them. Vipers still holding on. This is their usual ground when it comes to Ferry Pier. I remember this when they're playing in the league stage as well. They're always hovering around those bridge on top of Ferry Pier. But at the same time, down to 5 with APG last member alive. West Point Mumbai is a 4, but not engaging as much fight as they used to be. And G-Lab slowly closing into the side of West Point Mumbai. Mix definitely have a pre-fire position just to make sure if anybody picks out, he's going to shoot them down straight away. Well, we do heard gunfires come up from the side of Vipers there. But APG taking on Mixed from which point? It's going to win a Mini 14 from afar. Oh yeah, Mini 14 from afar. My goodness. That is sometimes hard to pull off. And now newbie from G-Lab. Where is he gonna go? Okay, he has to pray that the circle somehow still favors him. We are still... Look at this, Chuchu. We are like stage 6 circle. But 5 teams left. Very fast game today here. Everybody just want to go for the eliminations. Nang finally get it down there as he tried to make an entry for the entire team. Rain making sure they got keep this one really heavily, but they'll be ambushed from a backline. Spade couldn't hold it in much longer. Federer's taking advantage. Finally, West Pamomba start to make a move here. John with the DBS down on his knees as well, burnt off by that Molly. But Rain, can he clutch for the entire team? FOD, so many players on the ground. Joseph at the back line. Easy still lurking around just to make sure they can cut over and open up space to revive their teammate John and Nang as well. Federer's just across side of the bridge, but G-Lab will be hunting now West Pamomba from behind. They're divided attention to us two sides, two different angles entirely for West Pamomba, while Vipers, Rain is still thinking how to save their teammate here. Well, they have the lurkers and the flankers coming up from FOD.
Oh, there's one player for FOD still on the outside though, but he has players inside of it. Rain, could he come in at the right timing? He doesn't have any nades, so he can't toss it, but his focus now is to revive his teammate. G-Lab being stopped by West Point Mamba from coming into the circle. Kai will need to move forward. Michi with the nade on his side will toss on to the other side. Will it land? That will be the question. Kai will retreat back into the building. Newbie is still calling out for help.
And Michi slowly with an AK. Rain got on Nang. Finish it off. Vipers, FOD. Feels like Vipers will be eliminated first instead of FOD. They're going to survive for the next few rounds there. Only one player knocked down the side of FOD. G-Lab within the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to West Pamomba taking over the Rain for them. They try to backstab West Pamomba from behind, but G-Lab didn't see this one coming. He had the footsteps coming from Migs and Kai. Try to open up on the flank side also, going off angle entirely, but I have to remember, where is the last member of APG? TV is around this somewhere, just behind FOD. It's going to be him backstabbing a playmaker around this last minute top 4 here. APG can make a change for all the team's fate as well. As even though he's the last player, but that one player behind everybody else is going to be the bane for all the teams down there.
It could happen. We have seen this multiple times. Like shooting from behind at the last moment, that could happen. But it's going to be a tall order for Atif. He does have circle. He does have a couple of airdrops to work with. Looks like he is going for it. Those airdrops could provide temporary cover though. But nevertheless, he still needs to find a way into the circle.
Teef slowly just gonna swim over to his side of an airdrop, hoping they got himself a couple of extra bonus in there just to work things around. Just a double airdrop, by the way. He can just take his own time to swim over. He's happily being the third party and watching what is happening, eating his own popcorn, like you guys having a bit of drama, fighting each other out in a 3-way battle. My team's just casually swimming, having a good time. Just gonna be friendly with the fishes, have fun with the whales and dolphins. But the rest of us still have this tension build up between them. Mix try to break the barrier towards the side of G-Lab. If they're not being careful, FOD can take this chicken away. Because they are the furthest one from the rest of the other teams here. They might be the third party coming in if this two happens to be brawling against each other. But Teef is just doing Teef things, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He managed to slide into the circle and no one knows that he's there. Man, he's going to hold on to the next phase, which is, well, nothing else. The circle is going to close entirely, but the point is that he still survives and he can still hold on for more positioning points.
Michi. The structures and the slopes between them make it so hard for West Pamomba to push forward. I think Mix definitely knows FOD is around there somewhere, so they are extra alert and extra cautious about their next move. Joseph spotted out G-Lab players, but they have no clue where are the others. They know for a fact that G-Lab has been fighting another team. They have not a glimpse about the West Pamomba players due to the terrain, but easy. Have to make sure that shiny gun will not be too shiny when it's come to the enemy's views. I have to move forward. The closing of the blue zone. We're actually commencing right now. They don't have much time. It's going to be the last stage. No more circle to play along with. Newbie start to push forward to the side of FOD. One knockdown. Newbie cannot actually take it. It's going to be 1-1 trade. Kai jumping over the wall. It's going to be FOD losing men, but it's inside. Nong's still there. Holding on for FOD.
Oh, Nangzu tries to get it, but Nangzu counterfire upon and he will go down. 2 left for the first side of FOD. That's still like them. Dragon will need to reset. There's no more circle after this. Is there enough time to pick up his teammate as well? But at the same time, we can see that Nangzu will be stolen away. Michi is the one that gets that elimination point. West Point Mamba will be looking for more, but Atif is still there. They spot him up back front center. He'll be shot at, and now APG is out.
It's going to be a long swim for T just now. He did himself so well to the last minute. But FOD just giving the pressure to the side of G-Lab. That Sprays will actually not clip anybody for on the side of Joseph. The side of G-Lab leaving only one member. They got the time and space to just recuperate themselves. I'm surprised nobody pushing forward to the side of G-Lab has spotted out for the runs from back line. Joseph realized the whole team of West Burmese will be in that warehouse, but how to get in there unscathed? They are focusing to the side of G-Lab, one of them going on the other side. But FOD, they're splitting into two, even though they've got only two players left here.
Here we go.
But there's a bit of a risk, but West Point Mamba coming back this time with a chicken dinner.
West Point Mamba party in game number 2, securing that chicken dinner. Glad to see them back on the winner chicken dinner board, and I believe they managed to get themselves a good amount of eliminations in this round. How much will it change in the overall charts? We really got to tabulate the scores, because this round, it just happened so fast. All these fights take place at the same time. It's just hard to keep track. But West Point Mamba, my goodness, it's been a while since we last saw them back on the winner chicken dinner poster.
But for West Point Mamba since yesterday, I realized their main objectives are totally different from all the other teams. They are prioritizing over their position first, then their eliminations. If you realize, they've been very disciplined regarding their trigger fire. When it comes to them, they're not having that much of eliminations set for the last 2 teams remaining, but Michi did so much work for the team. This justified with the damage output with 3 eliminations. It's kind of tallied up with the 474 damage, but when it comes to tanking wise, they've been playing this very cautiously on the side of West Point Mamba. So West Point Mamba, they played very safe, very conservative, but it's well worth it. It's fruitful for them, slowly climbing up the chart here. But I'm not sure how much it will impact. Will it be enough when it comes to elimination points? They got the 10 points for sure when it comes to chicken dinner, but when it comes to justifying with those eliminations, will it tally up to get in the top 3?
Ooh, but look at this. The teams to watch, they put FOD in front, West Point Mamba second. So it does feel that FOD got more elimination points, and I wouldn't be surprised. The stats do show the total amount of utilities used as number 1, and we did see that they traveled quite a big distance and they fought with a lot of teams to get into the circle. Hence, it's possible that they might get more points than West Point Mamba in this round.
Yep, for the side of FOD, I do want to see if they can actually take the number 1 spot. I feel like it's still a bit of a stretch due to a bit of a difference of a gap here, but I have to give it to Nung. Nung is like well deserving for the MVP of this team as well. He opened up so much entry and so much space for the team to actually push forward. And not just that, his revival was meaning so much for the team. On FOD, we have to give it a go. 13 elimination. What's the chicken dinner? They don't care about it. They got half of that chicken dinner points. 5 points more than enough for them to actually push offwards. But will it take away the number 1 spot? We have to wait and see, as GE being eliminated too early on. And Austria managed to secure 7. West Point Mamba, where will they stand in the overall ranking after this?
Yeah, just when we talk about this before the match starts, right? Like elimination points, how important they are, and FOD, they are just showing. And they only got like what, 5 rank points, but with 13 eliminations. West Point Mamba, again, they kind of chilled within the circle, which is not bad, and that's not wrong as well. Like, you chill within the circle, you get the compound, you get the circle on top of you, that's fine. But that also means that their possibility of getting those elimination points are a little bit lower. Hence, FOD, they caught up to them.
And here comes 1492 holding on at number 1 spot, but the swap on the 2nd and 3rd place is real. With only 9 points of a gap this time, less than 10, really small gap between the 2nd and 1st place. But the gap for the 3rd and 4th is not too far either. We're talking about 5 points and 50 points from KE. PBE is catching up. We're down to like what? Even 11 plays, down to 10 plays. It's like still within their reach to get the number 1 spot. This is insane.
This is arguably the tightest grand finals that we have seen in multiple PUBG Mobile tournaments. This is crazy. I mean, up till now we have like 4 more games to go, and there's like what, so many teams that could still catch the top, so anything could still happen. GE, they are really not safe, especially with that early elimination. they gotta be careful there. But of course, well, before we continue on the conversation, I gotta shout out to our beautiful viewers out there who come to support our show every day. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. We got Darth Odin. We've got let's see here, Darth Odin, Equilibrium. Hopefully I didn't butcher the name. Thank you so much, guys, and all of you. Wish we could say all the names, but it's not possible. But we do see you guys. Thank you so much. But Choo Choo, looks like it's time for a short break. We'll be coming back with second in Wrangle for today. See you after this.
It has been a lively day for the stream, but it's getting more spicier when it comes to our final day in the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring 2023 with me, Chu, and Sir Cloud. For you guys, today we'll be navigating your way into the story of the PUBG Mobile SEA Wildcard when it comes to the last coming back into the game. West Point Mamba did it. If there is a bit slower than we hope there will be, but it's still a chicken for them.
Yes, still a chicken dinner, and with still 4 more rounds to go, you never know what might happen, right? And the points are that close, and even those teams at the top, they're not safe. With GE going up fairly early, with Austria Esports also had their moment that they went out earlier. So yeah, I mean, this is again like what we say, right? This is one of the tightest finals that we have seen in a long time. Like, there's so many teams that could still be involved in that number 1 spot.
Yeah, nobody is safe at this point. I'm talking about number 1 spot. Well, are you still number 1 right now? Because every single map, there'll be a lot of swapping to do when it comes to 2nd and 3rd place. But what's not gonna happening for this swapping is still our PDP Pitobia design project, the Seafoam Assassin set, especially for you guys. Limited amount of time for you guys to actually get this one out. So be sure to take the Ninja in the World Shock. The creative masterpiece from the PDP is already available in the game right now.
And of course, we all know the sequence, right? When you see this, but I have to say, that is really, really colorful. When you see that, you will see the next one that's going to be the Bruce Lee. Have faith in yourself. I saw a fun fact about Bruce Lee recently on social media that he's able to do push-ups with just his thumbs 50 times, no issue. So this is how amazing this guy is. I mean, he's just more than an athlete. He's a martial artist, is a martial arts master, you name it. This guy is legendary, so look forward to his appearance inside the game.
Now also there's another set for you guys, the Ultimate Set 2KV1, the new Ultimate Set, the Nether Phantom set, and the Solar Knight set, available for you guys to get into the game as well. And speaking of Bruce Lee managed to push up with thumb, maybe if you guys got this set, you guys can push up with only your nose.
Wow. Okay. I'll try and do that later. And if I can do that, yeah, nah, you can't surpass Bruce Lee. Nah, cannot. But what you can do is that you can always surpass your in-game levels by purchasing the new Royal Pass currently available. And the more you upgrade your level, the more goodies that you can get. So why not? While you play it every day, just get a Royal Pass at the same time. While you play, you get rewarded. I think this is an all-round win for everyone.
Yeah, but back to our updates when it comes to the rest of the team that got themselves qualified in the PMPL, their own respective regions, including a SEA World Cup. Be sure you guys to just follow us on our fan page, on PUBG Mobile, even the YouTube, the TikToks as well. In every single country that you have, you're going to have your own respective PUBG Mobile fans page for the social medias to know the updates of who are the other 15 teams that will be joining us in PMSL, because right now we don't have a clue. Next up, we do gonna hit another Wrangle, then hopping into Miramar. It's gonna be 2 Miramar and 2 Wrangle left for the day, but so far a lot of topsy-turvy moment in the last Wrangle map.
Yeah, and fans of West Point Mamba, they'll be happy to see West Point Mamba coming back onto the winner chicken dinner next match's graphic. But can they continue on the consistency? Because for West Point Mamba, if they want to get that number 1 spot, they need to be super duper consistent. Probably a lot more chicken dinners in the back. But then again, we kind of think about it, they weren't the team with the most points in that round. It was FOD. So again, it does show how important the elimination points are, and by realizing that, I think we can see more aggressive plays in the next round.
I mean, like for all other regions as well, they are prioritizing eliminations over their rank point system anymore, because the chicken dinner will not compensate of the points if you actually gather from eliminations and the kills. It's actually way more solid, way more solid and way more promising if you actually focus on eliminations. For me, I'm still going to stand over for the side of GSKR and also PBE, because PBE have been showing us so much performance in the late. We're talking about yesterday, today, and they even got themselves quite a number of eliminations during the process of getting that chicken maybe. But for a side of this KR, it feels like they're going slumping down for a bit when it comes to positioning. It feels like they're caught in the process of transitioning into a compound without actually scouting their perimeters and got caught behind instead. But GE, I mean, like, they still can maintain up there, but for how much longer?
Yeah, because okay, if they if they do a blunder in the next round and they go out early, that number one spot could be overtaken, because just how close the amount of points are between all these teams. Teams like Austria Esports, teams like KE could catch up, teams like PBE, in my prediction, could catch up. And of course, we're not predicting only for this round. For us, we're predicting who might be the champion. And for you guys out there, you still have time. There's still a couple more rounds to go. And if you can drop your predictions in the comment section, that'll be great.
You guys know for a fact that we are in the chat as well, so just drop your predictions. We can kind of get to see who's actually got it right. If you guys surpass us when it comes to being the oracle, it would be super grateful. It will be super cool, and you guys might actually be hired for the coach if you actually drop really good points of analysis in the chat too. So we are going back into a wrangle here, less than 30 seconds away. What kind of circle are we going into?
Oh man, and we thought that it's going to be a nice circle. We thought, okay, yeah, Singaka, okay, fine. And then it just pulls all the way down to Ferry Pier. Surprise, surprise. But let's see if the surprise continues on in the wrangle.
Second last wrangle of the day. We're going to head it into Ramon next and finish off again with another wrangle. But feels like the flight path coming up from possibly around Zaki area down to yeah, there you go, from the outskirts of Jogopol actually down to Sonovska military base. Feels like a reverse of the flight path we had early on, and very far for those actually trying to drop around Stalber or Savannah or even Lipovka and Milta Power here. It's going to be a long, tough journey for them. But if the circle happens to be there, then they have to force themselves to be there in the first place.
Yep. I'm holding my breath though again. I mean, just okay, earlier on we were like, come on, nice circle, we hope for it. Yes, we got the first one, but then it's what we call fake hope. It just didn't happen. It just had to end up in Ferry Pier. You might as well just give us a tough circle. You might as well just give us military base circle all the way. Why not, right? Why not? While you're at
like
it.
It's gonna be, I feel like we're gonna repeat the same sort of a circle, maybe a bit different, not very 100% the same. Basically, it's never the same circle, but it's just the rotation feels like it's gonna be to its downside. Maybe it's gonna be SMB, I don't know. We hardly get any right side of a map these days, but Vic, with only pistol in his hand, might have a bit of a brawl with Brain with two Vipers. Moy gonna help him, but it's a bit too late now.
Oh well, we're back to very, very early eliminations again. And because the action happened that fast, we didn't manage to get to see how the first circle is. So I guess we need to wait and see. Let's see if Vipers can get more, but unfortunately for Sin, they'll be giving that point away.
Feels like they are criminals coming up from Vipers. They're leaving a crime scene the moment they commit to it and just flee away. But Spade got caught red-handed there as Skill Up shot him down with a pistol. Finish him off straight away. Sin goes to the jail. What is happening? What is happening between these two teams, Vipers and Sin? They are insane. They are going to bro. Oh my goodness me.
Whoa, wait, what? Okay. I mean, I did expect like fast and exciting, but this is just next level.
What's the point of having rifles if you can play pistol, right? And Medusa intersection, oh my god. And the flight path is just happen to be contradicting towards the circle as well. Sen and the side of Vipers. Vipers being eliminated too early on feels like really dim at the end of the tunnel, but FOD having visitors without any gears on them, no sort of vest, no gears, going to fight against one player coming out of Joseph taking the entire team of PBE by himself.
Oh, okay, yeah, but that's it. I mean, too much for him to handle. If he can clutch all four, that'll be awesome. But PBE didn't lose anyone, so they're okay. And it's still early on, so whatever resources around, well, there's not much here though, so they still need to go somewhere. But anyway, it's still okay for PBE, a team that's eyeing that number one spot, currently at number 5, and the gap between them and GE is really close. It's only like 14 points. No, not 14. Let's see, my math is killing me right now. 23 points. There you go.
But this is detrimental for FOD to lose so much men early match. We're talking about them, the tightest contender, the closest one to get into the number 1 spot. They let that slip by our fingers by challenging PBE straight from the start. I'm not sure what is happening. This is crazier than we thought it would be. Yesterday we thought it's going to be a crazy day, but today is way more than we expected to be.
Yeah, and you know what, Chu? FOD, the team that got the most points in the previous round, now down to 1 person. So from their game plan of probably trying to get elimination points, now they have to resort to only playing for placement. There's no choice.
Feels like they're making a rookie mistake by facing PBE one by one. And I have no words for that. You guys just saw the kill feed. I'm not gonna even comment. I'm like, I had enough of this. So like, I'm done.
The door is that way. But
I'm so done, man.
For a team like Vipers, FOD, the lobby is that way. FOD, oh man, come on, they were like super aggressive. They got a lot of elimination points, but this round it just falls again. So I mean, this is why the chart just goes insane, and it's just so close for so many teams, right? Because the moment you thought that the team is on top, okay, they're doing great and all that, the next round this just happens.
What is happening for this team? They are taking unnecessary fights without anything on them. Just trying to risk it out. Too much at jeopardy here. Too much at stake for them to play it that way. But for the side of GE, they know where they stand right now. They're being extra vigilant about trying to be cautious what's surrounding them. But Westpoint Mumbai showing no sign of stopping, with them taking on APG, the next one chasing the heck out of TV.
No mercy they call it, but Irmas,
boy,
that flip. Okay, that stopped them at their tracks. So a little bit of a luck there, but RT managed to get away, and because of that they're not going to pursue anymore. It's just too far. Might as well focus onto the circle. They are in areas of Milta, so they might want to get into somewhere more strategic.
These guys are so persistent when it comes to chasing down people in cars. That's what happened for Vipers versus Scene earlier on. Next one, you're going to look over West Pamamba versus APG in the next one. But lucky enough, APG got away with it. Back to the side of ASCAR, they don't have enough vehicles that actually have to share them at the same time. G Lab, they are just taking their own time to actually just biding their time here, hoping somebody will cross over. But I'm not sure if there's anybody going to cross over this side though, because there's not comprising the side of the circle. Osjar, on the other hand, just going to go for Shroud this one. I feel like APG is all around the map here.
Yeah, there was like one person on somewhere else and another somewhere else. I think their rotation is just broken by other teams. But now they manage to rendezvous with each other. So, but they don't. But for APG, they do not have the kid. So we did see like how the kid plays. He's very aggressive. He's like this young wonder kid that just goes in fragging everyone. He's like the entry for the team. But without him, it's gonna be hard for APG to collect points.
But at the same time, I don't think that is impossible, because do you remember about Shroud? Shroud and Kid almost have the similar role in that terms. When Kid is not there, Shroud usually will bear that responsibility of what kids have to offer as well. So it might be some sort of interchangeable roles between them somewhere. But for Enigma, slowly climbing up, they're placing themselves at 7th right now, within their reach to get themselves at number 1 spot. Only one slot available for these guys to get into PMSL. So they cannot have any mistakes here. No room of error for them at all when it comes to the last day. They're just going to be build up their loot. I'm like, they're bound to be early clashes due to the flight path in the circle, right? But at the same time, so many players are actually on the left side of a map instead of the right side. They might actually clash into each other again when it comes to the 2nd stage or the 3rd stage, because that's where they start to migrate themselves, just at the rim of a circle.
Yeah, usually you would see like, okay, whatever flight path it is, everyone would still drop, grab a vehicle, go to their checkpoint, and usually it's like a good spread around the map. But like what you observe, everyone was still at the left side. So that also means that they will move in the same direction at about the same time once they're finished looting. And hence we can see, despite the circle shift, they are still majority of teams on the left as well. And, oh yeah, it doesn't help that the circle shift towards the right. So in essence, I would still say that the circle is kinda cruel, but not as cruel as before.
It's okay.
It's still okay.
At least it's,
but
if
it's
you
still a
compare
bit.
to yesterday and the last one, I mean, this is way more okay than the last one, though, honestly speaking. You cannot ask for better than this right now. The circle has been very punishing. But I do want to note that PBA has been very wise when it comes to rotation. They note for the fact that nobody coming up from the right side, so they came all the way from the side of Impala instead. That's really smart coming out from them. They just negate every unnecessary fight as possible just to be sure that they have enough resources to last until the last few ones. But GE West will be knocked down and finished off by West Pumamba. I feel like it's going to be a three-way warrior. If Falcon happened to be passed by, it's different team entirely. KE, YG and West Pumamba is still there somewhere.
Wow, what is happening here? We're not stopping yet. Boyshawn goes out, Kaya being eliminated, and now maybe Romeo Boy. Oh, he got to swap vehicles now. Good thing he managed to get into the ditch, so now he can swap it up. But his teammate, one sec will be like, okay, 1 second, don't go away. I still need you, buddy. I still need you.
Well, YG got stuck in between of the crossfire here, caught by surprise. KE taking it on Falcon. I do know West Pumamba is around there somewhere, but I'm not sure which angle they are at right now, because we saw how some of the team were running away from them early on. SKL taking on Sim, go up next one to be knocked down and finish off by Yahiko straight away with a bite on. But Holy Lanju taking on Yahiko next. For Sin, it's going to be counter fire coming out from them. Falcon on the other hand, but wait, Sin already finished off. Still have Holy Lanju there. There goes Marcus down on his knees. Lanju gonna just clutch it out with a lot of Nate being tossed around here.
Yeah, and Sin now getting themselves a domination streak with 5 elimination points. Holy Lanju's alone, his teammates on the other side. Then Nate should land, but looks like it will not. Moy is coming in to give backup. He definitely needs some, because it's 1v3. Moy with a UMP in hand is coming in. Holy Lanju with Scar L swaps over to a UMP, and Marcus still with a Bison. Not a popular weapon, but maybe his favorite.
Or maybe that's the only thing that he can work
Wait,
with right now. Exit, what is happening?
What?
In that circumstances, you can't afford to make those kind of toss here. This definitely going down the drain for SKR. They had it going. It's only Holy Lanju and Moy left that gonna be just going down the drain for SKR. The timing to make a mistake that are just so detrimental.
It's just, of all times, right? Of all times, I'm just baffled right now. But 1v2, from a 3v2, it became a 1v2 now. So let's see if Naughty 4K can pull off a clutch. But gotta be careful. GE could pass by, but nope. GE's not interested in this because it's by the edge of the circle. But they want the points in the bag. So now SKR, how is Naughty 4K gonna pull this? Is gonna solve this? It's tough. It's hard.
Just gonna have to play the high grounds here on the rooftop. Hopefully not be spotted out by another third party coming in, or maybe the third party will actually save him in the last minute. But at the same time, that mistake just now was so punishing to a side of scale. That's so rare for them to actually make those kind of mistakes. We do have PBE taking on YG at the same time, while Sin still chasing the hack out for the side of SKR here as the last player remaining. I'm not sure how Naughty can actually clutch this one out. It feels really difficult, while Sin got himself a huge upgrade of loot from the damn boxes from SKR. He jumped down. T1 4K. I mean, like, Naughty! Oh, SKR.
Well, from the Panther Fire, they say. So from jumping down, he thought it was cleared, but there was someone waiting for him at the lower ground. So that is it for him. And KE eliminated as well. Another top contender out. Oh man, the chart is probably going to switch again.
GE having a great day here, since they are not contesting any of the teams. Oh, they're taking what West Pumamba has to offer back into their hands there. They're playing the same tactic, playing it as disciplined as possible, not attracting too much attention, and try to go it slow and taking fights when only it's necessary in the last few circles. But PBE on the other hand, different mindset entirely. Already got himself full squad points there with 4 points at the back. But look at Sin with 8 eliminations now. That's crazy. Like, Sin is really going all guns out here.
Yeah, despite having 2 players left, but they're like, okay, we'll just play. Maybe they're like not thinking too much about the number 1 spot. They just want to get as high as possible just to get as much prize pool of what's the right word again? The bigger part of the prize pool. Yeah, that was what I was about to say. So they have that no fear sort of mindset, and sometimes you kind of need that if you want to get those elimination points.
Feels like it's a bit of a stretch for Sin to actually get a #1 spot, but for them to actually get a top 3, it's not impossible at all. As long as they keep it going for the entire day, just how they perform here just now, it's will be perfect for them. On the side of BG, they were great in day #1. They lost it, and YG as well. The teams with a G, including GE Lab here, except for GE of course, they have lost the momentum of day 1. Suddenly they are going down the drain day #2, and day #3 has been really quiet for them. But the circle just happened to be right on top of Mansion. GE already guarding themselves to a sort of FVE, gonna gatekeep that, but Ozja might actually challenge them from afar. We have Enigma come out from the southern part. Same goes for PBE, who's guarding over against West Point Mamba. Falcon will actually try to be a third party, but never mind, he'll be third party by the side of Ares with the Scar L. Got himself just a tiny speck of dust there that actually can see through the helmet of the player, but FVE is not happy about it, but they have to be extra careful, extra vigilant, extra cautious, because they are being surrounded by so many teams around them.
Yeah, the thing about that compound is that it's a lot of open area around them, so if they choose to move out, they need to be totally aware of their surrounding. Now putting focus onto APG, we have Shroud against one side gets shot down from afar. It's going to be QB from Enigma. A little bit of a long-range third partying happening there. There's one more player from YG in the compound, though they don't know that he's there yet. It's going to be Romeo. Romeo is still alive, and they are unsure that he's here.
PBE having a different mindset entirely, going for the rush. This time it's going to be Falcon instead, going towards the side of a layer of a PBE here, and being greeted very warmly with their shotguns and a lot of rifles, meeting out even West Point Mamba from afar. PBE holding their fortress so strong, cooking up the net for Federalis, now rushing in. West Point Mamba being a top party, taking advantage, but the low dust will cost a grave to the side of West Point Mamba. Emma's knocked down, almost got entirely down as well. Cool taking out Federalis, but West Point Mamba is a failed attempt of a rush, taking all the Emmas with nothing of health. DB28, West Point Mamba! They thought they could be the housekeeping team, but PBE is not willing to let that slip by.
Two beautiful jump shots back to back, and it's none other than Monboy pulling it off. But the nade from Michi, gotta be careful if the nade's tossed onto Monboy. Monboy could be eliminated, and now Monboy chooses to fight with the UMP. Evades the nade. Michi now comes in. Michi now versus Monboy. It's gonna be 1v1. There's not enough time to pick up their teammate. Michi, he comes in. Michi, he wants to pick up his teammate Irmas. He needs to win this fight quickly. Same goes for Monboy, but Monboy might not have enough time to pick up Rybon. The fight happens, and Michi wins it.
So close of losing that one. West Point Mamba thought, you know what, PBE, they're being rushed by the side of Falcon. Okay, this is the time for us to step in as a third party, but now they're digging their own grave. This is a graveyard house. G-Lab walking straight into what West Point Mamba did just now. Oh, it feels like RZA repeated deja vu all over again. As G-Lab being put on by the Molotov. West Point Mamba, they still can do this.
Ah, looks like the answer is not, and West Point Mamba eliminated by G-Lab. And G-Lab still maintain all their players with this compound. Oh man, I know it just shows how precious this compound is. Look at the amount of vehicles there, and G-Lab gets to have them all.
Last man standing, and the last man wins for the side of G-Lab. Lucky enough, they don't have another team going to do the same thing there. Ozja, on the other hand, spotted out APG across. There's also GE around there somewhere lurking, just at the corner of the map. And DD wants to just shoot down, and with Fraser supporting on the left side as well. And being extra vigilant about it, just to be safe. We do have also BG behind there.
Ooh, circle. Aha! It's still on to Ozja Esports, as well as GE. FVE is coming by. I would say at this point, Ozja Esports, I love their position better because the mansion building is on a really, really high ground. And it's kind of hard to penetrate them. Of course, they need to guard their surroundings as well. But anyway, now we're putting focus on the FVE. They know that someone's in front of them. I would say that it's going to be a worthwhile fight. They want to take over the compound in front.
If they want to. Question if do they really want to do that? Because right now they're being extra careful, but there's 10 teams remaining, and definitely have shot for that chicken dinner. You don't want to let that slip by. But Moxie with the SLR thinking about which way to guard it, either on the left or the right side here. They definitely hit a couple of shots here coming from Falcon. FVE Aris want to spot those are actually right across them in the compound. Enigma Spooky taking on one of the player of YG as well. That's leaving only one player left for the side of YG, and Falcon Cloud taking on G-Lab. Got himself the win over those compound they fought over. Cosmetic giving away his position by looking out the window here. You cannot just be careful. You just stay away from the window at this point. There's so many teams around it.
Oh yeah, there's just so many. None of the windows are safe at this point. Gotta stay away from them. Now look at this high ground that Mansion is at. You can see that it's not easy for teams coming. Even though if BG has a full squad, it's like if they want to overtake this compound, it could be worthwhile, but then again it's hard, so might not be the right timing. So they might take it a little bit slow. Plus they are playing by the Asian Circle, they still have some time.
Starting to get on team down. G-Lab will be visited by the side of APG. Feels like a rinse and repeat whenever this happens again. And J-Lab Dragon going for the outside for a bit more. They still have all 4 men well alive, but Dragon, low stick of health, 2 HP left. Oja coming up from afar. So many teams at the same compound here. Everybody wants a bit on this compound. It's going really messy. Shroud tossing over all the rifle sprays to a side of G-Lab and getting it in. But we have another contender coming in from the sidelines. Ozja taking on G-Lab as well. And G-Lab Dragon barely make it through. There's no clue where to focus on. There's so many teams around here.
Wait, that nade eliminated G-Lab? Okay, where did that nade come from? But at the same time, we can see from the elimination feed, looks like FVE is going up against GE. This is compound that I mentioned earlier on. It's worthwhile for them to take, and now they're moving in, but GE, we know that they're a top team for a reason. They can defend this, but FVE will challenge them still.
Look at how Sin just secured the 8 eliminations, but leaving with 1 man. Well, worth it for the investment, honestly speaking, for the elimination points. Really plays a big part. Even though they go down early on, it's going to be really plays a big part when it comes to the elimination and the overall ranking points later on. FVE, on the other hand, slowly trying to go to a sort of GE compound. Lucky enough, nobody actually going to the smaller apartment right across them, the smaller house. Mansion will be shrinking even further more, and nobody's land where it ended up. Falcon, at least that one player of Falcon will go unscathed into this side of a circle. Nobody contesting him unless GE start to wonder. But FVE still want to challenge to take over this place. The compound that GE is holding on right at the edge of the circle is a prime spot to be safer.
FVE does it at the circle. GE has it, so pressure's definitely onto FVE. Nate's been tossed onto the other side, but none of them land nicely. Everyone's still safe and sound in the house, but FVE, this is their moment. They gotta go in right now. If not, they'll be fighting on the outside of blue.
GE slowly pulling back, but we do have FVE now coming straight into the compound for GE here. BG, do they want to be part of it as well? GE must just pull them out. It's gonna be on the ground for a jumping shot. Come out, Ichi on the ground. It's gonna be Row with the DBS. Ranger going up, and it's gonna be one more down coming up from side of GE. 2 knocks down there. Oh, leaving only 1 man. FVE on the other hand, the last person remaining is gonna be Moxie, coming in very late. And Master Smart, can he actually revive his teammate before Moxie coming in with that nade? If it's a perfect window, that's it. It's going to be done for GE.
Alright, let's go. Let's see. And it is a Kobe for Moxie, eliminating GE, the #1 team. They are out. This gives Ozja Esports the opportunity, but even for them, they only have 3 active men now.
Oh, man. Now for YG, Romeo by Casual just finished off DZ. Hey, hello. We go spray over. Yeah, that's done. Side of YG leaving with only a duo. Only 2 of them left there. Ozja with a 3. But they got themselves quite a solid place to stand on to. 1 second still lurking around the outside of the circle. They have to cut across Ozja just to make it through. BG still have a 4 here, playing around the slopes over here with FVE taking over the reign on this compound. BG will be next contender. Like how FVE managed to close this one out. Now they're sitting just like how GE was in that position. They have to build this one out. It's not too safe here. Yes, there's so many loot that can actually upgrade themselves, and they might just upgrade and run. That's it. AWM, it's the hands of Cloud. It's kind of a rare sight, yeah.
Yeah, we don't see much AWM since the DBS became the meta, so that's kind of rare. Let's see how he uses it to his advantage, considering that it's not a popular weapon now. Now Raul, he knows that someone's just right below him. Can he find a good angle onto BG? It's going to be a little bit difficult, especially with those smokes covering his sights. Moxie going on to the other building. They're just spreading out, trying to cover different angles. But Moxie is going in for the flanks to the left.
Roll. And for the flank side of BG, off angle entirely. Here comes another smoke right on top of BG. But Moxie coming up from Mura's side. Roll got it opening. It's gonna be it. They're gonna go for the rush here. FVD got the opening. They're waiting for Mura to stand up, spot it out of Mura. There goes the spray with the rifles. But Roll is still being cautiously treading on thin ice, but overexposing himself. Amage from another outflanked them from afar. Amura now stands up, trying to reposition himself. No for a fact that he's in a stuck position. Try to help his teammate first. BG will pick up Edward, but 1 second taken on Holy Lunge. That's going to be the last player, even though they are the last player that being eliminated just now at the 7 players. But that 8 elimination will play a big part and definitely will help them when it comes to overall ranking. But 1 second and YG, they have to move.
Yeah, Asia Esports. I mean, it's a miracle that they're still alive. But now they're taking the fight against YG. YG taking the fight back. And Romeo Boy at the forefront. Not getting visual of where his opponents are at just yet with the UMP in hand. The smoke's blinding him. What's this coming in from the other side? And the DBS gameplay is on par.
Romeo Boy going with around the rosy was going in. 1 second, just a duo of them wiping off the floor clean against Osha here slowly. And they clutch it. They managed to do it. Osha placing themselves 6 due to YG. Valiant effort trying to push forward. Boldly take over the compound. And just slowly wiping off the floor clean here from the back line.
Oh man, GE. They'll be thanking YG for eliminating Osha Esports. And now putting focus on the FBE. They still need to take this fight against their opponent from BG. Raul in the vehicle. Probably resetting himself, taking a moment there. Not too sure what's happening, but now they might be sieged down. But Falco at the same time looking for Rofar, the AWM in hand. Not pulling the trigger yet. No clear target. Trying to find a good one, but can't seem to get it.
Falcon just going to play it from afar, being third party, just to steal it away wherever he can. It's a very smart move with that AWM, but he has to save. Got a pistol shot, but didn't clip on Raul. It was a clear shot in the first place. He whiffed at it. I think it's something to do with the bullet drop distance as well. Back to the side of Cloud is still not happy, but YG slowly bent off by the Blues and they are proning down. He got the elevation, yes, but next one is going to be G right across them. 1 second last, take our valve away. He needs to heal himself up. I'm not sure if he can actually reset on the side of his teammate as well. He's trying to pick up. Once Romeo Boy is up, maybe 1 second have a bit of a chance to actually win this one round. He wants to go for the airdrop. It's actually
wait!
The splat! What was it intentional?
What? Where did it come from? It came from the side, and now Enigma's moving in. The team that likes to do third partying, and they're getting points out of it, but they're not done yet. No, Cooper secures another point in the back. His teammate's currently down. At the same time, we can see that Edward trying to get points back, trying to trade it back off with the AUG. But they got to be careful because on top, there's still one member for FVE still active.
And back to a sort of Enigma. They are in the center of attention here. Due to the last fight, they just triggered all the teams around it to actually focus on them instead. And sort of Falcons, they're going to go with the AWM. Roll slowly having to climb down here, but finally down by the sort of BG. MH has been very sneaky. Very good set of eyes, like a hawk watching all the other angles that nobody's actually pushing focus onto. But AUG on the sort of BG, Edward trying to push forward, but the sliver of field is not helping them. They can't have a view of what's happening the other side of the hill.
Ooh, okay. Let's see who will make that first move. Looks like it's going to be Enigma going towards BG. Spooky scouting, trying to get information. Shots fired, but no clear view yet of where BG is at. They don't really know that BG is on their right side.
Spooky going around with that vehicle, just trying to scout out all the others from the sidelines here, just at the edge of the Blues, and they try to do the same thing what they did before. Accidentally caught one And splatting it down, but Cloud, there's nobody else there anymore. He needs to shift over towards right, so there's the only teams that actually are there. Falcon with that AWM, can it make a shot with it? If he actually secures this chicken dinner, that's a big win for Falcon still.
Oh yeah. Especially when he held that AWM, and he still has it though, despite the circle is kind of small. Not too sure how is that going to be used, but he'll be waiting for the fight to happen first because he's the last man standing, so he will not butt in yet. He could be the kingmaker towards the end, and this is going to be super exciting. Enigma still don't know where exactly their opponents are, but QB by fighting, QB's going in splat!
This works so well for Enigma, and now BG just gonna slowly stands up, but speaking on the ground next, there's gonna be a bit of exchange and trading, and there's gonna be Enigma. The vehicle strat works at UAZ, splatting down every single player at the edge of the blue zone. You don't need a gun, you just need a vehicle to pushing through. They did it with that strat at last minute.
Absolutely, Enigma. Wow, their second chicken dinner in the grand finals. My goodness, Enigma. What a round that was. It was super entertaining. There were multiple times they just used the vehicle, run over other players and secure that knockdown, secure that point, and it worked out for them. I really want to know how many elimination points they got, but also in this round, the top teams, most of them went out fairly early, so I'm not sure how they will change the overall chance, but it's definitely going to be interesting.
It's going to be a lot of swap, definitely. I agree with that. And also, Sin, actually, I think Sin got the most elimination points by far, but Cooper, I mean, like that splat coming up from the skies at 4 eliminations, tally up and justifying that 450 damage. He didn't take that much off, but their last call, their last judgment call with that vehicle plays such a big part. It's all about the perfect timing. They executed it so well with a stylish way, with a fashion to do it too. I mean, like, Enigma, this is well deserving place for them, deserving that chicken dinner. I cannot be more than happy to say that this is their match, man. This is just so great for them.
Yeah, this is definitely theirs. They are putting their specialty in third partying to good use, especially with vehicles. They definitely know what to do with that. And Enigma, well worth chicken dinner, I must say, for them. Let's check out the highlights from the previous round. Top teams eliminated fairly early, but one of the highlights is definitely the West Point Mamba versus PBE fight within the compound. In fact, there was just so many, it's hard to pick which one is the best. Even the FBE one is cool.
The mansion compound that we saw multiple times, the teams trying to do the same thing over and over again. I think like it's like 4 teams died at the same place. The entire 4 squads died interchangeably after one another. But display that vehicle, you got an AWM, we don't care, we got this UAZ to do things for us, but they got themselves 8 eliminations. Sin, they didn't place themselves quite right at the position ranking here, but it's more than enough to push upwards with that 8 elimination points. A lot of teams are focusing on towards the eliminations, including West Point Mamba, which already got himself 8 elimination points as well. So many 8s are across the board here. They didn't get any rank point, but the only team is going empty-handed here. Definitely going to hurt them when it comes to the overall ranking, which is going to be KE and M40. Both of them in the top 5.
Looking at some of the top teams, right? So GE 4 points, PBE 5 points, KE no points in this round, SKR only 1 point. Just doing the light math here, I think that GE might still be on top, but the gap is small, considering that Austria Esports got 8 points in this round. Yeah, so I think the gap might be small, but yeah, it will take next round to see whether that number 1 spot swaps. But just to be sure, this is the overall rankings.
GE still stand at the podium spot with 153, 10-point gap. Not much of a difference when we're starting off the day here today. With 9 points in between before this after the Rango map, but now Austria are now slowly closing in with FOD still maintain at third spot with 3 points shy away. PBE, look at how they're catching up, but still gonna be a tie with Enigma. Enigma push upwards all day here.
Wow, okay, that's a big leap there for Enigma. And let's see, it's about a 20-ish, less than 30 points gap between them and the number 1 spot. 3 more rounds to go. And considering that, looking at how the top teams are performing, they are inconsistent. I mean, it could be Enigma as well, challenging for the number 1 spot. Not only Enigma, like teams like KE too. Still within reach, I must say.
But I mean, like, it's not that inconsistency at this point. I feel like they're having those targets. Like, the teams on the second page are not going to sit this quietly. You know what? We want to be in here. We want to give a big statement. We're going to push you guys down. That feels like the statement giving off the teams on the second page, because the gap is even closer, including Sin is pushing upward as well. And you saw how all 5 teams up there is just slowly couldn't gain any points within every single round. That's how they try to pull down the gap in between of the stretch between all the points in the first place and the rest of them. But the thing is, till now we can't have a call who's dominating by far. You can see it. Now the next match is going to be Miramar. It's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to Miramar again.
Yeah, because Miramar is like, it's a totally different map and all that, so it will be challenging for our teams. But what's not challenging is for you guys to follow us on our social medias. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on TikTok in multiple languages, whether it's PUBG Mobile PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippine Esports, PUBG Mobile.esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Malaysia, and we have, of course, the main page that is PUBG Mobile Esports too. So don't forget to follow all around the social medias, and do follow us as well. My name is Cloud Mai, together with Chichu Gaming. You can find us on multiple social medias. We wouldn't mind if someone comes by and say hi.
Yeah, do say hi to us. I wouldn't mind. Why not? But for the top Miramar performance, we do have West Pomama. This is their favorite map. Austria is in here as well, FOD, SKR. This is going to be the teams that we used to see them when it comes to their fragging ability in this map. It's going to be remarkable. I'm surprised GE didn't make it in, because they're pretty good when it comes to Miramar as well. But this is the time. West Point Mamba building up the momentum and setting a tone when it comes to the final day. This is the time and their favorite map, and they have to play it towards their side.
Well, this is where we have to deliver the bad news to GE, that stats-wise it does not favor them. It does favor West Point Mamba, Austria, Esports, FOD, SKR, teams that still could challenge for the number 1 spot. So we need to wait and see if they can actually overcome all these challenges. The stats don't lie, but it is still round per round. But speaking about rounds, like what you said, 2 Miramars back-to-back next, and then the grand finale Erangel will be at the end.
Yep, it's gonna be double back-to-back Wrangle, and I mean, that yesterday's circle was another one. When it comes to Miramar, that was, I mean, like, yesterday's circle has been traumatizing for the players. I swear to God, that's what's happening to the players. We're talking about last Eagles circle multiple times, time over time. It's not just one, it was like too many times there. And speaking of today's circle, it have been really hard to predict due to hard shift. Even though you thought it's going to be a generous one in Erangel, suddenly it just shifted all the way, pulled down towards the southern side. Now for our prediction, we won't be changing at all, so we're going to stay with the same one, and because this is our prediction for when it comes to the top teams, might actually ended up in the top 3 here today. Yeah,
so okay, let's look at some possibilities here, right? So SKR a little bit underperforming today. Maybe it's scary for them. I think let's see, Austria Esports has been out fairly early as well, so that's kind of scary. PPE on the other hand, first 2 rounds not too bad. It was just the previous round, it was like a little bit shaky for them, but with 3 rounds more, anything can happen. All these 6 or 5 teams that we put in our prediction, well, they could still challenge for that spot. So yeah, definitely we'll keep that to the end. We're loyal people.
Keep in mind all the other teams that we didn't predict as well. We're talking about Austria here. We're talking about FOD here. We're talking about Enigma. We're talking about West Point Mamba, who's shooting up quite a bit when it comes to the last push of the last momentum, the last day as well. They have been surprising us, such deliverance that they showed us. But I want to see, will it be enough? It will be a bit too late for them to actually have this last push. Hopefully they didn't made silly mistakes. We saw in the case of SKR that self-grenade was really punishing. It was detrimental for the entire team, causing them to actually lose that sort of, like, they were in advantage. They were having the upper hand at first.
Yeah, I know, right? From 3v2 to 1v2 in just a blink of an eye. And it all started off from that night. So this is the point of the tournament where you cannot afford to make those kind of mistakes. Like, you need yourself. We didn't really get a good visual of what actually happened, but the elimination feed doesn't lie that he needed himself, so it just happened. But you know, it's sometimes the nerves, right? Because it's like grand finals, last few games, and sometimes your finger just slips. It's bound to happen.
Overcooked nade, self-nade, that kind of things happen. You know, you miscalculate things where you're a bit too distracted. When there's too many teams around there, we saw how many teams are kind of clustered into some sort of same corner, same compound. One try to overtake the other. There happened to be a third person coming in. It's always the case here when it comes to the early fights. We're talking about early fights as well. Just now we saw how many teams being decimated too early on. A couple of teams not even lasted 1 minute into the game and they're gone. We're talking about how aggressive these guys can try to get. And it feels like the main mindset, the main agenda of today is getting more eliminations than having a care in the world about their placement or the chicken in. Yes, the chicken in actually do offer about the prize pool, extra cash in the back, but at the same time, will it be, how do I say, promising you to get that slot, that one slot to PMSL? It's going to be the eliminations that actually plays a big part here.
Well, I can say that slot will be a lot more worthwhile than just the chicken dinner prize pool. So definitely that must be the main goal. Not only the slot, also you become champions, you seal your name, and for many seasons to come, people will still be shouting out on, or still be talking about like, oh, that season they were champions. So yeah, definitely that has to be the main agenda. If any other teams do not qualify to the next round, which will be most of the teams, in fact 15 teams from this 16, they're gonna have a holiday until I don't know when.
Yeah, you put yourself in a hallmark condition where you're actually being, you know, the best of the best in the Wildcard Sea region. And imagine if the Wildcard players or Wildcard team actually get the PMSL as the champions as well. It would be really great. But we have no clue who are the other 15 teams just yet. We only know 5 teams of each region from PMPL regional leagues itself. So we have to wait and see. So make sure you guys stay tuned with our latest update on our social media, or even if you want to reach out, even criticize us, forecast us. I don't mind if you're dropping a DM on my pages as well. I mean, like, I used to get them, but I'm really like, okay guys, I'm trying my best here. But Cloud, speaking of today, right, when it comes to Myanmar, how aggressive can it get, or will it be a bit more slower?
I think we want to see the same pace. I think because some of the teams might have the mindset of like, okay, we got nothing to lose. Hence, like teams like Sin, they go around just enjoying themselves, and that kind of disrupts other teams' flow, right? So it naturally, that just happens. That is a natural thing inside a battle royale format, whereby you have so many teams, and yeah, if you just need a few teams to just do something like that, and everyone will just switch on their guard, and they might play differently. So yeah, I would expect that even though it's Miramar, it's a bigger map, I think it's going to happen still.
And first and foremost, it's always about the flight path circle. Really, the flight path circle forces a player to actually clash into each other in the first place. We haven't got too much generous circle except for the last Erangel, which was right on top of a mansion. And I mean, like, due to the flight path, it's kind of difficult for the players to actually cut across to the right side of a map entirely. That's one of the reasons we saw they are fighting early on for this brawls and clashes. But with a pistol round, I mean, like the pistol moment in the early ones with vehicles running over, I mean, that was remarkable. And they have to top that one up when it comes to this Miramar. This is going to be incredible. I cannot wait to see what else they have to offer here. Feels like, do we have a lot of sniper rifles from afar, or will it be really water ratio circle, Lost Eagles again, or is it going to be a different site entirely? You have to wait and see, because we never get a West circle. Is that going to be it today?
Yeah, we haven't get that kind of circle yet. Let's see. We'll be nice now, okay? Let's give our players nice circles now, because right now it's not about the circle. They're just not nice to each other. So let the circle be kind instead, okay? We're good today. Like normally in the grand finals of any PMPL or what, we'll always be like, oh, mid-base circle, come on, tucked into Lost Eagles or whatever, or really at the corner at Impala. But nah, today we're gonna be nice. We vowed ourselves to change today.
And speaking of the players are not being nice to each other, I mean, like, it's gonna be really boring for a peaceful day in any maps when it comes to PUBG Mobile. That's a fun part of it. But do keep an eye out for Sin. Vipers. Vipers though is the first few to actually go down first. Surprisingly, they are the first few to actually start initiate fights, where they want to go down first. It's usually Vipers, Falcon, and Sin, who love to actually play as early fight as possible. But I haven't seen a lot of like BJ, YG, APG. I don't know where are they actually.
Yeah. Not too sure. I think they're trying to evade fights today. It does feel that way though. And plus they are a team that likes to rotate a little bit later. And from what I see, the pattern is that they evade fights. But I'm not too sure what's on their mind, right? Because they were in the middle somewhere. If they really push it and they get really good, well, at least a top 3 finish will be nice for them. But it just seems that they're kind of chilling it today. Being chilling, they say. Not wanting to get in the middle of everyone else.
Because I'm surprised there's so many teams getting themselves into the fight just to boost up their overall rankings for those elimination points. But there's still some teams that negate themselves way too far from a fight. But the thing is, it's fine if you can actually secure yourself in the last few points for the chicken dinner for that extra 10 points. Yes, it's great. But if you ended up going down instead of trying to maintain yourself for the survivability till the last minute, that's worse, because you might end up with 0 points there. That might actually hurt the overall rankings later on. And they are in the middle bracket. It's within their reach to get in the top 3 still for APG.
Yes, it is. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully they don't lose the kid though, because the kid is like their entry fragger. He's the one that opens up the fight. It does feel like he's one of those wonder kids. Yeah, like a Yuhai, like a Mika, that sort of player. So if they can retain him for the later stages of the game, I think that would be the best case scenario. But if he gets eliminated early, if he drops down, try to get the vehicle and got eliminated, it's tough for APG.
Yeah, but still I'm waiting for... Yeah, I'm waiting for Mirama actually. We didn't have a timer, surprisingly, just straight into it. I think it's just no time to waste anymore as we drop ourselves in our first dry lands of sandy dunes. It's going to be coming up from Impala down to the side of Voldemort, a bit on the southern side of the circle. So we have a lot of southern circle and southern flight path. Feels like it's going to be history repeating itself if that happens again today. Chumacera, Los Higos, even Voldemort, we've seen that before. Is that going to happen again?
I'm not gonna say anything though. I mean, every time we ask for a good one, it becomes a bad one. We ask for a bad one, it becomes the worst one. So it's not our fault, guys. We try to be good people today. Unlike all other grand finals, today we're nice. So it's not our fault, okay? No caster's curse here.
We had enough for a day number 2 of really unique circle. I think it's enough. It's just too tough for the players to have to go through this again. I mean, like, we get it with the point system going on, so much changes when it comes to this season, but to actually have the sort firepower and circle to play alongside with a new point system, that's tough. Oh, Phil, it's going to be a northern side. I think like this is okay, but everyone have to move north now due to the fight coming up from the southern part entirely. It feels like it might be ended up either Hacienda de Patron or Craterville. Now, put in your mind that watch out for St. Martin Mountains. There's going to be perfect place to gatekeep and farming eliminations there.
It looks like a nice circle until it goes up to Craterville, I would say, or the high grounds in Craterville. I would say that is the more challenging grounds. But if it goes on to Hacienda, they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. Then we're back to a nice circle at least for now. But this is the final. It's not the final. This is the first Mirama. So if that happens, that it's like 1 out of 2. Then we gotta pray for a good one in the second one still.
Yeah, at least for now. But the flight path make it difficult for these guys to actually reach out to the northern circle. So it's still going to be a bit of a hassle for them to actually go in there. So it's best to actually try to find the vehicles first. I'm not sure if there's any team that happen to be clashing early on. But so far, nothing on the kill fit yet. Relatively calm before the storm here. Back to the side of Marcus. SKR have not been fair well today. KE, I mean, like, I do love Kaya and Devon combo, but the top and Kai are playing it so well in the last game, in the last match itself. Just shows that how much this team have to be respected. Even though they are outnumbered, they still can clutch things through.
Most importantly is that maintain all 4 and you'll be fine. And speaking about maintaining all 4, looks like after our first few minutes within the game, no early eliminations. So this time around, I got my predictions a little bit off. Not as aggressive as we've seen before, but hey, who knows? Things might happen before the second stage.
Yep, but nothing happened for now. As a lot of team are respecting their own drop spot here. It's a big map, it is. So nobody's trying to get early complications too far into, like, too early into the game. It's best to actually play it safe for now. Have it a brawl when they start to migrate into the circle then. So FOD is one of the teams that's really have so much potential going on, right? But it's just sometimes they are a bit too reckless about making their decision, a bit too hasty. Just trying to push forward too much and leaving all the rest of the teams behind. Feels like their team cons a bit of a miscommunications there. But things can work out for them if they actually really get it through together as working as a unit. It's going to be a remarkable team coming up for FOD. You have the firepower, sure.
I remember FOD doing really, really well in week 1. And week 2 they were a little bit slow. And the grand finals, I wouldn't say it's too bad still. So they're like number 3, 13 points difference than GE. Still able to catch up. And knowing that their potential, like what we've seen in week 1, I think they're definitely one of the contenders. But I wish I could put like more than 3 in my predictions. If I can put like 5 or 6 or 7, they'll definitely be in it. I was like, honestly, when I was doing mine, I was actually contemplating, do I want to put FOD or someone else? Then I just put someone else. But it was a tough decision at that point.
They might as well put all 16 teams in their prediction.
Oh yeah, why not?
If we can actually do that, we can. I mean,
well, we can.
I mean, like, it's no more prediction then in the first place. What's the point of prediction then?
Well, then that time will be certified Oracle, huh? But okay, speaking about another team that did well in week 1, it's West Point Mamba, and now they're going up against FVE, but knowing their risk, looks like they will evade this fight. West Point Mamba though, with 3 more games to go, okay, if they go insane, then they'll probably be able to catch up. So I'll give them this game, depending how they perform. If they are able to get a lot of points, then yeah, maybe. But Ranger...
Stuck
No.
Stuck on a haystack! Wait, what? That's not the way for you to park things! No, Ranger!
Yeah, I would expect someone with an IGN called Ranger to drive a little bit better.
He got stuck there, lucky enough. It was West Point Mamba just passing by. Good gracious. That cracked me up so hard. He was so helpless by just, guys help me, hello. On top of the haystack. The wheels are not turning as well. Good gracious me. Okay, we do have around La Bandita right now. I think they're gonna just get into the circle as fast as they can. But I think our West Pomoma do have the same sort of idea, just passing through just now. But FVE, hopefully no more accidents come up from that side.
Yeah, yeah, that's like a rare occasion now. But I guess he got away with it. If it was like, let's see, 2-3 years ago, then that vehicle's probably gone. But I guess there was some adjustment that it would not be really stuck there like hard stuck. So I guess it's kind of lucky that it happened in this season instead of like those previous seasons where it happened so often.
Yep. But PBE, I'm loving how PBE just brings out a different side of them here today. They kind of balance it out. You know what? We're not comfortable in this map. We're going to bring it a bit more slower, like how they did in Sunhawk. When it comes to some sort of a map they really have confidence in, like how they just perform in Wrangle. They just push it all over the place. Everywhere they're bulldozing all the places there. But when it comes to Mirama, I'm not sure which type of strategy, which type of approach they're going to go for it. Are they going for aggressive? Are they going for eliminations? Are they going for balancing in both? Still waiting. Nobody willing to actually give it away. There are some teams already in the blues and Sin, BG and Vipers still taking their own sweet time about rotating into the circle due to how far it was dropping from the fight upon the first place. But nobody's dropping yet here, Cloud.
Yeah, everyone's playing this a little bit chiller this time. But fun fact about PBE, so they have actually more to prove than just in this tournament and going on to PMSL, because most of their players, they're actually going to represent the Philippines in the upcoming SEA Games. So I'm pretty sure like the community there, they'll be looking forward to seeing their performance here, and that will kind of build a narrative towards the SEA Games soon.
Yep. Hopefully. I think we get to see them more in the future. There's going to be a lot of tournaments in the upcoming for 2023 as well. But the Crater Fields and Le Correria will be the next circle. So many teams inside of blues, and look at that, Cloud. Everywhere it's just blinking blue.
Yeah, because circle, it shift up. So it went to me, in my personal opinion, it's a very tough terrain to play, and that's on top of that with those high grounds. Oh man, okay, the areas of Crater Field. It's always very challenging, but of course, as a viewer, it's going to be interesting to see how they overcome it. So let's see. I would say that at this point, teams are on the race for the high ground, especially if they know that they're close enough. Just go as high as possible and get those vantage points. Maybe like a KE again. I see that they are enjoying high grounds and they're good at it. So they could be one of those teams that like to go up there.
Yep. Oh, you did mention about going up there. They definitely got a vintage point here from YG. Loki got quite a view. But, I mean, like, Loki is already giving away his position too early on when West Pomomba are fighting against Falcon here. He can actually wait it out for a bit, but Michi and Federalis gonna go for the advantage, and they're gonna go for whatever it is to offer. I'm like, we're gonna take him. Goblin got shot. Okay, Goblin's gonna play this time. We haven't seen Goblin that much, but back to the side of Federalis. Taking on the sight lines and Mix going a push forward. Andre is down on the ground. Falcon again being the target, like we mentioned earlier on. Always the first few to initiate a fight, but always got caught in between and slowly losing men here.
Pretty sad if a Goblin goes out early, considering that I think this is his debut in the PMPL Wildcard. But so far so good, he's still alive, but his positioning is tough. He's like caught in between a couple of other teams. But speaking about other teams, we can see that there are teams trying to climb up to the high ground. West Point Mamba knows that someone's on the other side, and that's going to be for Enigma, but Mix is not done yet. He wants to find that target.
Back to a side of Mix. He definitely wants to find with this grenade. Here comes the toss, and Mas just gonna smoke himself out and just gonna heal up in the meantime. But Mix, a must hit on Goblin next, and last member of Falcon Cloud is gonna be ranging next to them as well. FVE is there. And Goblin, wow, this is Falcon being spread into two, being split into two entirely. And slowly they're dying out. Goblin being spread over on the side of Federals. FBE is here. Loki is still on the high grounds, but can he close this? Enigma keeping on the ground as well. Cloud is trying to run away from this, but everywhere is at the edge of the crate here.
There's pretty much nowhere for him to go. You kind of think about it. Like if he goes down, he'll meet up with FBE. If he goes further up, which he can't, he'll meet up with another player. So FBE got him caught. But okay, let's hope that the circle, okay, is still within the circle, and I can understand why all these teams want this ground, because it's a prime position, it's a key point in this sort of circle.
Cloud with a UMP. Just gonna work around the terrain, man. This is just so hard for him. The angles. Just hope you don't get slippery down. It's too slippery of a cliff there. Federalis and the rest of FVE is just gonna exchange fire, but Cloud having a bit of panic attack. Open fires a bit too early, just giving away his position. But Moxie have his eyes onto as a West Point Mamba team. BG still inside of Blue Zone, same goes for FOD, but the one's heated up here is going to be right on top of Crater Fields. It's going to be Falcon having on top of FVE. Cloud with the UMP. We have to be extra careful. They have a lot of players around here somewhere. YG is right on top of him with Loki hovering around with a Mini 14. Romeo Boy joining in as well. FVE gonna go up here trying to find Cloud, but the circle just be on top of Crater Field. How saturated is this with 16 teams still intact?
And that is the Crater Field Mountain that I mentioned that is really, really tough to play. But if you're already on top, your advantage is super duper big. Let's see right now. We don't really have a team that's really dominating this mountain for now. FVE tries to get it, but there's just so many teams overlooking him.
FVE might got stuck in the middle ground. But they do have the vintage view coming up from YG, but they're losing it as a VE. It's going to be Moxie taking an opening. That's a good opening coming up from FVE's side. But it to slowly push upwards. They still have Romeo up there, but GE scouted out by Roll. Whatever they see, they shoot. Whatever that move, they keep on shooting it down. Go up, take it on Spooky as well. Enigma have one person down. The fights all over the place here right now as GE marching to the side of BG. Edward got caught here. He's just having DBS. There's no way he can actually try to counter fight from this far. But West will have the space to revive thanks to his teammate coming up from the back line. Coming up, Edwards will actually be finished off by West. West tried searching out for him, but small finish off Edwards straight away. Why Jerome, your boy, taking on BG. QB, the mountain fight is still going on.
Oh, but we move over to another hill, and there's going to be SKR versus APG. APG now the lower ground, and DBS gameplay from Naughty 4K gets one. They're not done yet though, they want more. At the same time, we can see that QB being needed down by Group. Shroud tries to find a good angle, tries to find where his opponent's eye. RTF, vehicle smoked up, can't be used anymore. Shroud will be gunned down.
Here comes APG slowly losing many. SKR start to bulldoze them in from behind. Naughty coming up from the high grounds, got the elevations, they got a bit of a crate to work around with. Well, go up, send, they will have to reset, but they barely make it in. They have to climb up the hill in the last minute. V, can he make it? He didn't have the time to heal himself. I might get knocked down again. So close. Close enough, but crater field right in the center. We have FVE. We have APG taking the high ground. 1 second YG taking at the edge of the crater as well. And Nickbot inside, but not inside of a safe zone, just inside of a compound. They need to make through. Send to just cut across to get into the safe zone here.
Ooh, Cab's got to cross the road. Not sure if he has a vehicle with him. But it's not good news as this high ground is populated. That means there'll be eyes all around. Cabs will need to make a run for it. Hopefully he's not spotted. But now Vipers is moving on to PBE. PBE will take them down one by one, and PBE eliminates Vipers. That's going to be 4 points in the bag.
PBE still run and gun. They secured the entire squad here, but they want to go for another one. They want to go for more. They are not showing any sign of slowing down the momentum of getting those kills, getting those eliminations. Vic for the next one for the side of Sin. They are doing the same thing. Got secured 2 eliminations. PBE taking GE from the back line. This is bad news. They might take it over for the first place as Ryan will take it on West, and Master HB shot down, and GE taking up the challenge as Masters are marching forward, but this is not a good call. GE bowing out a bit too early again. This is gonna hurt them for their ranking across the board.
This is gonna hurt real bad, and that opens up opportunities for Austria Esports, FOD, PBE, and everyone else to get the #1 spot, but even closer for Austria Esports and FOD for this round. GE, they could lose that #1 spot, and if they don't come back up, it's gonna be a disappointing run for them.
If Austria and FOD are not being eliminated, I feel like PBE can actually have a great shot getting that #1 spot anytime, as long as they got themselves double elimination digit here. Anytime they can turn the tables around. Back to the side of Federals. Michi spotted out on the side of Sen just beneath them, but the slopes is real for these guys. Just too steep for them to land any shots from above. Michi spotted on one with a nade for the Rally, taking on one Kobe. From that kind of distance, from that kind of view, it's so hard to land that one shot, but he made it anyway. What a remarkable formidable player he is. Back to the side of West Point Mamba. Slowly try to defend this climb up, coming up from the side of Sin, but Sin is still going to push through it. While the rest of the other team still down there somewhere, but here comes Mix. Federals finally got a bit of his medicine. Where Guap gets changed with a nade back up to his face there. And West Point Mamba having a bit of a trade between these two teams.
Ooh, it's never easy playing around the slopes. It's arguably the hardest terrain to play with. And now West Point Mamba is still dominating the high ground. Sin tries to get up, but they can't seem to do so. Moy is still at the lower ground. Michi being counterfire upon. Down to 50% health. Retreats himself to reset.
Mix try to think about how to actually really defend that spot they're having for the side of West Point Mamba, but Sen Vic spotted out Austria. Has to be extra careful. Everybody can actually just backstab them from behind with the slope of hill, opening up so many space for the other team to see them through. DBS back to the rifles. Lanji going towards the side of West Point Mamba as well.
Whoa.
Try to encircle them around, but Michi not gonna let them pass by easily. Not gonna slip by, as they're not showing any sign of mercy from West Point Mamba. But Michi have to reset there as well. Vic going in slowly. A must. Try to push in, but here comes domination coming up from the side of West Point Mamba. Michi got it. He clutched the entire angle by himself here.
Ooh, beautiful spray indeed. That leaves Sin. We're only the last man standing. Vic, now they want to find him, but they're not going to take that risk to overextend it. But Vic, he's caught in between like the lower ground and the high ground. There's nowhere for him to go, and then they did land onto him. He's lucky. Or maybe not. I thought that he didn't take him out, but yes, he did. So Sin is out at number 11.
VE and G-Lab still surviving, still breathing. No eliminations, but West Point Mamba and PBE just gonna go for the kills here. They're on the rampage mode, on the rabbit, getting themselves 8 elimination each of Team PBE and West Point Mamba. Showing who's the alpha here. Mix taking on with the Mini 14, scout out all those actually in the compound or just alongside cross them in the crate area. While PBE slowly try to take over West Point Mamba compound from the sidelines. They have to be extra vigilant, covering all angles possible for West Point Mamba. This is not an easy task. A full cavalry of PBE coming in just to contest. Who's the bigger titans there?
Ooh, yes. Who will be the titans of the hill? Considering that the hill is still within the circle, it's still going to be a good spot for now. West Point Mamba still holding it strongly, and other teams coming in from the other side. Enigma on the lower ground, and on the other side is going to be PBE. But PBE, they're not going to get involved right now. They're going to take their own spot on the right.
PBE rethinking their situation, just going for a bit of a revision and reassess it. Calling out a wise decision to negate themselves from going out from, because that's what happened to the side of Falcon early on. And same goes for the side of the other team who tried to cut across the West Point Mamba. They learn from the other's mistake and make it a different decision entirely, approaching from the backline or the flank. Michi coming up, spotted out FVE. Roll is just around his crosshair, but it's just too far apart. Around 400 meters away. Maybe less. Not just taking it quietly, just on top of this compound here. FVE and FOD just gonna have a bit of a truce for now, due to so many teams right above them as well. They have to play this quietly and waiting for the next circle to commence.
Look at 3 teams on a similar area. This is going to be really interesting in case the circle does not favor them still. We got West Point Mamba there, we got GE the same area, and on the lower ground we got a couple of teams. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the lower ground. It's gonna be exciting. Next circle is gonna be really interesting. It will force all these teams to move, and 10 more seconds and we'll find out.
Yeah, that's where the lower ground circle, the lower ground teams actually will be excellent. We're talking about them being patient here. The perseverance is gonna pay it off. The moment the circle shift, provide the circle shift down towards the lower ground, feels like it might be it, due to how a circle feels like a perfect circle on top of crater, feels edges, and these guys have to start to move. Low chances they might actually be favored by the circle for the next phase. It's best to actually make a move here. Look at how pretty the circle is, right on top of the circle of crater feels as well.
Yeah, then let's see. I'm trying to see if there's still enough room for the high grounds to be activated, but looks like not. They probably need to move. But now G-Lab trying to take out YG. Okay, YG, all their vehicles, as far as we can see, all smoked up or exploded, meaning that the way for them to come down is just to jump down. It's going to be complicated for YG.
Very complicated. Not just jumping down, they might actually break a leg at that. KE defying gravity, but not defying the bullet shots from YG. They got a clear shot at that as well. They shot their own vehicles just for the sake of barricade, but KE coming from behind. They see the sneak approach coming from Kai, and KE got it secured. That's gonna be it for YG, bowing out now, leaving into KE's hands. We still have Marnet, not yet, still have another 2 of them on the other side of the hill there. KE have a bit of a reset, but they have to get down their high horses. No more time left for these guys here.
Nicely done indeed by KE. I must gotta give it to them. And they still have the edge of the circle like KE, specialist of high ground. But now we put focus onto Enigma versus West One Mamba. Shots being fired out by Mix. Coming in from the right, he sees one person, but he's not ready to take the shot yet. He's not aiming right, but now he will. And now Omar's gonna come in from the left. They're gonna surround him. And Koopa! Too much for him to handle. Koopa and Enigma out at number 10.
Valiant effort by Enigma. They just won themselves the last chicken dinner, but not too shabby, placing themselves quite okay there. Not too early, but still didn't gain any sort of elimination points. But KE keep it rolling. They got themselves 3. But West Point Mumbai is even scarier. 11 eliminations by far. And try to get 4 more. They're not hasty about making the decision to get into the lower ground. But KE, this is again the 90 degrees climb up to the mountains. What is physics? Who cares? It's PUBG Mobile, guys. This is what the beauty of PUBG Mobile. Logics are not logical here. But FOD hit those vehicles just now. Are gonna have their focus shifted upwards instead.
Well, at least it's a logical move for them to take this high ground. And not only they have that Mirado, they have the buggy, so they have enough wheels for them to get down safely. But of course, it all depends on whether they're being eyed on by other teams. I believe that PBE is around, but G-Lab is just below. The spray coming in from the top will not connect onto anyone. He was spraying onto the smoke, but no one was there. Now going to try tossing out a molly just to flush them out, just to make them move and get a view onto them to shoot down. But looks like it's going to be G-Lab taking down a member of SKR, Yahiko, on the other side. They're busy themselves.
Yeah. 1 second on the other hand. I don't think he has any vehicles to actually go through this. KE leaving the vehicles very close by just in case they need to actually move about. But well, West Mumba, they try to stop them, denying the entrance into the safe zone, but it will not be stopped. Easily slipped by. PBE slowly being knocked down bit by bit from the barn up above. And here comes Motion coming up from West Mumba as well. The moment they move themselves in the center, the team's up there making it so hard, specifically KE. Taking advantage towards this kind of current situation.
Well, that's a long-range specialist for you, ladies and gentlemen. KE taking advantage of what they're good at this point. But now they're forced to move 5 seconds before the zone closes. And they're on the outside circle. They don't have the privilege of the high ground anymore. They must move down, and that's what exactly they're doing. But at the same time, we can see that Astro X been naded out by Nangzu. Not too sure what's happening on the other side, but they need to get in. They should have an opening.
This is 3 players in 1 vehicle. I don't feel good about this. They're just going into a side of PBE. We're leaving Sean on top of it. On top of those hills. They're rushing into the side of PBE. Compound and go straight for the kill. They got the entire PBE in their palm here. Finish it off, obliterating them. And now next one is going to be FAD versus Austria. Renzo is too far to give Daisy extra support fire. Skynin as well is just too far back. Couldn't see a glimpse of the side of a team of FOD here. Couldn't actually buy time, but John is bleeding out. Skynin tried to finish him off. Daisy giving away the position, but he couldn't see them through.
Well, Austria Esports is still in this. FOD as well. GE's position at number 1 is not safe. Let's see what will happen. So far, we don't see much action for these 2 teams yet. But KE, a lot of action coming for them. Now they're challenging West Point Mumbai. Their position, the nade does land onto 2 of them, down to 50% health. That could be their opening to move. But now we can see that Mixie moves up to the high ground. Ermas is still there. Ermas is caught, but they can't get a good view on him.
I want to see G-Lab versus FVE now, because G-Lab going to the side of SKR, but at the same time, SKR feels like in between of G-Lab versus FVE. Yeah, Marcus goes down on his knees and Naughty trying to go with the DBS. It works wonderfully well for him. SKR still survive, even though there's 2 team hammering them down. Oh boy, FVE still survive, but it's going to be 1 team out again. SKR dominating by far. What is happening?
Well, I guess it's just aggression. They want to secure the compound, and they have a DBS, might as well take it mano a mano, they say. And now we're looking at the outside of the circle. We have like at least 4 teams on the outside. Austria Esports just next to FOD. Team number 2 and team number 3 just next to each other. They'll be glad to be able to eliminate one another.
SKR fighting FVE. We saw the nade just now. We're not having that sort of perspective. Oh, I want to see it so bad for FVE versus FOD here right now. It's so close. He might actually roll clutch the entirety of my FOD, but just by himself with a nade just now. It was an opening for FVE. If the roll is just too far off from the rest of the team, but we're just gonna look over Ulster right now. Yeah, looking over to sort of KE taking on roll. FOD bleeding out. They can reset themselves. Roll on the ground. KE taking advantage. Davan clipping away with Mini 14. FOD managed to reset themselves, while Renza putting a bit of a backstep from behind. But FOD still finish off by roll from afar.
Well, it does look like they gave themselves to the zone. So FVE will be playing with only 2 players right now. John is still behind or beside FVE. Anything can happen there. Ranza gets gunned down by FVE, and that is 5 elimination points for FVE. And now we can see that Austria Esports FOD down to the last man. How much they can do for this. KE is the only team with a 3-man. The rest of them less than that.
Yep. Skynin barely make it in. He's just at the edge of the blue zone, and we're down to the last circle here. There's no way these guys can be alive after this one. This is going to be the last of it. The blues are going to hurt them so much. Skynin is the worst, in the worst position possible. Corner up, tucking into corner, cannot even pick out at the same time. Oddjob being eliminated. The fact they got himself quite a good round just now. But Mix spotted Aris landed himself right across Elf Mix. It was a perfect clean line of sight for the side of Mix. Whiffed it just a tiny bit of it, almost chipped him all the way down for his HP.
Couldn't land those headshots. If only that connected, then he would have gotten that knockdown, but he only revealed his position. At the same time, we can see that Moxie moving in onto John. John has the high ground. A little bit of a rooftop play there by John, but at the same time, we can see that John takes out Davan. KE, they're falling apart. Davan will be taken out.
Now John got himself quite a vintage view here. Spotted a double down. They're securing another extra point, but where did that shot Koya from the watchtower? Such a sneaky guy. And Mix with the last first aid. He's going to utilize it and try to bring glory for the side of West Point Mumbai. They got secured themselves a number of eliminations already. Now as KR Marcus got shot, whoever's on the high ground gets shot first. While those at the bottom, Kaya spotted out Mix possibly above the cliff. The slopes are making it so difficult. Yako will be spotted out by Kaya again. But Marcus, there's no way for him to actually be saved here. Mix stuck in the corner, spotted out by FVE, trying to shoot him down. But the top, going for the side of SKR. I want to see what's happening on the POV of Marcus as well, as Yako tried to save him. But there's no way for us to see that Mix actually Moxie finish it off. Kaya almost shot entirely on down. Lucky enough, got Moxie on the ground as well. It's going to be really equal fights here. Mano to mano for most of the team, but 2v2. Make it 2v1v1v1. KE got the most men on their side.
Beautiful spray there with MG3. Took advantage of the high ground, and he's not done yet. He will secure another point. Yahiko's still alive, but Yahiko doesn't have any room more. Kaya knows exactly where he is. This could be the moment for KE, but he needs to get the job done first. Yahiko shoots. Yahiko sprays. Yahiko collects the points.
Now Yahiko wants one more. He got all his health left. Mix will be stolen away, but it's going to be SKR. Goes all the way with that chicken dinner. That duo working well so much as a team. KE did start as a 4. They had such a rumble to go through, but they finally closing in. SKR didn't get the most elimination, but it was well worth it to play it patiently. Now, do they actually stand at number 1 spot for this match based on how much collected points by West Point Mumbai in terms of the eliminations?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Man, we need to tabulate the scores later on. But SKR, man, their positioning from Yahiko was just perfect. I mean, it will be unchallenged. It's very, very hard. Plus, it's like a big, large, almost a flat land with that rooftop. He just needs to fall back behind, and his opponents cannot shoot him. There's no way. And the moment his opponents go down, he will have all the advantage in the world to shoot them all. And that's where they secure their chicken dinner.
It's going to be our MVP for this round. It's going to be 94k with 719 damage with 4 eliminations. That didn't tally up. You know for a fact there's so many third party coming in due to the terrain itself, right, Clown? It's due to the geography. There's multiple level of the ground, making it so hard for the player to actually secure the eliminations. There's structures in between. There's so many corners between the cliff as well. So it's kind of, with the damage taken almost 500, he tanks so much for the team as well.
Man, yeah, he was like the tank for the team at some point. I would have liked to see KE getting a chicken dinner, but it was all about timing and how the circle kind of shrinks. So it was disadvantage to him at this point. At that point, because he was forced to move down. But he managed to get like a few eliminations before going out to SKR. But SKR, a little bit of luck there that the circle closed slower at his side. If only it closed faster on his side and he was forced to go on down, then the result might be different.
It was a really tough small circle due to the surrounding, due to the compound structures in between and the slopes of a hill. It was right on top of the big circle of crater field. It's like the exact circle of crater field. That was the circle for these guys. And those actually at the edge around the crate there. That's going to be really tough for them. We saw how many teams actually gamble it out. You know what? We're just going to hop into the vehicle. Whatever happens, we've been shut down. We got shut down. It's going to be it. That's a lot of the case of these teams.
Yeah, vehicle usage. Looking at that high ground, yeah, vehicle usage definitely the key. If not, KE would have survived to that extent. But just revisiting this final moment, we can see that there's... he can take his time to actually go down, and he doesn't need to do so. So that's how he secured that final elimination. But anyway, what's going to be important, of course, is going to be the points. GE, only 1 point this round. A little bit worried there. However, KE 17, not too bad. SKR, obviously, with the chicken dinner 18, that's pretty nice. I'm looking over Austria Esports, only 3. Probably not going to take that top spot.
Due to so many teams getting more than 5 eliminations here, definitely so many teams who ended up with a 0. Enigma vs APG, BJ and Falcon, this is going to hurt them quite a bit, especially inside of Enigma. This is barely making it in the top 5 just now. And now we pulled down back again with 0 points.
Yeah, so because of the I don't know how to word it now. Because of the amount of exchange between all these teams, right? That makes like it's so hard to predict like who will be the champion. We're definitely going to go down to the last game before we really know.
That's kind of true. Now, what is the gap? Where do they stand? GE still barely hanging on to the first place here. Not gonna budge. I'm not gonna budge till the end of the day. For GE, it's standing at 154, but FOD and Austria is chasing up. Look at how the difference up to the 5th place here. We're talking down to the what? Up to the like 8th place. 9, make it even. That's not a gap. That's barely a gap.
Yeah, it's like 2 rounds more to go, and this is the current gap, which is really, really small. So, I mean, GE, they're sweating in their pants. They got eliminated early. They're praying that those teams don't overtake them, and they are still lucky for this round. If they got eliminated early again, well, I keep saying that almost every round, right? It's because like the other teams are also not that consistent. But if they got eliminated early again, there is a possibility that they might lose that number 1 spot. High possibility.
And we are at the edge of a sea, sweating our pants out as well, because we don't have a clue who's going to win this, who's going to be the representative for Wildcard. But we got to get it by the end of today. But is it going to be a tie? Yeah,
is it going to be a tie? Are we going to go down to the tiebreaker just to find out who will be the champion? But if there's a tiebreaker, GE will win it at this point because they got the most chicken dinner so far. But of course, by then, any other team would have gotten a chicken dinner. But there will be a story for another day, right? There's just still so many possibilities.
Yep. I think we're going to head into a break after this, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So
I think
you have to wait.
They need a bit of a reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they need to reset during the break. So this is a good time for the teams that almost lost it, might lose it, what to go for the next and the last round. This is going to be the last round after this cloud. And the team that really profound themselves in Roma really have to have this last push.
Yeah, we got to wait for the Almighty for us to be known when we will go into the break. But definitely, yes, there will be a little bit of a break after this. Not only for us, of course, but also for the players. Because if not, they'll be like back-to-back, finishing the game, getting back into the lobby and repeating the process. But after this, they'll have some time to actually reflect on themselves. And that time actually will be now. So we're taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be seeing you after this for the final Miramar in the Wildcard series.
itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan Mama. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba, 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
And we are back here for our last push of the last Miramar and Erangel to wrap things up in the PMPL SEA Wildcard 2023 here. And we are down to the last 2 maps here. I'm not going to shoot you and this is going to be Cloud. We're casting over to see who's the champion for the representative for the SEA Wildcard.
Wow, that's like to see wildcard. Wow, that's a lot of C there. But anyway, yeah, we're down 2 games and it is still super duper close and anything can happen still. We're at the edge of our seats, just like you guys out there. We're sweating, but don't sweat over this because we got a very colorful set that's available now.
Yep, it's gonna be the Seafoam Assassin set, a very vibrant, and I love the pastel colors. It's gonna be really attractive in the game as well. You're gonna be very happy while you're gonna eliminate the players while being cute and being, very fierce with the assassin vibe as well.
Not gonna lie, I really like the colors out of that set. It feels really, really different. But what's going to be different as well is going to be our Master Bruce Lee. Yeah, you guys did see that skit during the advertisement, the 5-minute skit. Yeah, that was the skit during PMGC, and that's a promo for that event. So do check it out.
Yep, and now we also have the ultimate set for you guys. It's going to be the Phantom set and also the Solar Knight set, which is going to be the ultimate 2KV1, which can be limited amount of time for you guys to get your hands onto. And don't forget the new Royal Pass available for you guys right now.
Yes, the new Royal Pass right now. As usual, every season there's a new Royal Pass. Every time we have a new PMPL, we happen to have a new Royal Pass. So that's how fast it churns. You don't want to miss out, get it now.
Yep, and also don't forget the updates. If you want to know what's going to happen in the PMSL, this is your time to actually hop onto our fan page. Okay, I know a lot of the chat asking about what is happening, what is PMSL. Don't hit up their socials because you're going to get the updates there. And we have all the announcement there as well. As we hop into our next Miramar map, this is going to be the last one, Cloud. Can the teams that really love Miramar have a last push here?
Oh yeah, the final Miramar. Oh my goodness. This is the moment here. Man, this is going to be really, really interesting to see how will the teams perform, to see whether GE will still remain on top after this. Because I have a feeling if GE loses that number 1 spot this round, that's pretty much it. Like the recovery is going to be really hard and other teams will just overtake them.
And not just that, it's going to be a bomber because they have been standing at number 1 spot the entire day here today. For prediction, it's going to be still the same. And surprisingly, all the teams that were predicted here today did really play fair well. Talking about GE still standing at number 1, SK are slowly closing in the gap, and PBE. We're talking about there are chances we might having a tie of a scoreboard here. And that's going to be really brutal for the guys if that happens in the last minute.
Yeah, it will be brutal. You don't want to be part of that for sure. Well, let's see. We hope for the best for all the teams. Do perform well because we'd like to be entertained. This is of course going to be the final Miramar of the Wildcard series. So let's see. And then we'll head on back into the most played map of everyone. That's going to be Erangel. So, okay. Do you think it's going to be all out craziness in this one? Or think it's going to be a start chill? Yes, let's do it. Yes, let's get it.
I mean, like you saw it yesterday, last Erangel map, right? How crazy things went. Like within the 6th stage of the game itself, we're down to only 5 teams. That's just how fast things can get. And this is where the teams in Miramar, assuming that they're going to assume that this is going to be the last map of Miramar, they are going to play as their last map as well. So I have a feeling they might not want to lose anything. You know what? Nothing else. It's best to actually try and do it instead of regretting not doing it or try it in the first place.
Yes. We want that. We want all of that action. Because it is the final Miramar anyway, so might as well just do it, right? Let's go. So Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, you still have time to put your predictions. We'll still take it in. So don't worry, we're still watching that. We'll see you inside of Miramar. Let's head on to it.
One last time, we're heading over to Miramar map, a second last map of the final day here for the SEA Wildcard Championship of PMPL 2023. And we're gonna have a really tough start here based on the flight path on one side only. But it's still down to the circle. I mean, like if the flight path, there's a circle right on top of it, it's gonna be, you know, justifying the place. Like, yeah, it's not too shabby, it's great as a start. But if it happens to be the other way around, just like how we saw early on,
if we want to play the high ground, right, let's go for Chumasera high ground. Like we had the Creator First high ground. Okay, that's okay. So I would say Chumasera high ground is really, really challenging. It's even more challenging as compared to the Power Grid high ground. So if I were to make a vote this time, I'm taking that.
You're gonna go good. Nice. This is rare. Is this a cloud I'm casting with?
Oh yeah.
Are you sure this is a cloud?
But it's not really a nice circle. You gotta think about it. It's still challenging. A nice one will be a Picado, a Los Leones. That's pretty nice.
Oh no, not Los Leones. You don't want that to happen. It's gonna be taking so long to finish and wrap things up. I love this parachute, by the way. It looks like a map, right? Yeah, it looks like a pirate map there. It's really cool. But it's gonna be St. Martin again around the area, and there are chances. I'm hoping if it's gonna end up on top of St. Martin, it's gonna be really tough. But the high grounds will be so helpful for these guys.
Yeah, St. Martin High Grounds. That's a fairly interesting place. Of course, if you compare it to like the previous one or even like Chumasera High Grounds, it's not that bad. But it still has its challenges. But I would say that this is a fairly nice circle overall.
quite generous still. I mean, like, give these guys a break, right? They're already breaking all their hearts yesterday due to the traumatizing circles. At least today, that's a bit of a, how do I call it, tough start. Just slightly tough one at first with a Sunhawk, with Wrangle at first, but feels like things are going and falling back into its place when it comes to circle and flight path. And we might have nobody being eliminated early on due to how it's within their reach for the circle and the flight paths too. So not much of a clash. It's just like how we did witness in the last match as well.
Yeah, probably not that desperate to make that fast rotation as compared to before. But if some of these teams, they really want to get those elimination points at the back, I would say we might see more teams playing a little bit slower because they really want to take fights to catch up to the points to get to the top. Of course, there's a trade to that, right? If you take more fights, your risk of getting eliminated heightens, but of course your risk of getting more points also increases. So that's like a 50-50 trade-off there. But there are some teams that really need to catch the top. If they don't do it now, the last game, it might be a little bit difficult. So we may see like FOD, Osjar, KE, those teams that have very good enough points to catch the number one spot might play a little bit slower so that they can try to push teams in and try to get those points from eliminating as they try to get into the circle.
I'm waiting for the teams like FVE, APG, Sin, G-Lab to start to wrap things up. We're talking about especially Sin. They have been really a monster here today, getting themselves so much elimination points. Sin goes, G-Lab is trying, but they just got so many knockdowns, but no translate into 1 point of elimination. That's the biggest issue there. But Enigma, they do have a shot of getting a number one spot if they want to. It's not even like that far off when it comes to the difference of a gap. Within a match, they can actually flip things over. Maybe make it 2 matches just to solidify the stance. But if they're willing to take the risk, like you mentioned, high risk, high reward, it's going to be well worth it if they can actually pull that one off.
Wow. The word high risk, high reward. I have a personal story, but yeah, not relevant to share. But yeah.
Share it. Come on, we have time.
Well,
nothing is happening right now.
Not this one. It's too dangerous. If Flavor is watching this, which I don't think he is, then he'll know what I'm talking about. But never mind. I'll just skip the topic for now.
I need to ask him later after this.
Yeah, for that off conversation can. Not now.
If you guys have no clue who's Flavor is, I call him Flava. So he's actually the host, one of the hosts in PMGC during the league session in Malaysia as well. So he's one of those hosts. He's a really nice guy. Really played it innocent all the way, but we like to play around him. He's a nice guy. But back to it, that I'm gonna ask him later. Back to it as a game. Feels like as usual, it's gonna be a very peaceful, quiet start compared to Wrangle. I have a feeling that the next Wrangle gonna be explosive. Definitely gonna be explosive.
Yeah, next Wrangle. Might as well, right? It's the last round. Might as well bring us back those evil circles. Why not, right? I mean, it is the last round anyway. Just go for it.
You're not as nice as we thought you are.
Yeah, I know. I miss being evil. I just needed like one round of trying to be nice, but inside of me, actually, I'm trying. So when I'm trying, it's not natural. I'll just fall back to my own self. Let's just be evil all the way. Like, give us a military-based circle, fight around.
I mean, like, it's lucky enough that we're not having yesterday's circle to be played as today. It's worse if those circle happens today. Because everything is at stake for the players here. They try to unfold things one step at a time, but it's just really tough already with this sort of circle. Imagine if it's yesterday's circle. The top is one of those players that barely make it with that, like, what, 2% of HP left, and G-Lab chasing the tails, chasing the hell heck of him, but he can actually just barely slipping out of there. Hopefully he got himself utilities to actually reset himself. I'm not sure how far apart him and the rest of the teammate, but they're trying to save him at the nick of a time. And Dragon got a bit of a tap from that shot, warning shot coming out from those guys coming out from KE. But yep, they're just being extra careful now. Newbie just gonna scout out the perimeters for now.
Yeah, so luckily the top actually managed to get away, because the top number one, for him personally, he is in the running for the MVP. So I'm sure he wants to do well. Number two, because he's in the running for the MVP, for sure he is a good player and his team doesn't want to lose him. And number three, KE is still in the running to get the number one spot. So you don't want to lose one of your top players at this point of the game. A lot at stake for that guy. So luckily he got away.
Yeah, that's why you're looking over the top 5 teams are moving non-stop. We're talking about them not just gonna wait in a corner and tuck it into this compound just to wait things out. No, it's actually safer for them to keep on moving just to be sure they scout out perimeters and know exactly where the other teams are. In the meantime, they can actually get away in case they're being ambushed. So the vehicle's really gonna play a big part. I just hope they have enough gas in there to keep it going.
You know what? I thought of another wish list. My wish list would be to see Atai playing for FVE. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like at least, I don't know, maybe he's busy because the last time I caught up with him, he has a day job now, so maybe he's kind of busy. But if they could put him in for like the last round, that would be nice.
He's coaching for FVE right now, right?
He is, as far as I know, not. Unless he is, but I don't get the info. But I do know that he has a totally different day job.
But at least you got what you wish here right now. It's going to be Power Grid Silver Circle. We do have YG and Sin exchanging fires on top of Elazar or just on the outskirts southern part of Cruz de Vel. Feels like only one team will actually win this fight if they want to have a go for it. But they can actually part ways, not that too close either. I think around 300 meters apart amongst each other. So it's not that too close. So they definitely have to part ways. Bakua will be scouted out by the side of YG. They're trying to take fires. Loki is not willingly giving them the exit out just yet. We heard gunfire shot from afar. We have no clue who else is involved in fighting just yet. I think it's going to be Sin maybe. But we definitely heard gunshots coming all around here.
Yeah, it's coming from all everywhere. But Sin, one of the teams that always got eliminated early, and it happened again in this round. KE spots out West Point. We do know that they're a long range specialist, so West Point Mama gotta be careful. Immediately retreats to the high ground. Not out in the clear yet, as shots still fired onto them from Boy Sean. It does connect, but not enough to take anyone down. Almost getting one though from West Point Mamba. And they don't want to go up because they still have a slight glimpse of hope to get a number one.
Yeah. We never gave up and never gonna just give away that slight hope because it might actually be true. But for Holy Laundry scouting out for the side of PBE here, Vic trying to get away just to get into the safe zone, but they are denying his mobility from afar. Being shot from behind as well. West Point Mamba taking on G-Lab as usual. G-Lab, Falcon, Vipers, FVE and Sin. Always the first few to start the fight here. And they are willingly trying to challenge back, but PBE is winning this as they shut down and go up entirely done.
PBE will be happy to take the points because they need all the points that they can get for now. Currently, they seem to be a little bit far, 1,000 meters away from the circle, but it still should be okay for them to get in. It's just a matter of how many teams will they meet on the way in. Because in theory, I think that a lot of teams will rotate a little bit slower in this round, trying to get those elimination points to catch that top especially. Maybe only like teams like GE would like, okay, let's rotate a little bit faster, try to get a secure space inside of the circle and just hold it on for positioning points, and they could still maintain their gap.
And hoping that the circle didn't move away from them. That's another one they should pray about for the teams that try to get into the center of a circle. But Sin, YG and PB is still inside of the blue zone, taking their own time. It's still going to be a second stage and not going to hurt them quite that bit. But you mentioned about the teams that are getting themselves inside of a circle. We do want to see Power Grid, how many teams are actually right on top of it. As the team, especially GE, they have so much at stake here. They're too much to lose. They have to just be at bay and play quietly at first, then start to engage when needed. We're talking about only the top 5. Here it comes. Look at how just saturated it is. On top of that, Montenegro outskirts of it. We're talking about 4 teams right in the center. GE is barely making it in. They're right on top of Power Grid and try to gatekeeping towards the side of Enigma.
Oh, you kind of jinxed GE though. They were nicely in the circle, somewhat in the middle-ish, and then the circle just hard chips to the left, and now they're by the edge of it. Meaning that, okay, they can still play the gatekeeping role like what you say, But let's see how they gatekeep, because they cannot afford to go out early.
It's not on me, okay? It's not on me. I didn't chase anything. But there's a possibility that it's gonna happen. Usually that happens too. And Osja is the one that actually gatekeeping to the side of 3E. They definitely spot out their movement and try to stop it and put it on a hold at first. Have to be extra vigilant, extra careful. Just make sure they are not over tunneling to its one vision only. They have to be extra careful about their surrounding as well. Astro export out mix, but it's not gonna go over that side due to the vehicle sound coming out from the other teammate of West Point. Mamba distracted him from his POV of mix just now.
Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be hard, especially he's at the lower ground with all these teams on the high ground. They could oversee him. Now GE, looks like Austria Esports know that they're across. It's just that obviously they don't know that that is GE per se. I think if they know that, they would just crash into it and happily try to take them out.
If only they can see the tag, right? That's why they don't put the tag up front there. But Scarly got knocked down from Goblin. Where did Goblin shoot out from? It's from afar. Still spotted out Scarly. Dragon trying to actually do damage control, but he just couldn't see things through due to the cliff there. Falcon is right beneath him. He tried to scout out those coming out from afar. Chandler and Goblin is just shooting. He should do the job by supporting Fire from the high ground. Dragon tried to do it as well.
Oh,
the
no.
is dead. Well, that's a shot coming up from Ranked. PBE coming up from this as well.
Oh no. By him being up there, looks like he will drop down. And I think that's a sacrifice. Yes, that's a sacrifice. He will not allow the point to be given to his opponent. And that is it for G-Lab in this round. Such a good position, but not well guarded.
It's all about the timing to pick it out. Back to a YG. 1 second after reset himself. Romeo boy might be banned by the blue zone here. 1 second. Already too busy himself. It's going to be the end for YG. The second one to be outplacing at 15 with only 1 point in their hands. At least they don't go empty-handed. That's QB and Nigba trying to reset and Koopa, but the third phase of the blue zone is here. It's going to hurt them quite a bit, but it's still bearable. They just need to get into the vehicle. Hopefully they have enough, but Oja is waiting for the time they pick out from it.
Ooh, and Koopa went out to the zone. But the good thing is that he managed to crawl himself back to safety so Caps can pick him up. That's lucky there for Enigma, so they maintain still their full squad. Austria Esports on the other hand finds another location, another checkpoint on the high ground. So they are going towards there. Another ship towards the left. Looking over where GE is at. GE making a slow rotation, still inside of power grid. And now we can see the shots being fired from afar. And that's going to be KE as usual. The long range by KE, a slow rotation for them as well. Saying that Holy Lanju gets one for himself. Looks like a fight between Falcon as well as the opponent on the other side. He's going to be Sin. They're going against each other. Exit gets one. What a long range onto Spade. Kaya sees where his opponent is at but can't get a clear shot. But now focusing on the Chanlong versus 2 from Sin. 2v1. Sin, they don't have the information exactly where he is. But Holy Lanju blocking this site with the smoke. But the smoke is almost up. Almost expired. You can see that the Vic tries to get one. Ryman been naded down by West, but Chanlong's still there and they don't know he's there. But they heard the footstep, they're going to toss the nade, but they're not sure exactly where he is. Chanlong will evade the first nade. The second nade will be evaded as well. Right now we can see that West Point Mamba mix will be gunned down somewhere else. Sin, they need to move. The zone is closing, but Chanlong comes in, gets one, and that's going to be a surprise for him. There's more to come as Vic now spots him out, and Vic will take him out. That is it for the Falcons, being eliminated at number 40 with 2 elimination points.
Whew, I have to say Falcon tried again so many times, but he just feel a attempt coming up from them. But PB just caught in a death trap again. They're being choked by GE and Ultra at the same time. But Renzi have to be extra careful not to fall from the cliff. As Spooky being spotted out by DZ. But just not willing to shoot just yet. But here comes the taps. Didn't clip, didn't connect. And Spooky can get away from this, giving away his position as well. But you have to be extra careful for this coming up from the back line here.
Oh, too bad this Car L does not have a single shot feature. If not, he could still tap it away. He was forced to spray with a cut at distance. It was a little bit difficult for him. But it's not too difficult now for Austria Esports as they have this terrain. And they're within the circle. A couple of teams right below them. They could take advantage of that. Astro X tries to get a good view, but it's going to be Austria Esports and GE just next to each other. KE still on an open road, trying to get in.
Oh, too far. They got themselves quite a vintage view for Austria, but it's just too far from them. The cliff is just making it so difficult. They cannot land their shots here. Almost smoke up all that. Pickup truck will be exploding soon, but can DZ make it happen to just burst it out in the open? Just park himself there. Not sure who's that, but it's gonna be APG right now to the side of BG. They're gonna have to challenge this one, or they might just walk into it. And it's gonna be a 3v war as well. KE and BG.
Ooh, tapping it away right now, BG. But on the other side, there's MW. He has company, that's going to be APG onto him. 1v2. He has a DBS in hand. Our team goes down. One more to go, but MW been traded back, and he's down right now. He's just too far for his teammates to be picked up.
Kit tried to actually do a bit of damage control. Got one knockdown. Might actually get him MH along the process. But APG bleeding out. Tiv needs help, but Shrike couldn't actually help him. Right up damage. He tossed over. But lucky enough, they shot him from afar. That name might actually be the enemy, but Shrike makes so much work alongside with Kit for the entirety of APG. And wrap things up really fast, but we're not done and dusted yet, Cloud. We have Renza spotted over to a side of GE here.
Oh, and PBE just got eliminated. Not looking good for them. We'll see the gap as we head on to the final game. But before that, of course, we have to get this done and dusted with. KE now has a vehicle right in front of him, smoking it up, hoping to grab the vehicle. And this is a fresh new vehicle that they got. Managed to grab it, and now they need to ride into the circle.
SKR and Vipers got themselves the circle, but the ones waiting, trying to get into the circle, are still fighting for it. GE with the DBS. Master EG. Oh, that jump shot almost got it. Such a nick of time there. He actually built that one out. But GE Master's Eye going in for the side of Michi. West Point Mamba burning down on the floor. Slowly, just kneeling down. Smalls finishing off with an AKM, and he's had the rifles make so much wonderful work for the team. Irma shredded his vest. No more helmet, even one headshot. He's going to be on the ground. He got himself a UMP to work around. It's down to the two players of West Point Mamba to make miracle clutch out of this for the entire team.
And despite one player out from GE, they still managed to get 5 elimination points. It's not too bad for them. They widen the gap between them and the other teams right below them in the overall charts. And now we have Austria Esports going up against another opponent, and there's going to be Enigma in the compound. And this will be a necessary fight as they're playing by the edge of the circle. Austria Esports does not have a vehicle, it seems. They need to smoke up, make a smoke bridge if they want to crash in. But they still have a minivan. Okay.
Yeah, but that minivan is not the fastest vehicle there is. It's the tankiest, yes, but there's so many eyes watching out. You have to be extra careful, very cautious about approaching the circle here. DZ still playing around the smoke as Enigma is still taking the warehouse. Astro X is guarding heavily behind for the exit. Enigma, Spooky, just gonna cook up the nade for the Rally, still taking on GE. Still having a go for GE versus West Point Mamba. It's not done, it's dusted yet. As GE barely holding on to their podium spot. Sin, on the other hand, tried to close into a sort of GE as well. GE has been heavily got a two-way war here. Sin and West Point Mamba tried to take them down continuously, but still Ichi Eyes. He got with the DBS from that far.
Yeah, I think that was also because his life was too low. That if the DBS could land like 50% of it, that's good enough to take him out, and that's the end of Sin in this round. But it could be the end for Austria Esports if they don't do anything about it. Now they are being pinned down by Enigma. The nade in hand of Koopa will be kept. He will focus on to pick out Spooky for now.
Do have the time, as long as nobody's actually trying to rush in here. Austria is waiting to go in. AV going into a side of FOD. Moxie with an AWM. Is it an AWM? Back to the side of FVE. They got what a view from the behind. Got support fires. Now Ranger and another mate just gonna go for the front line. Tossing out the Molotov. Trying to flush out on FOD, who's trying to scatter themselves away from those nades. And the utilities being tossed around by FOD on their knees. But a bit of training, a changing to them, and 3 of them down. This is going down the hill. Nang makes so much work again for FOD. Leaving only Rawa and Moxie alive on the side of FDE here.
Still tapping away from afar. It's gonna be Moxie with the Scar L. He's been counter-fired upon, but now we move over to APG versus KE. APG now sieging them down, but looks like, oh, we have a substitution here. Nadu is playing this round and he'll be taken down. KE will be happy to collect those points. They're trying to win this fight against APG. The kid has arrived. The kid with the DBS. The kid. He will not connect yet. The kid still playing Ring Around the Rosie as Kaya sprays onto him.
Shroud is down. Is the main fragger for the team as well, but they still have the kit. They're going to be alternating their change of roles there. As APG is barely hanging on the threat down of the 2 down to Kit to actually do the play here versus Sky. A bit witty, but Devon coming up from the back is straight pruning down. It was a witty call, and they made it through. KE decimated the entirety of APG there, buying them a bit more time to go for more. To go for the ticket, down to 6 teams there with 20 players alive, and GE just having a small shack holding on to as well.
Well, it's been a while since I saw a prone shot that actually worked, so welcome back, prone shot. That used to be a good meta that's always used, but hey, it's nice to see it coming back again. And now GE, okay, this road, what an intersection. The next circle will determine which team needs to move and cross the road. All these teams, I would say, need to be ready. We still don't really know.
For now, on the side of GE, they got 9 eliminations, the most on their hands. But the thing is, they don't have too much space to work around. The moment they step out from that shack, it's going to be an open field for everyone to have their cross out on top of it and just shoot them down. Now, FOD tried to spread out by getting on the southern side of the circle to dominate over this side of the south and trying to get on the flank side. But we do have 2 teams on the right side of the map. It's going to be KE and FVE, the last player. I think it's Moxie. And now it's going to be tough for Moxie to get out from there. That smoke will give away his position to all the teams that are watching them as well.
Oh yeah, sometimes smokes can give away a position. Sometimes it's a distraction. It depends on how creative you use it. But speaking about creativity, FOD may be challenged in terms of their creativity because there's a lot of open space between them and the next middle circle. Very, very likely. But unfortunately for FVE, Moxie in between a lot of teams, immediately eliminated. Not able to collect any elimination points in this round.
Back to the side of FOD here. They're slowly crawling into the zone. But it will shift again for the circle as the 7th stage commencing. It's just barely making it in for the side of FOD. It's going to be a flat plain land for them to work along. The compound would not be in it as well. But SKR is the same situation as FOD. They need to cross that street. But it's better for them to actually just go to the side of GE. They're ramping it in. They're going for the rush. It's going to be an exit going to the side of GE. But all of them is actually in there. They have vehicles. They have the grenades. They have utilities. Why not? They're going to go exit on the ground. Same goes for Mitch. He's now playing a ring around the road. Ring around with an AKM. Got one. Marcos on the ground. Yahiko next. Still living out the day. Yahiko trying to call out for the entire team. On the ground as well. Smile. Clutching it up for the entire KE. But what is happening, KE?
That was a mess there, but however, they still got 10 elimination points by Kaya. Big knockdown. Oh no, Kaya jumped out of the vehicle. A moving vehicle that's too fast for him. Naughty 4K tries to eliminate the rest of KE. Davan is still active. That name will knock down Boy Sean. Davan versus Naughty 4K. 1v1 with the DBS in there. Naughty 4K moves to the left. Sprays, shoots, does not connect. Davan now super duper low. 40% health left. Another shot. And finally, Davan will go out and SKR will get the shack.
You reap what you sow for the side of KE, but that was his steal coming up from Boyshon KE to shut down GE from their #1 spot. That one nade tossed straight into the doors from afar. Now SKR living with only one man, FOD and Vipers the one. Vipers make it into the top 3 in the second last map. And FOD is their chance to actually push up the overall rank. They still have a shot to get the #1 spot.
Ooh, yes. FOD. But then again, let's not forget, early on, GE got 10 elimination points when they were eliminated. But if FOD can get the chicken dinner, well, that could be the opportunity. We need to make the calculations later on. And they still maintain a full squad, so it's looking good for them so far. I'm going to be a little bit worried for Naughty 4K in case he doesn't have the circle. And he's all alone. Man, he needs to time his rotation well, but it looks like he's going to make it preemptive.
Yeah, at the same time, that buggy will make so much noise. They still make it in for barely making it in at the edge of a circle as well, but oh my, easy. Going in straight into the lair of Vipers here. Been waiting all this while to actually have a brawl, and now they got it right in their faces. As Easy almost being knocked down in speed. Tried to play with the angles, but he's too careful coming up from Vipers. They're letting this go by. FOD is not willing to stop. They want to go for the kills.
Oh, it's lucky for Naughty 4K. He still has a little bit of circle to play on the other side of the road. And looks like he will stay there for now. He'll be happy to take the placement points for now. But John will be gunned down by Smooth Girls. Smooth Girls moving in. They want to secure their elimination point. They want the points in the back as well. They want to show glory to their team. Molly will be tossed out. FOD burning down.
And now one by one, we chip down as down to 3 members of FOD. But we're not done yet as Vipers still going in, trying to defend the fortress as long as they can. We're waiting for SKR to take part of it as well. As DBS going in, then Jay taken down straight in the face there. But Jace is still backing it up with the support fire. Now cooking up the nade as they are gonna plan over to go to Joseph instead. But Spade still finding the rest of FOD. The last place outside. Joseph is down. What SKR bidding his time to be the second last here as FOD eliminated at third place. SKR, can they close this clutch with another chicken back to back? Fighting the entire cavalry of Vipers here.
Ooh, it's really tough. It's really tough. But I must say that GE will be clapping their hands, thanking Vipers for eliminating FOD for their closest rivals. And now let's do it. Let's see if we can pull off an insane clutch. Spade spots out the smoke. He knows that someone's there, tries to splat but can't seem to connect. Spade being shot at down to 50% health. They all see him now, and of course it's going to be Vipers getting this chicken dinner, the second last chicken dinner of the day.
But is it going to be enough for them? They have been really quiet until the last minute it starts to fire. But finally Vipers, the team that barely make it in, struggling in the grand finals past 3 days, finally make a statement that we are still here for the fight. Getting themselves this chicken dinner will pop up tiny bit, not too much, but still they're gonna have to wait it out till the last map here. I'm waiting for them to go gun blazing, but Vipers clan finishing with that chicken dinner got themselves the banner on the second last map here today. What a play, what perseverance. They save it till the last minute to wait it out and just got it in the back.
Oh yeah, Vipers, whatever it is, it's still a good feeling to get a chicken dinner. Not gonna doubt that. Smoogle coming on the charts, but only 2 eliminations with 962 damage. Man, this is ridiculous.
This guy did a lot of work, but it didn't justify his work and effort here with 2 elimination points. I'm like, his damage taken tanked quite a bit, but when it comes to damage dished out, this is too much for that 2 eliminations. It's just too much for him to actually do so much work and gain nothing out of it. I mean, like, we did have that SAT award back then, right? This is one of those guys that deserving that SAT award.
That SAT award I remember was 0 eliminations and he had like a lot of damage, something like that. I forgot who it was, but I remember we had that. That was like super duper sad. You can't beat that. But anyway, teams to watch. Looks like Vipers. Wow. Oh man, that's a long distance they travel as compared to the rest.
Yep. And it's like half what KE have to offer, but SKR, they're really ramping it up this time, stepping up to the occasion, really trying to push as much. And they, that last player, I think it was Naughty 4K just now, who just waited out. You know what? I don't want to risk it. Don't want to get one more elimination. I just want the extra point coming out from those position and rankings. And they made it. It's just a bit of a scuffle. They have to go through and fighting so many teams in between. I mean, like, there's a lot of teams that got quite a number of eliminations, GE is included, that they ended up in the small shack. KE just make it harder for them. And now here's the points. 6 elimination for Vipers, enough for them to actually push up for a bit for 16 points. But look at how much elimination just by GE alone, KE. Both of them very similar when it comes to playstyle, but KE is more towards the long distance, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, long distance specialist. I'm looking over at GE 13, SKR 11, FOD 11, and then for those teams that could challenge, PB only 2 points. Ooh, that's going to be hard for them. Austria Esports only 3, so that's hard as well. I think that based on my rough calculation, GE would still be on top. So,
Yep.
but it's still enough gap for like for the last round to matter for them.
But I do want to see, is there how much of a gap between them? Also, I feel like it's kind of tough now. We're down to the last game here, and they haven't been performing for the past few maps when it comes to Myanmar. But when it comes to Rango, they do have more confidence in it. But I do want to see how much they can push in the last map. FOD! Oh, there's less than 10 points. It's just 8 points apart between GE and FOD. And KE just 4 points different in second place. Oja pushed down to 4th. And SKR slowly climb back up. This is so close, Cloud.
It is. It's like what, 8 points gap now between FOD and GE. GE, good thing is that they got a good amount of eliminations previously, so that's why they could still maintain the number 1 spot. If not, FOD might have overtaken them. Maybe even KE, but KE may be a little bit of a gap, but maybe FOD. But anyway, that also means that Choo, because the gap is that small, the last game, as what we predicted from day number 1, the last game will matter.
We're definitely down to the last wire. We're talking about definitely the teams up there in the top 5 are not willing to risk it too much. But you know what? It's like I mentioned before, PPE on the other hand is the type of a team that, you know, if we really meant to make it at number 1 spot, they're gonna do it. They're gonna make it. They're gonna go for the push, because it's either you take it or leave it, right? Either you take the risk and solidify yourself in the number 1 spot with those eliminations, you just sit it quietly, but still it's a risk. The fact that you're sitting it quietly, you might not gain any elimination points. Is that 10 points of chicken really gonna be enough for you to solidify at number 1 spot?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. It also depends on how GE performs next, right? If GE gets eliminated early, then it's all open for a lot. But if GE plays it safe, they just hold on for positioning points, maybe. But that was like, if that was like previous point system, then the theory will work. But because the point system now for placements is that little, then holding on for placement points only per se, that's going to be tough. They still need to get elimination points to be safe.
I mean, like they might try to get elimination points in the last few fights in the top 5. That's possible still, but provided if they have enough people to actually gain that much of a point. So I mean, like, both situation right now is a 50-50. You want to play it safe, conservative play, just wait it out. There's a risk to it. Is it a bigger risk to actually sit one out, or just go for it since the start? It's pretty much the same weight if you ask me.
Well, if it helps GE, then the stats do favor onto them. They are above FOD in terms of stats, but OJS is above both of them, so that's something to trade off. PB, I think it's already very difficult for them to challenge that number 1 spot. But FOD, of course, they are really, really close, so that's what the stat shows. And of course, Erangel, what a map! The El Clasico map for it to be the El finale.
Yeah. Oh, this map. There's so many teams so good at it. It's so hard to make a call here. I'm so scared. I don't want to jinx anybody. We'll have to do the prediction really now, just because I want to avoid my curse of jinxing the team. But you know what? I don't know who I want to win this. These teams are so good right now. They are building up their character throughout the entire league. But look where they stand right now. Such formidable players. I feel everybody deserves to win here.
Oh, that's such a standard nice answer. But in reality, there can only be one.
Who would you pick then? Honestly speaking.
I wish I could like change lah, but you know.
You said one. If you can pick one to be the champion, who would it be?
Well, let's see. Let's do a surprise. I'll pick an FOD.
Wow.
Alright.
I'm so scared to make any picks here. For me, I'm still gonna stand still with GE, but I don't know. This map feels like they'll be the target for all the teams, right? If you're number 1 in the last map, you'll be hunted so hard by the teams, all the other teams even down there.
It is what it is. And there might be teams that actually challenge their drop spot. So we might see like those early fights inside of their drop spot. So that's going to be exciting. And that's where they need to be aware. Whether they change it just to make it unpredictable, or they stick to it and get ready to fight.
It's so hard to predict. It's all down to the circle and the flight path again, because it's such crucial to know that it's going to be a kind one. If it's not a kind one, that already speaks for itself. These guys don't even have to change their drop spot wherever. They have to just make it in the circle in the first place, because it's going to be really tough if the circle just moving away from the flight path in the first place.
Yeah, and of course, the circle is also very, very important. If it's a military base circle again, all I can say is good luck.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm nervous for these guys. Due to how, if you guys have no clue what happened yesterday, you just watch it, the VODs all over again. The circle was really tormenting the players all day long. It was such a trash, garbage circle the entire day. Since the start of till the end, including Myanmar Renga, every single map was crazy.
It is. That was like what? 2 military base and 1 kind of 50-50, and then it went to Ferry Pier. I mean, yesterday's Erangel. Not only Erangel, all the maps were insane. So I don't know. This grand finals is like the most insane set of circles that we have seen ever, I think. Normally you get like that 1-2 that is like wonky, and then the rest are kind of okay. But in this case, it's like, it's almost all of them are crazy.
Yeah, including even Saha, where we ended up in the tree island or Hatin sort of circle, and then Myanmar has so much land, it ended up on top of Los Higos. Like how? The island, like why? Many times, not just once. So we have no clue what's going to happen in Wrangell. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if you guys want to pray for the teams, this is the time to do it, because they really need your prayers and your morale boost coming up from your chairs. So cheer up for your team. We don't know who's going to win it. We definitely, I definitely don't have any specific favorite, because all these teams are super good. They are really great people to work along with. I've met them before and I talked to them, some of them before, like KHR players. They're really great as well. They're very friendly. But down to the last wire, I mean, like, we can't call it until the circle reveals itself. That's it.
When we're nice, the circle's not nice. When we're not nice, the circle's not nice. So you make your pick. I don't know right at this point. You know, I don't know whether to be like, oh, I want a bad circle. Oh, I want to be nice today, because either way, the circle seems to override us nowadays.
But back to it. Okay, we put aside a circle, the flight path, and everything else in between that out of control for this place, right? What's in their control? We're gonna talk about their strategy, their approach, and also their firepower coming up from GE and FO. It feels like they're on the same part of gameplay, but PBE do prefer those type of run and gun. They're the types of fearless team. But for me, GE and SK is more towards the firepower, but GE is a bit more meticulous when it comes to the approach of certain fight. You know, they are very calculative. They are good in firepower, but they are a bit more strategy on that term.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit more, like what you say, right? Strategic or calculative of their moves. So hence, they sometimes do the 50-50. Sometimes they stay back a little bit more. Sometimes they go in for the crash. So they have a mixed style here. It's like, if we make a comparison with Enigma is like the total opposite. Enigma is like the just crash into everybody they see. Of course, if you can win all the fights, that's great. They'll probably be on top, but not every day is Sunday, like what they say, right? You don't get all the good stuff every time. So you are like your famous words: high risk, high reward.
But you know what? The one that I want to watch out for, it's gonna be Falcon, G-Lab, Sen, and possibly who else? Probably FVE. These guys like to ruin the mood for all the other teams. They have to just passing by, just dropping by, just happen to be there, and just make sure that they got themselves into the initial fights of certain wars, certain compound. It's just they are the ones that are always starting to mess things up or just make a bit of spice of the game itself when everything was quiet. It's always them.
I'll personally add Enigma into the equation. YG. And if you notice, there were a lot of times that YG and Enigma, they always bump into each other because their logos are purple color, right? So sometimes it's like,
yeah.
Okay, which team is that? Oh, okay, that purple color, right? So I noticed that they always bump into each other. I would definitely put Enigma into the list of party poopers.
But Enigma has too much to lose it. There's too much at stake if they want to be the one that crashing into the party, because they are on the top as well. So is it going to be too risky for them to actually just build it out, or, you know? jeopardizing the entirety of their overall rankings if they actually play that. But maybe things work out for them. Like we mentioned earlier on, it's a 50-50. It's a 50-50 if you play too safe. It's still a 50-50 if you play too aggressive because of the system. The point system for the chicken is a bit too low now if you want to play too safe.
Yeah, so if you mentioned that they are somewhere, well, I wouldn't say close enough, right? But there's somewhere that they could still try. And of course, it's besides the number one spot, there's always, if you go better placement at the end of the day, you will get the better piece of the prize pool. So why not, right? You still have that thing to play for. But Erangel, last game, let's go.
Buckle up and get ready for last map, final day, final of everything else, and finally wrangle in the wildcard PMPL SEA Wildcard in the 2023. It's a generous fight path as a start. Everybody can drop wherever they fancy, but will the circle be punishing?
Again, I'm like, Okay, I want to give a test, right? Like, what if I don't talk about the circle at all? What if I don't say, oh, so and so and so? How would it be given?
We try.
Yeah.
We're gonna avoid that topic entirely.
Yeah.
Just gonna wait and see.
Yeah, let's try.
Just gonna see it out.
Yeah.
Let's try for that. We do have a lot of teams dropping around SMB. One of the main reasons because it has been a lot of SMB the past few days. But do anybody want to take a Vistalba? There are sometimes some teams want to take that, especially Vipers. I do want to see, is there anybody want to challenge a different sort of compound starting off early on, just to clash and make things a bit more spicy than it's supposed to be, right?
Okay, not so spicy for Austria Esports, West Point Mamba. They are kind of safe in their own nice military base island. I'm looking over on to, keeping my eye on to Yasnaya though. Seems like a couple of teams heading towards that side. But okay, it's a nice circle. I gotta give it to it. Yeah, see, don't talk about the circle. That's the recipe.
It feels like it's gonna be got a feel as the ending. I mean, like, but it's unpredictable, right? The hardship sometimes happening. It's what happened earlier today. We thought it was a general circle until it dropped down to fair peer.
I didn't say
I'm
it,
not
guys.
just gonna. I mean, like, I have to bring it out because what happened today. That really happened.
Yeah, that's why I'm not saying it, guys. I'm like, okay, you know, if it becomes wonky, you know who it comes from. I'm just trying to narrow it down.
That's just facts. What happened really today, we thought we had a really generous circle and then it ended up right on top of Fairy Pier. So we're gonna have to wait and see if the hardship really happen. If it doesn't happen, it's gonna be great, but it's gonna be really massive on top of Curfew if it's gonna be a generous one. But G Lab just dropping at the edge of certain shoreline around the lake there. And got himself a bit separated, a bit segregated, just to have more space since there's only small compounds to work along for G Lab to get himself geared up. So you're gonna be separated for a bit. But YG, yeah, did you put YG in the stack, in the mix, where you know the party pooper team that you call it?
Yes. After I mentioned Enigma, YG was one of the party poopers in my list.
Okay, the purple ones. All the purple ones. Yeah.
The purple ones are the party poopers. But you know what? The party poopers are actually fun, for us at least, because they make the action happen. They make things happen like early on. They're like, okay, we just poop party for everyone, and well, you guys enjoy the show. And that's what they're here for. They're here to entertain. As in the...
Come on.
Well, as in the famous words of Gladiator, right? Are you not entertained?
But at the same time, I mean, like, anyone on YG, they actually have a shot to get still in the top 5 in the last round. I mean, like, it's going to be a hurdle for them to go through. So far, we haven't seen any 20-ish sort of elimination in the grand finals. In the league, yes, we did actually witness that. But when it comes to the grand final, it feels like a bit of a task for them to actually, a bit of a tall order for them to actually do 20-ish eliminations. We haven't seen that by far, but maybe we're going to see it today.
Ooh, okay. Might as well, right? Break the record in the final game. We don't see that very often. Normally the final game is like, because everyone starts to play like really aggressive, so there's nothing more to lose, and that's where the eliminations start to even out. So if that happens in the final game, that'll be something. That's a new record.
Yep. It's down to the last wire here. The gap is so close. These guys have to put everything on the table. For GE, they're trying to be as cautious as possible. We do know for a fact they got a lot of bounty on their heads right now. So many teams trying to bring down number 1 spot and just shut them down quickly so they don't gain any more points just to solidify their position. But for GE, they have to be extra careful. But FOD, KE, Austria, and SKR have so much purpose to actually try to go as aggressive as they can. They can actually do it. And these are the teams that really crave for the blood here.
Now that we have view onto PBE, I'm just calculating their point gap. So it's 29 point gap. They have to hope that, of course, all these upper teams just go out early, and they need to collect like a record-breaking chicken dinner to catch up. So yeah, it's quite a tall order for PBE, but if they're able to pull it off, it's probably one of the craziest comebacks ever, considering they started off the week or the finals on page 2.
Yep, I agree. They were at the bottom at first, and not really at the bottom of it, but it just like what 17-ish sort of point as an initial start. But for instead of Austria, they also had second place at first, right, in the league, but they didn't actually place themselves first. Or maybe it was not really. Austria was actually 4th, but never mind. We got ourselves a bit of a start, a bit of a first contact between Austria and also West Point Mamba, who try to get more in terms of a last push. Yeah, West Point Mamba have nothing else to lose here. Definitely a lot to prove, but nothing else to lose. They are running and hunting down Skynin. They got it. Austria in a tough spot. They are in the run for the champions. They lost 1 man too early, and Astro might got caught in the process. They are hunting him down.
That's tough, that's tough. Only 18 points separate them from the top at least. That's still a chance for them, but now West Point Mamba. We did talk about the party poopers. Looks like West Point Mamba. Welcome to the club.
Oh boy. Here comes the flip. Wow. That's really in a fashion there. Kind of stylish to shoot things out. But West Point Mamba hunting down 1 by 1 Austria. This is really tough for Austria. Can afford to lose. This is the last map here. They cannot afford to be the first one to out. They didn't gain any point at all. But West Point Mamba, this might be detrimental if they keep on pushing, not aware, underestimating the firepower come from Austria, but it's splattered down. It's going to be one of their key players as well. And now the rest of them are Ramza and also coming from DZ. They have to build this and being chased to the end of the earth if they have to for West Point Mamba. They have no way to stop this.
Absolutely. Try to stop a team that has nothing to lose. This is what you get. And now with Austria Esports only having 2 players, for them to collect that amount of points needed to catch up to the number 1 spot, assuming that GE, FOD, KE do not move. Oh man, this is not looking good.
This commitment coming up from West Point Mamba, they're not giving it away. Ramza now have to face this. Oh no, Austria! Their number 1 spot chance is going away. It's down the drain as West Point Mamba slams down, break their hearts to go into the champions, even to PMSL. It's punishing on the side of Austria quite hard. West Point Mamba not showing any mercy at all, and keeps it going. It's still hunting the last player of Austria. Good gracious, who's left? Was it DZ?
Probably. But then again, I guess fuel is going to be an issue as well, because they've been chasing the entire map, so they might as well like, okay, rather than we try to chase and then we stop halfway, okay, let's get on to our usual. But unusual FOD 1 down, and PBE will be happy to take that point. Oh no, GE will be happy looking at the elimination feed.
But the outside players have finished it and denied that effort coming from Mumbai. Feels like all the teams of Wildcard coming from the Philippines are going really well this time. They are hunting for all elimination as much as they can get. TZ hanging on to his last thread of life. He's calling a 911 there, just to be safe. West Point Mamba just leaving and bail this compound. He's gonna stay alive for a bit more longer, but I'm not sure how much utilities he actually have, with not much time to actually loot out from the compound. But there's so many teams outside of the blue zone still, and we have a circle string over to us, a bit downside, but still in a generous amount of it.
Oh, the kid been taken out, and Enigma starting their party pooping by taking out the kid from APG. So that's going to be an unfortunate situation. And as we talked about, if the kid gets eliminated, then that will be the case. APG loses one of their main fraggers.
Oh man, YG taking away FVE. Hey, we did call it. YG is gonna go gun blazing at first. They're definitely going for more here. Nothing else to lose for these guys except for getting themselves in the top 3. But FVE is losing 2 men at the same time. Finish off with a splat and Marnet and as well as Kid Loki. That's really brutal ending for this guy to play at the last few rounds. No team ousted yet, but they definitely leaving only a couple of players behind.
Well, everyone is just going insane, too. Like these predictor teams, YG, Enigma, the party pooping teams, they're just not letting anyone go, and now they're not stopping it. They know that there's 2 left from FVE. They're going in. Raul tries to defend his compound. 40% health left. Raul at the second floor. Better be careful. No nade will come to him. You gotta pray for that. And Raul resets. As now we can see that Mario goes in with the DBS and Ranger immediately falls.
One shot straight head on. Good headshot and Loki giving up pressure from the outskirts. Raul nowhere to run, no hide as Romeo Boy got himself in the corner already. Monet coming in and marching with a double spray. Raul finally out with Monet. Almost got entirely down. FVE eliminated. Thank you for being part of this tournament as well. But it was a great show coming from FVE. We love how they offered themselves. So much good plays coming in this time. But thank you so much, FVE. They placed themselves at 16, and that's going to be their last match.
Yeah, they did have good moments. They got a chicken dinner throughout the grand finals, so at least their poster came up. Ranger was one of the MVPs, so they did their best. However, hopefully see them in the next season then. And now SKR, one of the teams that still can eye for the top. Oh, YG now. Oh, BG bumping into them. And looks like they will be the one to poop the party pooper.
BG having an eye out to the side of YG from afar, still quite afar. With mini 14, they spotted out Loki, tried to get back into indoors. BG might actually give support fight. They're gonna gatekeep this one on the southwest of the map. Coming up from Pachinki, it's gonna be the potato hill of Pachinki here. Might be the last few rounds if you hard shift towards the northern side. GE happens to be walking straight into the airdrop. Cannot afford to lose because this guy's is going wild. They have to be extra careful. This guy's going insane, crazy with the plays here. They don't have a calendar wall anymore. They're gonna mess things up, make it hard for all the other players. Just having fun with PUBG Mobile.
I noticed a super far rotation for DZ, the last man for OJS, Osha Esports. He went on to military base. I think for the main peninsula, he went out to a military base and now he's trying to get back up. And that's why he's tanking out the blue. But being the last man standing, there's nothing else that you can do. The only mission is just evade every single fight that you can think of.
Yep. They're thinking quite stressful right now for GE. They just happen to be just passing by to the side of Sin. And Sin is one of those teams can actually try to challenge you as much as they want to. They have nothing else to lose either. They have a lot to prove, yes. But they will try to challenge these guys that happen to be right in front of their face. But G-Lab versus YG now. This is going to be interesting as both teams love to fight as much. But once the first one to the ground, it's going to be Marnet. And with a splat as well. Newbie as a swift splat, by the way. Reaction to follow up coming out from the side of G-Lab. They're trying to get for more. Osja, these happen to be passing by. Wait, what? How? As the last member of Osja.
Okay, maybe he has no choice because maybe no first aids and he had to move, and that is it for Osha Esports. Number 4 as of now will be eliminated. Thank you so much for playing. Now we still have a good number of contenders though for that number 1 spot, so GE can't let their guard down.
Can't afford to make any room of mistakes here. Same goes for FOD. Especially GE, but SK are still having a go. They can actually chase this one out. They have 1 elimination point of all the other teams there. They are the most bold to take a right foot up and left foot down. Back to the side of Vipers. Spoogel is down on his knees. They are fighting in the blue zone for SKR. They're slowly bulldozing people from behind. This might actually work to get into number 1 spot if they keep on gun and run. But on the side of Marcus, spotted out the entirety of Vipers, might actually take the entire team down by himself. But it's still the 3rd stage here. The blue will burn them quite a bit. It's going to be 0.6% at a time. But They need to make a move. They cannot afford to stay too long here.
Yeah, because you can see there's a good number of teams actually gatekeeping this circle. SKR, Yahiko still out in the open. Oh, but hey, look who has arrived! And YG, they will face the Wrath. YG defending the guard this moment against G-Lab. G-Lab right now seems to be taking this place over. Or did they win the fight? G-Lab. Oh, they are eliminated.
By YG. The entirety of YG just got himself an upgrade of loot. Got 8 eliminations by far. Is it going to be enough for them if they got even double digit, even 20-ish? I'm not sure. Maybe they might actually have a shot. They're going all the way around. But BG taking on a bit on the side of SKR. It's going to be a bit of a problem. One knockdown. SKR do have a shot to get into the championship. It might actually get them some slot for PMSL. Will be stunted, denied by the hands of BG. Coming in with the DBFs. Going in for the players. Naughty. We'll try to revive, but we're looking over West Point Mamba at the same time, rushing straight into APG.
And APG doesn't have the kid on their main fragger, so the West Point Mamba will take advantage of that. At the same time, SKR looks like they are eliminated. But now focusing on the West Point Mamba, Michi almost needed out, but Shroud managed to get mixed instead.
Oh boy, West Point Mamba almost got claimed entirely by the Nate just now. Managed to reset himself as Shroud and RT. Shroud is the one of the key player who knows and so intelligent when it comes to making the shot calls. But Enigma taking on APG Shroud from afar. Enigma is here. They will take it away. They are wiping the floor clean. Being the third party, the housekeeping is here.
Oh, the third party Enigma. This is their specialty. And they're going up against West Point Mamba. Almas gets one. He'll want to secure the elimination point before that. Can he get the second one? Can he get the third one? Yes, he will. He got all 3. But he's super duper low right now. They can finish him off. He doesn't have time to use first aids. And that is it for him. 2 from Enigma can be picked up.
Enigma leaving with only 1 player left, if I'm not mistaken here. But for West Point Mamba, it's going down the drain for them to actually get into the top 5. They have to say goodbye for now. But West Point Mamba, valiant effort just now being shown. What an effort to just get into the compound. But Enigma just had it better when it comes to share the housekeeping team. Got themselves back up. A huge upgrade of loot with so many boxes inside. There's 2 teams, 2 squads. Our Falcon got himself on top of the Potato Mountain, or Potato Hills. And Viper Speed just going to finish off by the blue zone. Instead, we still have Digit just circling around the edge of the blue zone. But the rest of them, nowhere to be nearby in the center of the Potato Hill. It's going to be the center of the circle as well.
Well, good news for GE. They're in a position that they will be unchallenged for now. And they'll be happy to just sit back and look at all those elimination feed running. Especially by other teams party pooping onto those teams that could challenge them for the number 1 spot. Now KE and FOD just next to each other. They are the number 2, number 3 team. Both teams, they need the points if they want to get the number 1. So they can't stay too passive. But looking at the current phase of the circle, they might be forced to fight.
They will have to force to fight. FOD is one of the closest contender to get themselves a number 1 spot. Next to them is just KE. It happens to be the both Titan teams are there. Try to duke it out and snatch it out and tell them who's deserving to be in the number 1 spot here possibly. Nowhere to be found is going to GE. But if they are sitting this quietly, it might be overtaken by FOD and KE. If they happen to be start engaging, and they will, and they start to fight each other out, only 1 team will survive here. Either going to be KE or FOD. GE, if they not start firing soon, they're going to be left behind. Because so close for the point gap there, the eliminations will definitely trump over their position ranks. FOD Johnson start to get an opening first. They were going for the rush, slowly approaching. Nung is always the one who making such a good play, but Kaya!
Oh!
Taking on FOD! A bit of a trading today between these 2 teams.
Oh, let's not forget the circle will close, so they got to finish this fast. But now they're just trading knocks with each other. Everyone's just holding their position for now. 10 seconds before the zone closes. But at the same time, Chu, look at this. There's another team just behind them. Even if anyone wins this fight, to get out of this is going to be tough. But KE chooses to rotate up north where nobody is there. Good scouting work.
It's going to be BG. It's going to be BG. And BG is not letting it pass by. Look at how MH committed to actually follow up, pursue towards their vehicle just now going on the left side there. On the northern side of the map. FOD, if they don't live this, they might actually put themselves in a grave here as BG coming in. Here comes them, spoiling the fun for KE. Oh, KE slowly pushing forward with the nades. Utilities-wise, they toss everything they have. Put it up fourth, just to give a bit more space for them to rotate around. But too much at stake here for KE as BG making it so tough for the top players to just having a go.
There's no choice right now. KE has to take this fight. Any further rotations will be too far for them. And plus the Potato Hill has Falcon behind. They could be shot down. But the top goes down by the nade of May W. The top needs to be picked up, one of the top players, but there won't be enough time as BG, they're going to play this aggressively.
Oh, Splat! No! Oh, BG, but no way! He didn't hit it! He didn't hit yourself! The top almost bleeding out. Edward trying to do damage control. Kaya spraying up from the sideline with very straight up health remains. But both of them being knocked down. Devon trying to do the IGL. No! KE! No way! Not like this!
With only one elimination point, that's not going to be enough, obviously, to catch up to GE. But now FOD, they're in trouble. They're going up against Falcon. Looks like the bottom teams, they are being the bane to these teams.
Andrew, Falcon, you have to be careful with these teams at the bottom right now. They're just making it really tough. But PBE, wait, what? How? Sen taking on Falcon, but PBE taking a fight against another team at the same time. I think that's going to be FOD. This is really tough. Is FOD going to share the same fate as KE and also and SKR here? That's a bigger question. Falcon also wants to be part of this. FOD stuck in between. My goodness, the top teams who can actually get the #1 spot. Falcon taking on the side of BG, started going in. Sin going against Falcon as well. This is such a mess, Cloud.
It is an absolute mess. However, FOD is still alive. I'm going to remain positive here. Anything can happen as long as they're still alive. But Sin is going in. And Sin, there's going to be Guap on Andrew. A splat there that happened. FOD, now they are vulnerable to a Sin. As Falcon will finish off.
Now there's going to be another track of being eliminated. Plays themselves at 8 here. We're down to only 7 teams. Sen trying to hunt for more. They already have 4 in the back. This guy have been quite the entire day. Suddenly out of nowhere, BG and YG getting 8 elimination points just by themselves. Enigma is going for the run and gun as well as PB going for the hunt too. They got themselves 3 eliminations. Aside from the top 2 teams, all the other teams down there getting themselves so much elimination points already.
And it might be the case that GE might be champions without needing to do that much in the final round. Looking at all these teams fighting each other, cancelling out each other. As Sin now shoots onto Amura. Amura tries to get away. Amura still survives for now. But Fig coming in to his teammates. This Potato Hill. This is not a potato hill. This is a death hill.
There's a graveyard. Fig now tossing over the side of Sin, just making it so hard for Anthony to hold on to. 1 knockdown. Down to Nang. Can Nang actually do this? BG coming up from the flank side. Amish might actually spot him as well. This is crucial for FOD to keep it alive. They still have a shot at it. PBE taking on YG. PBE going on a rampage finish of Romeo. It's going to be loss of YG remains. But PBE taking the fight into the hands of GE, but GE don't want to go for this. They peeled this one. We don't want to be part of your drama, but they forcing it as GE going down. It's really 1-1 trade. Mars off the ground bleeding now. Master side holding on the last shred, but they're having so many people on the ground. They still can get eliminations. PBE only down to 2 players left as GE try to reset themselves.
And with FOD being eliminated, GE will definitely be the champions. But let's see if they can secure the final chicken dinner just to top it off. But PBE from a fire Enigma, as usual, as always, they will always be the party pooper.
Me, that thing was way too far for the toss. Enigma saved GE just by the neck. Because GE almost got naded by that hand grenade that tossed a perfect angle coming up from the side of PBE. We're down to 4 here. GE, all they need to do is just maintain. They already secured enough elimination to maintain themselves in the #1 spot. Feels like we know who's going to be the champion. But Enigma still can chase it out based on the elimination points. They still can go for it if they wipe out all the other teams. But BG taking a fight with a nade towards the side of Sin.
Ooh, focusing on the BG versus Sin. The two teams that just like to crash in and take elimination points for themselves. Let's see if anything can happen here. Amura, he sees where Vic is, but he's not going to make those weak moves just yet. MH, going to toss a molly into the smoke, but no one's there.
MH shredded fast. Almost entirely gone with the helmet. BG has been such a nuisance for the team, but it's so much fun to watch them. Moy taking out MH at first, and he's going to finish him off straight away. As Sin is going to go for the run and gunning. This is going to secure 8 elimination points on their side. Same goes for BG, who got to secure 8 now, but BG leaving only one player of Amura trying to do the plays here. Playing ring around the Rosie, around the corner of the bunker, but final finish off by the hands of Vic. Now it leaves out to only 3 teams remain. It's going to be 3v4v4. GE got Omen well and alive. Sin as well as Enigma got into 3. They are in between. Enigma's, GE spreading the team into 2-2.
Well, at this point, they can't afford it. Not an issue. Enigma one down though. It's now down to Caps as well as Spooky. However, they have the high ground together with the compound, so it's still an advantage for them. It's not really necessary for them to take this fight, but I guess, well, it's the final round. Might as well just go for it.
They can actually do that. They can have the privilege to actually the space to do that. The teams that have the highest contenders to this side has nowhere to be found here. FOD is not there. K is not there. It's all down to Enigma. Whether to give it away the points or just going to deny it and take the point instead. Enigma down to only 2 players with Sin still have a 4. They kind of got stuck in between, and GE is in between. But Enigma's move just attracted everybody else to tunnel the vision to their side.
Oh, Sin playing with the high ground. And now let's see if they can get anything out of this with Holy Lanju. Still with a prime position, with a prime view, but GE holding on to their sniper tower. But they have 2 players at the forefront. Well, this seems like they're just going in all out, but Vic will be counter-fired upon. He will be knocked down.
And Cooper hoping his teammate will actually try to revive himself. Back onto his feet. Master Ichi going for Smile. Smile spotted out the knockdown, trying to finish things off. Holy Lunge is just too far. Is on top of the hill here. Just so hard to play around the cliff. Spotted out Caps. A bit of a tap. Oh, was a headshot. That's a headshot. Definitely didn't actually clip it. But one of the players actually will be revived by the side of Enigma. Back to it's where we started off. It's back to square one. All the players managed to reset themselves.
Ooh, what a position here for Holy Lanju. You can see pretty much all of them. But that might change in the next phase of the circle. But before that, GE from a 2-2 split. Now they're playing a 3-1 split with one support behind, giving cover fire from afar. Enigma knows that someone's on the high ground as well, so they need to put focus there. They can't tunnel vision themselves onto GE.
I'll go up. Spotted out Ichi, almost clipped entirely down. It's going to be a long toss. Very strong hand grenade going over that side. Didn't clip, but the Blues were close to the side of Sin first. They have to climb down there. It's going to be a tough one as Enigma, and also GE already have the pre-fires position just waiting for Sim to climb down. Go up, where to go and where to run. They can actually just hop onto that vehicle and just move forward if they want to, but still trying to invest a bit of more time to just shoot it from afar right now.
Ooh, go up. Spraying onto Enigma. Everyone's just been pinned down, but then again, after this, Holy Lanju, he cannot have that high ground anymore. The circle doesn't favor him. Koopa being needed out by West. GE, could that be the opening? But it's not going to be worth it because the Koopa is no longer within the circle. They just need to wait for Enigma to come out.
Enigma already secured 7 eliminations. Still trying to get a number 1 spot. It's a bit of far-fetched. They didn't actually finish off with 15 eliminations there. Feels like a bit dim right now, but still have a lot to go on. Sin on the other end, slowly already on the lower ground, meeting at the middle ground, but Ichi taking on Caps first. This is GE just gonna solidify the position in the podium as well. Taking all the shots they can, make it into their pocket, translate into a point, and keep it going as Sin gives the praise to Enigma. GE taking the advantage, being the third party from the flank side.
Ooh, right now GE is the only team with a full squad. They have a little bit of advantage there, but not for long as one of them will be eliminated. And now they only have Sin to deal with. Sin has the high ground. They're slowly coming down, but GE has the circle control. So there's a little bit of a 50-50 there. Zai will pick up Smile. That means they will retain their 4th player.
Yep, GE have a bit of a reset, but they don't have time here. We're talking about the circle. no more to be seen. It's down to the blue zone. Everybody being closed down. It's going to be Sin having the hardest part because they are the one that actually been closed down by the blue zone. First, go up trying to push forward. They have got no clue. Where are the players? GE, the slopes, the hillside. It's so slippery they couldn't climb up for GE. They have to wait it out. As Sin, Masaichi got it on Holy Land Junior. He's the only one who got the vision of full line of Sin. Trying to give another pressure. He got another. This is it. GE, they will take this away. There's no way this can turn around. Go up. He tried to heal himself. Sin Moy coming up from the back line. Ichi just going to close things up. Sai, go up. Right across him. GE on the ground as well. It's 2v2.
Oh, beautiful flag there. That could be an opening for GE to finish this off. Moy, the last man standing. They know it is. And GE will take home the final chicken dinner. This will be the cherry on top of the pie for them, as they are definitely the champions of the Wildcard edition for the PMPL Southeast Asia Spring.
Man, this is one of the best game that we witnessed today. All the teams down there going insanely on Rabbit, on a monster mode. Even the teams that have been quiet before, YG, BG, make it so hard for FODK and Oja to make it even a living. SKR also being eliminated early, and GE, the only team that tried to play quietly safe until everybody else being eliminated. They're like, we can do this. We will maintain a number one spot. And they finally get out from the hiding spot and start to shoot, and they even close it. A bigger win for that chicken dinner.
My oh my, it is cherry on the top for them, for GE, the champions of the Wildcard. They will face off against other teams from Southeast Asia. And Ichi, definitely look at the amount of damage, and not only the stats, it is also what he did in that final matchup. He was the one that opened up the flank. He was the one that opened up that high ground, and because of that, that opening allowed the rest of his teammates to come up and finish up the job.
And he's the only one who can actually climb up the hill in the first place. Everybody else just sliding down back. And if it's not because of Master Ichi, it's kind of hard for them to actually get this last chicken dinner. He's the only one who can actually just see through the whole lineup of teams they're fighting against. But still, Sin, what a play from this team. Saying good for BG. It's nice to see them finally get back up in the last minute, show us what they have to offer, and shutting down so many teams. If only they have been playing like this since the start of the finals.
Yeah, so it's always about consistency, right? And teams will normally reflect on like, if only we did this, if only we did that. But in reality is that if it already passed, it's passed. It's all locked in, so there's no point on sulking over it. And that is why consistency is always important. And GE, they have shown their consistency, especially in the last day, to hold on to the final spot. Yes, there were rounds that they went out, but because they had a good gap, they maintained their number one spot till the end.
Yeah, but it's nice. I mean, like, all we need to wait right now is just officially announce it. That's it. Gonna officially announce the team that gonna go along with the PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, as well as Vietnam, alongside for the World Cup region to get into the PMSL later. But what a game here, Cloud. We're talking about everybody else have nothing to lose. We're looking over even BJY getting 8 eliminations, and everybody else except for the top teams here, except for the top 5 teams here. All the other teams down there is trying to hunt down everybody else.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the last round, and that's kind of common in a battle royale. But okay, the official points from that round. So GE 19 points, Sin 16. Wow, that's 10 eliminations for them. Other than that, on the other hand, Austria Esports, unfortunately no points. And some of the highlights I would say would be SKR, only 2 points. West Point Mamba 5 points, but all of them through eliminations. PBE 8 points, and other than that, I think we already know who's the champion. But one more point. There is a individual award as well that we're going to show later on after the season MVP. So stick around, don't go anywhere.
Yep, that's kind of true. And don't forget, this is going to be your champions for your overall ranking. GE made it as our representative in the PMSL, the Super League that going to commence very soon, alongside with other 4 teams of other regions as well, and another 15 partner teams that we have no clue about yet, so stay tuned. And we got ourselves FOD maintained at second place, KE at tech with 156. Thank you so much all this team. Oja at 4th, and we have SKR at 5th, Enigma at 6th with 147, PBE at 146. The points just so few in the gap, and West Point Mamba make it through at 8th place at 137.
Yes, just look at this. So in the final round, yeah, the gap was fairly okay. So but before this, it was like super duper close. The final round did mean everything to these teams. So congratulations again to GE. The not the highest eliminations of all. They are actually the same with Enigma, but for rank points, they are the highest. So we know where their strike is. Balancing. Again, congratulations to Genesis Esports. Welcome to the PMSL.
GE, after time and time grinding and swapping over, a journey was really tough. We hit it through. They maintained the entire day of final day, standing at the podium spot, not budging an inch. Almost lose it, but finally got it still. In the last round, it was remarkable. GE, well deserving. Hopefully you guys can be proud of your representative and keep on cheering for them in the PMSL, because they will represent us and to be one of the best in PMSL as well.
And after this, we will find out who is the season MVP. Will it be still the top? Because that was last we saw. Yesterday, he was at number 1. Will it be members of West Point Mamba? They've been there for the longest time. Although looking at their performance, it's going to be hard to nominate them. The top? Maybe. Or could it be someone else? Could it be Marnet? Because Marnet showed up yesterday too. So it's anyone else to guess.
Yep. It's like 4 players. We know West Point Mamba players. There's also KE. There's also, speaking of the top, there's also Marnet in the last minute. But will it be GE players when it comes to the last minute as well? Because since they got themselves the champions, did they actually push it up in the last minute? And here comes Michi! Come on, West Point, 81 elimination!
Wow! Okay. Just when I thought, okay, maybe not West Point Mamba because of their performance, but looks like Michi is a standout performer for West Point Mamba. What a surprise, but a pleasant surprise as well. He was at the number 1 season MVP race for majority of the season, and I would say well deserved because of consistency. He is now the season MVP for the Wildcard edition.
That 20,000 damage, that was incredible. Just by this one player alone. Very small shoulders, but heavyweight player if you ask me. And what a day for us today. But this is just incredible. Such a good award. Congratulations to GE and also for Michi coming from West Point Mamba to get the FMVP. What a performance.
What a performance indeed, my oh my. Okay. So, but we're not done yet with the award. So stick around, don't go anywhere, because after this we will have the individual awards. So normally in individual awards you have like the top eliminator, you have things like the top grenade eliminator, or maybe the medic or top survivor. So a lot of individual awards waiting to be given out. So yeah, I wonder who's gonna get it. Any first predictions?
I wish they have the most knockout award as well, because that's well deserving for so many. Yeah, the set award is real. Okay, we need to make that award real. It should be done.
Yes, there should be. There should be a category for that. The most knocks. Yeah, and then we can meme it as a sad award. Unless the most knocks is also the most eliminated. Then that's a different story.
I mean, like the sniper award, which is going to be the long distance award, I feel like it's going to be one of, it's either Chan Lone, it's either coming up from KE side, even Marnet is possible from side of YG, who love the long fights, right? Who else do you have in mind?
I can only think of KE if it comes to the long range award, just because how they like to play it that way. So maybe one of them would get it at the other day. The rest of it is quite hard to tell, you know, because there's like so many things happening, and of course we have to include as well the teams from the league, the 4 eliminator teams. Who knows? Maybe they would have set a benchmark really high that they would still get that award somehow.
Yeah, especially when it comes to healing award. I mean, like the support award, right? And so many teams that actually have such a good play, especially those teams that try to revive their teammate, even though it might jeopardize the entire team and themselves anyway. It's such good teamwork that witnessed. But we have to thank you before we. I mean, like the closing will be really swift later, so I'm gonna thank everyone else right now. Thank you so much, everybody who've been watching us on every platform possible. And we thank you really too much of your help by giving us feedback, and also your support means so much for us. And don't forget to keep coming for the upcoming PMSL in the future. I'm not sure if we are going to be here, but we definitely want you to be here, so be sure to stay tuned with that. And thank you so much for the entirety of your love, care and support throughout the entire league since the start of day number 1 until the end of the grand finals.
Yes, and of course, we'll be happy if you could follow us on our social medias as well. We are everywhere, so it's not too hard to find us. So yeah, that's a love you, love me request sort of thing. And without a doubt, I mean, you guys at the comment section have been amazing. You've been showing a lot of support for your teams and hyping around the comments as well. So I truly appreciate your presence, because at the end of the day, the show will not be here if it's not because of you guys loving the show as much as we all do as well.
Yeah, you guys are actually part of the tournament. It's your tournament too. I saw how many chat guys rooting for GE, like GE, come on GE, and it's like, no, it's not GE, it's gonna be the other team. I'm like, I'm loving that sort of, you know, healthy competition and healthy support and cheer out for your favorite team. It's really fun to watch out. Even dropping predictions alongside with us, that's really good. I mean, I'm stoked for you guys. You guys are really awesome. You guys have been amazing. And also don't forget to take yourself with the bit of an adventure with all the latest set that you just witnessed early on. And do keep out and watch out for PMSL exclusive items possibly, because we do know that's going to be not that long either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure PMSL, normally every tournament we would see like, oh, some new skins coming out and some exclusive items, so keep your eye on to PMSL. PMSL of course will feature some of the top teams around Southeast Asia, from PMPL Malaysia, PMPL Vietnam, PMPL Indonesia, let's see, PMPL Thailand. Okay, I hope I didn't miss anyone. Yeah, I think I said them all. Yeah, but for the partner teams though, so it's still anyone's guess. Anyone. But don't want to spoil it for you guys, right? Just keep an eye on PUBG Mobile's page. I believe it will be coming really soon. Wink, wink. So you guys know what to do. Just follow the pages and follow us as well.
I cannot spoil the beans for you guys, sorry.
Yeah,
We're not going to spill it. We can't spill the coffee, we can't spill anything. We just make sure that we keep it in, tuck it in and zip it up. Okay, just deal with that. So if you guys want to know, there's actually a don't put any spoilers in the chat as well. I know you guys have been doing that, so don't do that, okay? Be nice. You might get sick for that if that's wrong, okay? So be sure to keep an eye out. So still waiting for the individual awards while waiting for it. I don't know what else to say, but definitely it's a privilege. It's a treat for us to actually witness the grand finals at this extent. I have a feeling they're more than prepared for the teams. At first, I said during the league, right, I feel like they're not ready to get into the PMSL. But at this state, right now, with what they have to offer in the last day here, they definitely have what it takes to fight into PMSL now.
Oh yeah. I mean, the quality that they've shown is just unraveled, right? So, yeah. So we will still have the individual award. It will take a while, but don't worry, it will definitely come up. So of course, good things come to those who wait, they say. So we gotta just chill it out, and yeah, it will come at some point.
Yeah,
but you know what?
How many awards? Do you know how many awards are we gonna be giving away for the individual awards? Sir?
I don't. So it's gonna be a surprise for you, for us, for everyone else. So yeah, I guess we just need to wait and see. But you know what? This is of course besides all that we've talked about. This is of course our first time casting the Wildcard edition, and I must say it's been a pleasure seeing the Wildcard teams, and the Wildcard teams are amazing. I must say, very entertaining as well.
Yeah, I love how they surprise us with unusual plays, something that's very refreshing for all or both of us to actually cast it. And it's been a preview. It's also been amazing to be able to cast this extent and this level of caliber of game. I'm loving this. I'm loving, and I have a feeling they might actually go for more in the future. It's just keep it going, guys. For Wildcard, we definitely are rooting for you and we want you to be one of the best in C. Imagine the Wildcard to get the champions of C League. That would be really one of the monumental day, making a history for the entire sea to actually in awe, you know? Who said the Wildcard is not there? We are wild. Let's keep going.
Yeah, taking down teams like a Gig Fam, like Boom, like the Xavier. Oh man, just mentioning those names, those are really, really big names. So can
Kill
you...
Esports, yeah.
Yeah, right. Hail Esports. So imagine that a wildcard team could clutch those kind of teams. Oh, that will make the biggest story as a start until a wildcard team's become a champion. That will be amazing.
Don't fade away. We're not done yet.
What?
Stop fade away.
My hands are here, you know. I didn't do anything.
You're fading away now.
My hands are here. Somebody got to check the audio.
but we're still waiting for the individual awards. I know you guys you guys want us to go as fast as you can, like you guys want us to go as fast as we can, right? We want to go as well, but we are not willing to leave yet because we're gonna show us a bit more appreciation and love for you guys who've been really spending a lot of time with us. And so sorry, I need to apologize for any of shortcomings coming out from our side, so we try to be better in the future. Do tell us about your feedbacks and DM us. You guys know our socials. Just bring it up again for a tagline cloud, just in case you don't know our socials.
Wait, I have the power? Oh, wow.
Yeah, you have the power.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have the power. Wow. I am powerful. Of course, you guys watching wouldn't know. It's just us.
It's just something that we have in the back end as well. So you guys know where to find us now, and just drop your DM. We are more than happy to have your criticism. Sometimes we love to know the reasoning as well, and we did actually wait when it comes to your feedback, because we want to improve ourselves too. So thank you so much to take your time and effort to actually tell us what you think is best for us and best for everybody else. We really appreciate it.
But I would also appreciate some chocolate though. So if anyone of you want to send me chocolate, I don't mind. You know, just in Malaysia we call it PMPL or DM at the side. Yeah, we can sort that out.
We just awkwardly gonna wait for the individual awards, okay? I mean, like we're waiting as well. Just feeling awkward now. It's a bit too long, but okay.
Yeah. Don't worry. We got a gambate from our production, so.
Yeah.
We got a gambate.
Thanks.
So yeah, gambate to all of us as well, because we want to know who gets the individual awards as much as you do.
Yeah, okay, how about we talk a bit about PMSL now, since we already seen a lot of the plays, right? But due to the current bonus point and the current system of the point itself, a lot of us do realize that a lot of the teams are playing just as close as today's match. So it's going to be a really close one, but when it comes to the final point, it's really so important these days.
Yep, not gonna lie. So far the teams that managed to get onto PMSL, they not only have good firepower now, but historically as well, they have very, very good firepower. So there's a lot of expectation for these teams, but of course expectation for the wildcard teams as well. But speaking about expectation, you're smiling, I know what you're thinking, because the results are ready. Let's go.
Wow, Mornet getting a gunsling, and congratulations for YG Mornet. That's a tough one to get, and Grenade Master coming from GE Smile.
Man, okay, I'm just looking over it, right? So no KE, not in the Eagle Eye, but it's from Dragon. Okay, that's interesting. DZ up there as the highest, as the survivor.
But not here for Filmatic.
Right.
I mean, like, this guy has been helping a lot for his teammate. Not just the team medic. He's also not just the field medic. He's also the one that actually gunned down people as well. So this guy deserves more than one award.
I know, right? It feels like he could fill up multiple. But anyway, you gotta spread the fun across, right? And if you notice that all the awards, they actually come from different teams. That just shows that how competitive the scene is.
Yeah, even no player coming up from West Point Mumbai except for the FMVP, right? None of them actually plays there.
Yeah.
And these guys, I mean, like, this is so good. This is so great.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that, you know, it's a really, really challenging league, that it could be anyone's game. Like normally, like we will see, like if in other country PMPLs, you will see that, oh, one person gets 2 awards and all that. But this is, I believe that this is the only one that has everyone different. So that's great. It's a good thing.
It just shows that the scene itself is strong enough for every single team. It's very competitive. It's not over dominating by certain teams. Everybody have equal grounds and equal fundamentals when it comes to having a go against each other. It's like everybody is like a toss of a dice. It's down to whoever sometimes be fated to actually win that day or not. But I think that's it for us today.
Yes, that is it for us, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. We hope to see you in the future. Love you all so much. That is it from us signing out. Bye.